we've seen here the last few days, the England we're going to see for the rest of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of courage in this side, and they don't say die. Once upon a time, you get them up against the ropes, and you just knew as an opposition team that you'd knock them over sooner rather than later. But now there's a real spirit, but it's more the culture that has changed, and I witnessed that over about 4 or 5 seasons.
Mikey, the Australians have a sort of interesting thing before them in that over the last decade, it's Shane Warne who would have done the damage on a dry and slowish pitch here. Do you expect that to again be the case, or is even Warne a slightly waning force?
No, I wouldn't say one is waning at all. I think this pitch is a little bit too slow, Mark. I think everyone wants a little bit of pace in a wicket. You need a bit of pace even as a batsman for the ball to be coming onto the bat for you to play your shots. And I think the batsmen have said in this test match that they have struggled a bit with timing. If you look at the run rate of this test match, it's 3.2, 3.3, which is well below what is normal. And the bowlers, Shane Warne has been getting the ball to spin from the very beginning. But the batsmen have enough time to negotiate the turn because it's so slow. I would never ever say Shane Warne is waning. Sure, he's not at the top of his game, but I don't think people want me batting against him even now.
No, I thought he bowled particularly well on the first day of the game when it was difficult. Michael Clarke, you love seeing him get 100 yesterday.
I do, and I mean, we saw him get the half century in Brisbane. That really was an innings for him. The innings down here was an innings in tough conditions for his team, and I had a quick chat with him this morning. The innings we saw yesterday, the 100, is the one that he needs to refer to all the time. It was a classy knock. All
right, well, the close of play yesterday, Mark Taylor had a chat with him.
Michael Clarke, an important innings for Australia.
Thanks, Mark. It certainly was. I guess the pressure I put on myself from within, I knew that my opportunities were going to be very limited at the start of this series. Unfortunately, Watto has been injured, so I knew Brisbane and I got a chance here in Adelaide, so I had to maximise that opportunity, and personally very happy to make my 3rd Test 100 for Australia.
You touched on the fact you've been out with the Australian team now for a while. Have you made any changes in that time?
I think you just grow as a person. You obviously get older. I do believe my shot selection has improved, and I feel like I showed that out there today. But look, I still think I'm playing the same way. I'm trying to be as positive as I can, trying to play the way Michael Clarke plays, I guess. But yeah, a little bit of luck for me, and like I said, it was great to score a century.
So what's it like for a young fellow like yourself to be out of the side for so long? Does it make you hungrier?
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. I think you can take it for granted the more you play, but as soon as you find yourself out of such a great team and the feeling around being around such a great group, all I want to do is be back part of it, and it's great to be here today. And like I said, hopefully, scoring some runs has given me an opportunity to continue to be part of this series.
Mikey, you were with Nine during last summer when the West Indies were here, and we discussed Michael Clarke. You weren't convinced then. Do you like what you see now?
No, definitely wasn't convinced. He certainly looked a lot better here in this innings. As Slats has said, this innings has showed a bit of maturity. And I think if he continues to bat like this, he certainly will be a big force to be reckoned with in the future. But youngsters sometimes they get a little bit impetuous, and we saw Michael Clarke in his early years. He was fidgety at the crease. He kept on looking to playing big shots all the time, and of course against top class bowling that's not going to work, and he certainly showed maturity in this innings. And as Slat said, if he learns from this innings and continues in the same vein, he'll make lots of runs.
The biggest obstacle to Matthew Hoggard, to Michael Clarke yesterday, was Matthew Hoggard bowled brilliantly, picked up 7 wickets in trying conditions. Here's a gem of a 30 seconds with Hoggard.
Well, mate, you look as fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, looks can be deceptive. Hard work out there, but thankfully come through it all right.
Your 3rd 7th in Test match cricket. Have you had to work harder than that to get 7 wickets?
No, not really. I've bowled 40 odd overs in the last 2 days. It's been hard work out there, but I think we bowl well as a unit.
And you must be looking forward to maybe getting a bowl later tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, looking forward to it like a knee in the groin. But yeah, we could do with some runs on the board first, and then hopefully we can put Australia under pressure, and who knows.
All right, good luck. Well done today.
Cheers, pal.
England are 1 for 59, a lead of 97. Andrew Strauss has 31, Ian Bell has 18. It's a glorious day in Adelaide, a whole lot hotter than it's been. And a strong old wind coming down the ground straight into the Sir Donald Bradman stand, as we await the umpires and the players on this final day's play in the 2nd 3-mobile Test match. Also awaiting us up at the top of that Sir Donald Bradman stand, and in their seats in the commentary box are Michael Slater, Ian Chappell and Bill Lorry.
Thank you, Mark Nicholson. Good morning to all our viewers right around the world. Perfect day, 5th day. England lead by 97 with 9 wickets in hand. Pitch will spin. Clarke will bowl good line and length. Ken McGrath find that line and length as well, and Lee a wicket or 2. It should be a fascinating day's play. Strauss, I thought, played beautifully last night. Good support from Ian Bell. But the pressure really on the England batsmen not to lose early wickets this morning. Good morning to Ian and Michael.
Morning, Bill. Yeah, out there this morning, it was interesting watching the other coverage beaming this back into England, and they had Michael Atherton and David Gower with a bat coming up with their scenario of how to get through the Shane Warne deliveries. So England very much will have that focus as well. There's quite a bit of rough there. I mean, we've spoken right through the Test match how it's been a pretty flat track, or a very flat track, and hasn't broken up too much. But there is now a lot of assistance for Shane Warne, and you feel that if he can make a couple of inroads, Chappelli, early on, then it'll send the fear right through the England camp.
There's no doubt about that, but Bell and Strauss don't have to do anything other than what they were doing last night. I thought they played extremely well, and what was interesting for me was the reaction. Strauss got a couple of good ones that spun out of the rough, and his reaction or his method of coping with that was to go on the attack. He used his feet, got out of the crease once or twice. He swept him a few times. Bell had trouble early on with one that spun sharply, and his response was an attacking one. Now, I reckon, certainly go back before 2005, that wouldn't have been the response. It would have been a defensive response. Maybe we can put some of that down to the fact that Kevin Peterson has shown them the way with Shane Warne, but I think it's also just a matter of that they have changed their approach. So for me, all the England batsmen have got to do, certainly the two at the crease, is just repeat what they were doing last night.
It'll be a very hot day, northerly breeze. And Warne may bowl from the city end from the first time. A challenge there for Ricky Ponting. The rough certainly at the Don Bradman end, but the wind coming from the north over the scoreboard. Good day to bat, good seeing day once again. No cloud cover. And good morning to viewers right around the world. Welcome to the Adelaide Oval for day 5. Strauss and Bell making their way to the pitch. Good day for batting, but the 5th day pitch normally a bit of variable bounce.
There is, and it's always difficult when you're batting and there's no main objective to score runs, or that isn't your key objective. It's survival for England, and that can be a dangerous proposition when all you're looking to do is defend, the ball is turning. There will be the odd ball stay down from the likes of McGrath, Clark and Lee. And so you really need to get in your head from the outset that, well, if the ball's there to hit, I'm still going to play my natural game. I'm not going to let the bowlers dominate too much.
Well, I wouldn't be taking that approach if I was England. In fact, now that they got through that little session last night pretty comfortably, I'd have Kevin Peterson padded up to come in next, because I think England, it's pretty certain that it's going to be a draw, but England have got to walk away from this match with something psychologically. I think, what they've done by scoring 500 odd in the first innings is they've stopped Australia's momentum. But if they want to walk away with something good psychologically for the Perth match, I think they've got to put it to Australia this morning. And I'd be, as I say, I'd be patting Kevin Peterson up and sending him in there and say, get after these guys and let's let them know that we think we can beat them.
Andrew Strauss is a key player in the top order. He's missed out once or twice, but he's a good aggressive cricketer. Uses his feet well, sweeps Warne, saw last night. And for that reason, there's 2 men out in the deep, a forward square leg and a backward square leg, and a short backward square leg for the top edge. So 5 men on the onside. Good average. Good conversion rate, 10 hundreds and 750s is very good in top order. Slip, point, cover mid off on the offside.
Well, the fact that Warne is bowling from the cathedral end suggests that he's got what he wants down the other end. Some footmarks that he hit last night, and they really spun roughly out of that spot where he landed that ball. So it appears that that's more important to him than where the breeze is coming from.
And no surprise, there's a very attacking field in place, and Shane Warne at the moment, I think, will be really trying to get the ball to spin out of the rough. So we've got the ball angling in there, and hopefully a catch for him coming out to Hussey, or if it doesn't turn, maybe going on to first slip. So that's really, well, he'll be probably thinking LBW as well. But that's the danger, those men around the bat.
So Warne will be, well, slightly downwind. It's not a really strong breeze at the moment, but the breeze is not too bad for him. It's blowing from the scoreboard roughly to down first slip and that angle, so it's coming at the right angle for him to drift the ball away from the left-hander. It's probably not going to drift it so much, but it'll at least Warne won't feel like he's fighting the breeze. He'll feel, in fact, he is getting a little bit of curve away there, so that's what he wants. Get the ball to curve away and then hit that rough and spin back sharply. So the breeze will, he'll feel good about this breeze, even though he is a bit downwind.
Nicely played. Just a single. Probably use Brett Lee from the city end while the ball's 20 overs old. And to use Brett Lee, really needs a new ball, extra pace. And then Clark and McGrath should bowl long spells to support Warne. Ian Bell last night used his feet to Shane Warne, which is good to see. Ian Bell's a fine cricketer, good fieldsman. 50 in the first test, 60 in the first innings here. Not out on 18. Great start. It's 1 for 61. It's going to be Stuart Clark from the city end, the in-form fast bowler. Bowled beautifully in the first innings. 3 for 75. By far the best Australian bowler, as was Hoggard for England.
He's reliable, consistent, he's quicker than you think, he's 6'4", and with that action that he possesses, it's quite unusual. His nickname is Sarfraz Nawaz, Pakistan bowler who had quite an unusual action, and it's stuck. He doesn't mind it, but it's a simple action that there's not much, I don't think, can go wrong with it. That's why he can find this ongoing consistency.
Interesting field placings. It's very defensive field, 2 out on the onside and a deep point. First over, just the 1 slip in, no bat pad, a short mid wicket. Well fielded.
Well, our nickname for Sarfraz when we played against him was Steel Spine, because he used to run up very upright. I think Stewart sort of bends a little bit more as he runs into bowl than Sarfraz. But I'll tell you one thing about Stuart Clark: he's a little more stable mentally than Sarfraz Nawaz. Certainly since Sarfraz has retired, anyhow.
Enjoying his cricket, smile on his face.
Michael Slater was talking about the up and down bounce, as we see there, mention of his nickname. But the up and down bounce usually kicks in about the 4th day here in Adelaide. Yesterday, I reckon I could have counted the balls that stayed down on one hand. So this pitch hasn't played with that uneven bounce the way a normal Adelaide Oval pitch does.
The line again, just to shape away towards slip. Very impressed with Ian Bell. He's a happy cricketer in the field. He's smiling, fields well. He's played Warne very well once he gets a start.
I don't think too many smiles right at this moment, though, Bill. It's more that the teeth gritting together and a determination, understanding that he's got a big job for his country. But he's in a position now to do that. He's a lot more confident in his own game, and that's come from the 300s he scored in Test cricket this year. A better player since when he last played against Australia.
He reminds me in one way a bit of Rahul Dravid in his early days of batting at number 3 for India. Rahul was always technically very good, which Ian Bell is, but Rahul Dravid used to get bogged down a bit. There were times where he looked to me like he was batting in the nets rather than batting to score runs, and Ian Bell has periods where he does that. I think he's a lot more positive than he used to be, but every now and again his innings stagnates. Rahul Dravid has got out of that habit. I'm sure that Ian Bell will work to do exactly the same.
What was interesting in the 2005 Ashes was that Warney kept getting him early in the series. I think Warney ended up getting him out 3 times through the series, but there was no doubt Warney thought, here we go, I've got another Cullinan on my hands here. And at the second time, third time, and Warney really thought he was just going to keep knocking this guy over, but he's improved his game. He's now through that phase, I think, when you come up against the likes of Warne and McGrath and their reputation precedes them, and it makes you more nervous. He now feels like he's a part of it.
Great over. Good line. 1 for 61. Stuart Clark giving Shane Warne great support with that over. Plenty of pressure. Good line and length.
Well, Stuart Clark's bowling and taking wickets. He may feel that Shane Warne's giving him good support, Bill.
Fair enough, Ian. That's true. It's a great fall, though, isn't it? When you've got a tight medium pace, a variable bounce, a bit of swing. You've got the best leg spinner at the other end. And you lead by 99. You want to get that lead up to 200 quickly.
England's lead is 99. If they're serious about trying to beat Australia, they'd need to give themselves, I reckon, 55 to 60 overs to get the wickets.
I just wonder whether Ricky Ponting should put a man's silly point to maybe take the cover away and entice Strauss to bowl against the spin. Bring a man in round about there, take away the cover, hopefully entice the batsman to drive against the spin. Maybe get a catch at backward point or slip.
Oh, yes.
Well bowled.
Strauss has started to do that a little more. Just leave the crease every now and again, just to keep Warne a little uncertain about whether he's going to play him from the crease or down the pitch.
Oh, man.
The other thing that happens when the batsman leaves his crease, as Strauss did, a couple of things happen. You're actually out past the bat pad fieldsman, and you also get out to about the length of the foot marks. So you help yourself in a number of ways. His feet are a bit too wide apart for my liking, batting against a spinner. I always think it's better for your footwork if your feet are a bit closer together. It's 1 for 61.
It's been beautiful weather here in Adelaide for the second test match. Warmer today. Clark with just a slip and a go in, a short mid-wicket and catching position.
Here's Stuart Clark's first over. That one may be a little bit full, but one thing you'll notice is the line. Very consistent. Play and miss. asking questions every delivery, and then nearly the outside edge. So the pressure building, and again, impeccable from that man on your screen.
Just looking at that over, there was, well, the predominant ball was the one that left the right-hander, but there was one off-cutter in there, which suggests that Stuart Clark is just rolling the fingers on the ball occasionally. Sometimes it looks like it's a hint of swing. Other times, and that one, he kept the wrist pretty upright there. It wasn't the rolling. Mostly it's going to be a rolling action to produce a leg cutter.
He's given Ricky Ponting an extra strike bowler. That's the key. This man on screen, he bowled beautifully at the Gabba. Picked up the first 2 wickets in the first innings. 11 in the series so far, and this one's certainly a batsman's track.
Yeah, and there was a lot of talk that he wasn't going to make it, given that he was player of the series in South Africa. It would have been a real harsh treatment, but there was the comparison made between him and McGrath. Some people thought that why go in with 2 bowlers so similar? I just think that's double trouble, and he's taking good wickets so far.
Oh, well bowled, and leaving the left hand at the angle. Superb length.
Well, that's the delivery that he's troubled Alastair Cook with. He's got him twice in this game. A lot like some of the deliveries that Hoggard was producing. Really just getting enough movement each time he delivers the ball. He's keeping that wrist pretty well straight behind the ball. No indication that he's just rolling the fingers every now and again.
Just a little bit of a bio on Stuart Clark. The fact that he's out there, this is exactly where he wants to be, playing cricket for his country. But in the meantime, he's got a master's course in commerce sitting there waiting to be finished. He wants to get involved in the legal side of things, or the money market at some point. And he's always been busy in his career. He used to be in real estate when he was playing in the early days for New South Wales. And he's also a new dad, son Lachlan, and his lovely wife Michelle.
It's 1 for 62. Shane Warne to Ian Bell. Silly point comes in, bat pad, slip.
I had a chat to the New South Wales squad a couple of seasons ago, Michael, and the thing that struck me about Stuart Clark was that he was seemed like a very solid citizen, and 2, he had a great knowledge of the history of cricket, particularly Australian cricket. He knew a lot about the history of the game.
Yeah, I think that's right. He's astute, and you know, there's always the running joke in the team, isn't it, that the bowlers are a bit thick and the batsmen are the smarties, but often it can be the other way around. And Stuart Clark is a very smart human being. Greggy's not happy with that comment in the background there, but I'm not saying it's real, but that's the slanging match that can go on in a team. But he's a smart man, and I just think his astuteness allowed him to realise early in a career he needs a balance. He needs to be studying, he needs to be learning more about the game, and that's why he's found his feet, and he's just so stable in everything he does. He's got a really fine balance between his personal life and his professional life.
Nicely played. Just a single. I think maybe Ponting should bring another man in and try and encourage the Englishmen to play more shots. They've been very watchful here in this first half hour. lead by 101, 9 wickets in hand. But it's a semi-defensive field.
Michael, I thought dumb fast bowler was a word in the Macquarie dictionary.
I'm going to stay away from it, actually.
Oh!
Some of the shots I played in my career, I don't think there was much intelligence running around at that point.
I think I made a similar sort of comment to Andy Roberts once, and he said the only people sillier than fast bowlers are the opening batsmen who face up to them.
Almost a wide. 1 for 63.
Well, there hasn't been any fireworks at all from England early on. I guess you would expect them to play steadily for a start, get their eye in, but I really do think that at some point they ought to step the game up and let Australia know that we're still trying to win this match. There's always a psychological advantage can be gained from a game, even in a drawn match. You can take something away psychologically. You can't afford to let those opportunities slip.
So 116,000 fans have come so far to this Test match, and I think there's another 15 here this morning, still rolling in. Beautiful city, Adelaide. They walk down from the hotel, across the park, down at this beautiful ground.
How did you get here this morning? We're not far away. Did you walk?
Not today, because we had our bags in the car.
That's right.
And he doesn't walk any morning.
Doesn't beat mid-wicket. Well, yesterday we saw Hoggard get 7. One of the best bowling performances we've seen from an Englishman on this ground on a good batting pitch. And Clark will try and do that job today. Hoggard was magnificent. First of all, he got Hayden with the angle, as we saw with Cook last night. Good catch by Bell.
Yes, it was a gutsy performance and a very smart performance from Matthew Hoggard. Perseverance, just enough movement to trouble the batsman.
Yes, and his change of pace was good as well. He swung the ball occasionally. He tries to get Ricky Ponting, LBW, the one that cuts back. His line was spot on. It was Shane Warne who wasn't happy just before the tea break. Clark caught at mid-wicket, 124.
And Stuart Clark, leg stump out of the ground. 7 for Hoggard in tough conditions.
Michael, you're never going to change the habits of a lifetime. William didn't walk when he played cricket. He doesn't walk as a commentator, mate.
But I appreciate that bowling performance. I've seen Graham McKenzie and Neil Hawke get wickets on this batsman's pitch with good line and length, and Hoggard was superb. 7 for 109 was a total of 513 was excellent bowling.
You sort of feel that those figures will be as bad. He might get a 7 for down the track, but it's very rare a bowler does. But even if he does, it'll be hard to match that, given that it's been so flat and almost a batting paradise out there.
Oh, well bowled. It's 1 for 64.
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
A lot of hard work here for Shane Warne. A lot of overs on the first day, 27 in fact on the first day Adelaide Test match. His 62nd over. It's a lot of work.
Yes, it's probably another reason for Stuart McGill to at least be in the squad and give yourself the option of having a second spinner there to help share some of the load.
Good shot, used the feet, got to the full pitch. Not quite off the middle of the bat.
It's not a bad way to play, Shane Warne. Once you've got your confidence at the crease, you feel your feet are moving, that if that odd one that he does slow down and push up into the air, really big flight, if you use your feet quickly, you'll get that opportunity to flicker fully through the mid-wicket area. And Bell on this occasion didn't quite time it, but it was nicely played.
Oh,
I mean, the curve that Shane Warne gets is a great part of his armour. He curves the ball towards the leg stump and then spins it away. But it also does, if you're quick on your feet, it gives you some opportunities to score in front of the wicket on the onside. We saw Collingwood do it in the first innings, but he did it off the back foot, which I think is the safer way of scoring off Shane Warne. But you had VVS Laxman in India, who was coming miles down the track and driving Shane Warne, not always from full tosses, sometimes from half volleys, driving him through wide mid-on beautifully.
oh, yes, Shane. Pressure here, come on. Testing it out. Patience game. Gonna give here.
Tidy over, 1 for 66. Slow start, steady.
There's some confidence in your teammate. Kevin Peterson, who's only 2 away, batting number 5. He's not got his pads on. He's got his singlet on, flexing those biceps. There he goes. But he's very confident in what's happening out in the middle. He's in strife if there's a golden duck happening at any stage.
He's enjoying his cricket, that's the main thing. It's a good dressing room here in Adelaide. You square the wicket, the fast bowlers always look like they're bowling at a mere mile an hour, but apart from that, get a good view of the ground. You can see the variable bounce.
I quite liked actually watching as a batsman sitting with the pads on waiting to go in. I quite liked watching from side on. I guess I played probably half my games here at the Adelaide Oval, so I got used to it, but I felt it was a good place to watch the cricket from as a batsman waiting to come in.
Almost beautifully bowled, drew him into the drive. Strauss not playing down the right line. We've seen Hayden, Cook, now Strauss almost committing suicide.
Well, it's 2 in a row from Strauss, and that ball shaping away. Terrific bowling. The previous over, the last ball, was almost exactly the same. Just left him through the air slightly. The sucker ball.
Nicely played. He looks to be a very good player. Australian wickets should suit Strauss. He likes to play the pull and hook shots. He drives well, strong off his pads. Once he gets a big score, he should go and have a very good tour.
Yeah, he does like the square of the wicket shots, but they've got him out a couple of times, well, both innings at the Gabba. So it can be a bit stressful when you like playing it, but you've got out, because there's always a lot of people there saying, oh, just put it away, stop playing the pull shot. But you know it scores you a lot of runs.
And you give away the cut shot and the drive and you got none. You have to play the hook and pull shots in this country. Strauss will get the right method going, particularly if the wickets stay down. Firth shouldn't be too bouncy. You have to take on the fast bowlers at some stage. They got the ball short. Looks to be a very good player.
Chappelli, I want to come back to what you were talking about, that you enjoyed watching the game, waiting to bat from mid-wicket side on. I would assume, I never sort of, when I was out, I got to watch the batting going on, but as an opener, I was always out there. But I would assume, you know, a medium pace looks 100 miles an hour from side on.
Well, the thing about it, if there is someone quick in the opposition, you see him from side on, and before you actually go out there, you say, this guy's quick, so I better be on my toes, better be moving sharply when I get out there. The other thing is you don't see any sideways movement, and that I always like that about it. You know, the old gabber, you used to sit, you're almost behind the bowler's arm, and if you've got a green top at the gabber, or humid day with the ball swinging around, that's the last thing I wanted to see before I went into bat. See this ball zipping all over the place. So I much preferred to watch from like Adelaide Oval at side on.
You wouldn't watch the monitor?
No, in fact, I refused to let our guys turn the television on. I said, you can turn it on once I go in, but it doesn't come on until I go in. And I reckon anyone who watched the monitor before they went into bat was a fool.
One for 68. One for 68 as Richie Benaud, Mark Taylor and Tony Gregg take up the commentary.
Thank you, Bill, and a very good morning to everybody. So far, from England's point of view, so good. They haven't lost a wicket yet. It's been a bit slow, mind you. Oh, and that one spun from a little straighter and beaten everything. Bell really has played and missed a bit today.
Once again, interesting to check the line on this delivery. That's more about middle stump, middle to off stump. Seems to me that Bell was starting to play Shane Warne quite well when the ball pitches on or outside leg. But when Shane Warne bowls a bit straighter to Bell, he seems to be having a bit more success.
Just noticed even straight there's some dusting going on in the pitch. That one that he played and missed out a couple of balls back. Just watch this as it pitches. Just a little bit of dust there.
It's a beautiful piece of bowling. Tossed in the air, and even though he's got the breeze with him, it's still dropped on the batsman.
Well, I thought last night that Bell and Strauss played Shane Warne particularly well in a tough situation. Didn't have a long time to bat, yet they came out very positively against Shane Warne, used their feet and scored off him quite regularly. This morning, Shane Warne's dominated them a little bit more. He seems to be, just as I said, just adjusting his line slightly to Bell's bowl a little bit straighter, not so much at leg.
Oh, great zone. Hot work, Waddy.
Yes, I saw in the papers this morning something from the England camp saying that there is one thing they just can't let happen, and that is to let the Australians go 2-0 ahead. It just seemed to me to indicate that they were still a little bit worried.
That's once again better intention there for me and Bell. He's looking to use his feet. Always thought that the players who've played Shane Warne the best are the ones who still look to score against him, look for something. He's occasionally used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, but unfortunately hit it too hard into the ground. The intention was good.
Oh, and well, did it carry, and was it bat? I think it might have been bat. Not too sure that it carried. It's 1 for 69. So 1 for 69, and just a little bit of a close call there. There've been a few today. They've played and missed a few times, especially, well, actually almost the same to both ends, I'd say. Quite a few to Stuart Clark, but there've been a few to Warne as well. So I think it's fair to say that England have been a bit lucky this morning.
been that sort of game, though, hasn't it, Tony? The pitch has been very good for batting, but occasional times the bowlers have done well. The ball's either dropped short or the ball's missed the edge. Now, I reckon on this pitch, Matthew Hayden may have to come forward a fraction on that. I know it's probably a harsh call, but this pitch hasn't got a lot of life in it. It's not a lot of bounce there. That's a genuine edge. That should at least go to hand. Now, it may just have landed short of him, but that's the sort of edge that a spinner's looking for, and it has to at least go to hand. See there, it's a good genuine edge. It hasn't really hit the face of the bat at all. It's come right off the edge of the bat. That's exactly what Shane Warne was looking for. Once again, that ball pitched about middle stump, found the edge, and did go up slightly, as you can even see from that shot. It really should go to hand, at least. There's never going to be an easy chance, but you'd like to think the first slip's going to get a hand on that.
You're dead right. There's no doubt about that. And didn't that hot spot show it nicely? The edge, as it just nicked the bat. A little bit of heat generated by the friction, and there it is.
Stuart Clark has had an excellent series so far, really, not just this match. Shown how tough it is for the quicker men, but he and Hoggard have been the standouts in terms of the faster men.
Well, this is a good indication of just how good this hotspot technology is. Leg spin bowler bowling, ball is spun and was on its way to lifting a little, good bounce there. That's a wonderful shot, just showing that it's taken the outside edge and flown towards first slip.
Yeah, it certainly died quickly. I think that's an indication that this pitch really is a docile pitch. We've seen that right from the word go, even for the faster men. There's the edge we showed you on the hot spot, and it's probably just short of Matthew Hayden, but you really feel that Matthew Hayden's going to have to take a step up, because that's a regulation edge. As I was saying earlier, as a spin bowler, I'm sure Shane Warne would at least like to see that go to hand. Now, it's never going to be easy to catch that, but much prefer to see the catch dropped than not carry.
A maiden over, it's 1 for 69. Well, look at the bottom down there. 8 test matches, including this test match. So 7 before the start today, 7-1. So this calendar year, the Australians have won every single test match that they've played. This one is heading for a draw, but what a record that is in 2006.
Slip fielding is a very difficult task in any case, but on a last day pitch and with a great leg spin bowler bowling, the player, in this case Hayden, has to make some decisions, and it makes it harder for him that he's got a right-hander and a left-hander in there.
He's certainly worrying them this morning is Shane Warne. Bowling beautifully, bit of drift, changing his line occasionally. You can see there that one, a lot more balls at middle stump here to Ian Bell, something he's done slightly differently. Yesterday he bowled a lot more balls down the leg side. But you can see there 4 of the 6 in that over pitched on middle stump or outside. It's been a change, I think, in Shane Warne's attack today.
Well, outstanding slip fielders I've known over the years. Bob Simpson, Ian Chappell, Mark Taylor. There's 3 great slippers in Australian cricket. And one of their tasks was to decide how far they could stand back or be closer to the mark, how much they can creep up towards the batsman. And it's certainly difficult because you know that if the bowler happens to drop one a little bit short and there's an edged square cut, attempted square cut, and it flies to your left-hand side, that is a real problem. Now, let's see, what do you reckon there, Mark?
Well, it's different when the left-hander's on strike because you're looking for the one that probably skids on a bit more in this case. So you can afford to be a little bit deeper and a bit narrower. So you want to have a bit closer to Adam Gilchrist, as Matthew Hayden is, because you're looking for that, the one that beats probably the batsman with a bit of extra pace, skids on and flicks a normal edge. When the right-hander's on strike, you want to be up further and definitely wider, at least 45 degrees. See Hayden there, he's probably only about 30 degrees. That's not too bad.
Oh, yes, they're holding it up, and I don't... Oh, yes, he's given him... Oh, and he didn't hit that. Well, the replay will tell us. It just seemed to me that the reaction there of the batsman was such that he didn't hit it. There were obviously two noises. I didn't think the appeal was that convincing anyhow. Let's have a look.
Well, he's certainly beaten in the flight by Shane Warne. Misses the bat there, straight up in the air. I think he probably hit himself on the pad. I think you're right, Tony. There have been a couple of noises, but I'm not sure that one of them was an inside edge. So Strauss, although he's beaten in the air, was probably a little unlucky to be departing. That's the wicket that Warne and Australia wanted. England now 2 for 69.
Paul Collingwood, who played so brilliantly in the first innings, is out in the centre now. Batting average of 47 in 17 matches. He made 206 in the first innings, a double century here at the Adelaide Oval in an Ashes battle. That's something you won't forget. He's likely to forget it, though, if they lose this test match a little bit more readily than he will if they don't. They really don't need to lose 2 or 3 wickets here quickly.
You're not contemplating losing, are you, Tony?
Not at all, not at all.
Want to take the slight wobble, after 551 in the first innings.
I'll get a slight wobble if the mighty Peterson gets out.
It was a very good piece of bowling, though, from Warne. Strauss was trying all morning to get down to him and couldn't do it. He was beaten in the flight there. As I said, he may well have been a little unlucky. I reckon that might have just missed the edge of the bat, and I don't think it hit the glove either, but it would have been probably bat on pad and then ball on pad, with probably the two noises.
They could have called him back.
Can't do it from here, Tony. I'd love to, mate.
I doubt very much if there'll be any mark on the bat when we have a look at hotspot. The bat onto pad. There's the pad. Nothing at all on the bat. And nothing on the glove either.
Oh dear. It was very loose, little bottom edge down into the ground.
Not always easy to get going again after such a magnificent innings as Paul Collingwood played in the first innings. 206, played superbly. Never easy to get yourself going. There's always this expectation after playing so well that you're going to come out here and just flay the bowling all around the place. But it's a different pressure. Pitch is not the same. Stuart Clark is definitely getting a little bit of swing, and the ball's not coming onto the bat as it was probably on day one of this test match when Collingwood played so well. So it really has to start again and get used to a different pace of this pitch than the one he batted on earlier in the game.
He is right in there, right on target. He's bowled absolutely beautifully. Just having a little chat to his captain. I think he wants the batsman to be thinking about the short one. So he's moving the mid-wicket back onto the boundary. There's one ball to go. So this seems to me to be a probably be a little three-card trick here. One ball to go in the over, fieldsman back, get him thinking about that a little bit and bowl it in exactly the same place. Way off line. End of the over, it's 2 for 70. .31 overs, 2 for 70. Bell on 26, played and missed a fair bit out there today. The bowlers have definitely been on top. The runs have been very, very slow. By contrast, certainly with what happened yesterday.
It looks to me, just looking at Matthew Hayden from up here in our commentary box, he may well have just moved in a fraction at first slip, and I think he's gone a fraction wider as well. He's very close to the bat there, but that's a good move. Not easy to stand there, but he's looking for that edge from the defensive shot.
Well, I suppose Gilchrist will come into the equation as well. He and Hayden may have talked about, or he may just have seen Hayden go wider and yet come in closer. So he'll have to make another 30 centimetres away to his right to cover things.
Straight to mid-off that time. Yes, what he won't want to happen is a little nick go straight between them. That's when it gets really frustrating. You move a little bit wider for the right reasons, and then, as can happen, one flies through a little finer.
Well, Shane Warne, that's the one he's looking for, though. And I think he'd be much more understanding of the ball flying through between keeper and first if the batsman's playing a big drive. If he bowls something like this and it gets the edge, he wants it going to hand. He wants it going to either keeper or to first step. He doesn't want it landing short. So I think he'd be much more comfortable to see Matthew Hayden where he is now, looking for that defensive shot off the outside edge.
With that very good ball, 2 balls ago, one got past the outside edge of Bell's bat. I got a feeling that Bell picked it, very easy to do, picked it as the overspinner. It's got a lot of top spin on it, and a lot of bounce.
Oh, and he's got him, it's a run out. Well, Clark picked that up, got rid of it in a hurry, and it was good work too by Gilchrist. Gilchrist picked it up and fired it down the other end. Warne took it cleanly, but it was quite a long way from the stumps, and he hit the stumps, no trouble. Let's have a look.
Well, having Michael Clark, the left-hander, was an advantage. He did well, and then Warne did well. And I think Warne's pressure led to that as well. So a big wicket for Australia to back up the one they took of Strauss. Bell's gone now as well. England 3 for 70.
Well, Peterson's the new batsman, and what an average he's got. Just the 20 test matches so far, an average of over 50. scores his runs very fast and tends to get very nervous when he gets to 158. He'll settle for that today. What a bit of fielding that was. Picked it up. He's got a wonderful arm. It was just a little wide, but he picked the right end. Just watch this.
So having that left-hander in that backward point position was certainly an advantage there. Got rid of it quickly, got it back to Warren. The throw was a bit wide. Warren did well. He's obviously been 10-pin bowling lately. He did well there. He got the strike. Right on the middle stump. Now the both overnight batsmen are out. Australia now have 2 new batsmen, both on naught. Mind you, the 2 that were very successful in the first innings. But how are the wobbles going now, Tony? Are you still feeling comfortable there?
Yeah, well, I mean, long way to go yet. The draw is still the favourite here, although there'll be a few wandering down to put a few bucks on Australia, I suppose, that might otherwise have been quite happy with the position.
I think the crux of the matter with that run out was that Collingwood, who was the non-striker, was the one calling Bell, who hesitated. But I don't think Collingwood recognised that it was Michael Clarke, a left-hander, and the ball was going to his natural throwing hand.
I got the feeling that Paul Collingwood was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to get Bell away from strike because Warren had him in trouble. And Bell probably ball watching. I think Collingwood probably would have made it reasonably comfortably at Adam Gilchrist's end. Bell hesitated, I think, at least once, maybe twice. And that's cost him and England.
Here we go again. Just watch this. Let's see. Yes, he's not sure, is he? Well, it's interesting that he plays the shot. Bell was sort of in 2 minds down the other end. Collingwood obviously wanted to come. There was obviously had they both gone straight away, they'd have been okay.
Yeah, I agree, Tony. I think there was probably a run there. The fact that Bell kept looking over at Michael Clarke rather than just going certainly cost him.
Well, we saw a very close call. Ponting came very close to affecting a run out coming across from mid-wicket when England batted in the first innings. It was a oops, what's he done? Just seems to have a little bit of a knee problem there. Might go back to Brisbane.
Oh, it's either knee or hamstring, Tony. Maybe he's flexing the hamstring as well. He's been sitting in the change rooms now for about an hour. He's come out taking a very quick single to get off the mark. Now, the players are here probably an hour and a half before the start of play. They would have done an extensive warm-up, but his muscles may have cooled down in the hour between the warm-up and now. He's just maybe just twinged a hamstring, taking off for that quick single.
Well, he didn't dive to make his ground, which rather indicates to me that he did something in the running, felt something. Normal course of events, that was close enough to dive to make his ground. But the extra effort might have been a problem.
Oh, get it!
Well, it's right leg. Whether it's knee or hamstring, not too sure. The way he's trying to stretch it would suggest that it's probably his hamstring. Nicely taken by Gilchrist, standing over the stumps. It's 3 for 73. And so Warne causing a few problems here. Peterson now about to take him on for the first time in the second innings.
Well, this, to me, is going to be a really tough time for England. But Strauss, Cook and Bell back in the pavilion, sitting there ruminating on what might have been. Strauss definitely unlucky to be given out, caught by Hussey or Vaughan. Cook gone yesterday, Bell just run out. About the worst way to get out in a situation of this kind, any situation for that matter.
Oh, he's got him, he's bowled him round the legs. Well, that is a huge blow. That was the full one into the rough, and he's bowled him around his legs.
I just wonder if that hamstring strain that Kevin Peterson got brought about that sort of shot. It's actually hit off stump. Shane Warne's drifted it down the leg side. Peterson normally would stand up and hit that ball through bit on. Goes for the sweep and is bowled around his legs. Warne is now on fire. He's got 2. England are now 4 for 73.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
Well, Captain, what have you got for your team? England 4 for 73, a lead of 111. And Warne with his tail up. He's just picked up Kevin Peterson, the absolute must-have wicket. And Warne got it. This is a huge ask for Flintoff. England have lost 3 for 14. And this hits off stump.
There's an element of misfortune there to spin so far, so sharply, and just clip off stump, having been bowled around your legs. It's an unbelievable delivery, and history suggests this man can't be stopped.
And the extra bounce will excite Warne. It might be a slow pitch, but we're watching a master at work. If he gets extra bounce, he'll get excited. Now, what will hotspot show us? It'll show us exactly where it hits off stump. And it's an only just job.
Peterson just shuffled across before the bowler delivered the ball, which I don't think is a good idea when you're playing spin. Sure, have a little back and across movement against the quickies, but against the spinners, especially if you're playing Shane Warne in this situation, you really want to know where your stumps are. That could have caused Peterson a bit of a problem, that little shuffle.
A problem for England at the moment is they can't get any runs on the board. It's 4 for 73. England aren't getting it in extreme slow-mo. They're getting it all happening far too quickly at the moment. This was the end of Kevin Peterson, bowled round his legs by Shane Warne. Magnificent bit of leg spinning. Ball hitting off stump. So there's the suffering of Kevin Peterson as Stuart Clark gets ready to bowl to Paul Collingwood.
Be great to talk to Peterson right now. You wouldn't get the real answer out of him, but he didn't play that shot very much in the first innings. He transferred his balance with his front foot out to the ball and played with a straight bat. In this second innings, he's tried to paddle it really fine and overdone it. The length very full, got under his bat and around his legs. For some reason, there's been a bit of a change there. Was it Warne and the amount of spin he was getting that was scaring Peterson into play with the straight bat? Was it the hamstring strain or a little injury that he picked up this innings that Mark Taylor mentioned? But I don't think Chappelli was playing the sweep very often in the first innings, was he?
He certainly didn't play it at all when Warne was around the wicket, and I think he was not to. And I think there's that little shuffle across. Now you start to lose track of where you are, which is not a good idea with Warne spinning the ball that far from behind you. In fact, the line that Shane Warne bowls, you really want to stay on leg stump, so that you just got a better knowledge of where your stumps are. But he didn't sweep much at all in the first innings. You're quite right. He was looking to hit those down the ground more to mid-on.
Shane Warne almost seems to be making a point there, maybe to Adam Gilchrist, certainly to somebody in the group. It may be to Michael Clarke. Just wonder if the idea was to bowl very full, almost into the popping crease footmarks. It's like Clarke had the idea and Warne is acknowledging exactly that. Just wonder if they knew that Peterson wouldn't be able to resist the idea of the sweep stroke. And the fuller it is, ideally you sweep on length as much as you sweep on line, if not sometimes more so. It was pretty full to attempt the stroke, especially so early in the innings. Quite a ball. Oh! Every ball is like something that's going to explode as far as England are concerned now.
Well, this is what happens if you're the batting side and you let Australia slow your scoring right down. They used to do it with the tandem of Warne and McGrath. Today it's been Warne and Clarke. Once that scoring rate really slows, they virtually stop the scoring rate, you can bet your bottom dollar there's some wickets going to fall.
Oh, you know.
And it's a stressful day for you. Sitting in the sheds, looking at the Aussies fire up and feeling as if you're going nowhere. 95 balls they've bowled this morning and England have scored off 13. So it's tight, tense, nerve-wracking stuff. Somehow find a way to stay patient, stay relaxed, and fingers crossed you get through it. 4 down, 4 down. 3 wickets down in an hour and 10. Just what Australia wanted.
Oh, yes,
4 for 75. That's what we've had this morning, an hour and 11 minutes of play, 16 overs bowled by the Australians and just 16 runs scored by England as 3 wickets have fallen. Dramatic collapse of the run rate there. Ian Healy was just talking about the England dressing room. The other problem for them is that mentally this will have stunned them in that they've played so well throughout the match and feel that they've got themselves back to parity with Australia after the problems in Brisbane. So now the fear factor of letting that parity go, very difficult to deal with. Flintoff's going to pad away, I reckon, anything pitching outside leg stump, certainly while he gets settled.
Well, Fletcher has picked a couple of guys in the lower order for their batting. Today better be the day that their batting works. Geraint Jones and Giles, both in the side more for their batting than their primary skill. They better make those runs count today.
Well, Warne's burst back into this English top order. 2 for 26 against an order that are becoming more and more comfortable against him. So he's really going to enjoy creating hassles for as long as he possibly can on this day 5 effort by Australia. 2 for 26 from 13.5.
Oh. As an opponent like Australia closes in on you mentally, you find you can't play your natural game. Now, it's pretty unusual for Andrew Flintoff just to stroke a full toss to mid-off. It's a sign of the tension in the shoulders and the pressure. I feel a bit for Flintoff, given what he's committed to the series already. How he could do with the score here.
Yes, they want to put a slightly higher priority on runs. There just, to me, doesn't appear to be enough urgency to get runs. You start to do that, then you're throwing it back at the opposition. Even that full toss that you talked about, there wasn't a hell of a lot of urgency about scoring runs off that. It was just sort of stroke to mid-off. That's something that you've really got to pounce on as a batsman in this situation and put it away.
It was Collingwood that had a little bit of set 2 with Warne yesterday, and look what he's doing to him now. Silly point. Ponting, can he get any closer? Short leg, wideish first slip. Warne delaying tactics, really looking for a big delivery here.
Yep, sometimes you're best not mixing it. It's 4 for 76. Brett Lee into the attack instead of Stuart Clark. Clark bowled intelligently too. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Got Alistair Cook yesterday evening. Just a slip and, well, I suppose you'd call him a fourth slip rather than a gully in place. Guy in here quite fine. There's a short mid-wicket is the other closest catcher.
England should see this as an opportunity to score some runs. Brett Lee has always conceded runs. He's been an attacking bowler who takes wickets, but he does concede runs reasonably freely. So that's the way that England have got to look at this. Actually, the quote of the good doctors that I like best is, I don't like defensive shots, they only bring you threes.
Well, Ponting's aware of the likelihood of England attacking Lee. He's got a sweeper on the cover fence. And he's also got square leg back on the fence.
I think that's exactly what England need at the moment. A few defensive shots that go for 3. They could use a few of those.
I'm not sure about that position of Stuart Clark out there. You can see him in the top of your picture. Out the top there. He's behind point. Does that suggest Brett Lee's going to bowl a bit short? Maybe a short and wide if a cut shot's going to be played. Don't mind square leg, but Clark, for mine, could come a little forward of square and have Freddie Flintoff playing off the front foot, looking to edge or force through the covers.
Yes, he's not really a player of the cut stroke, actually. Flintoff, he likes to get forward and drive. He'll play the pull stroke. And he might play the uppercut, which would, in theory, go further behind square than where Clark is now. Looks to me like he's just determined to get in.
And getting in has been so difficult this morning. You know, if England thought Australia might come out a little bit lazily, they've been mistaken. Stuart Clark's spell in tandem with Warne, outstanding. 8 overs for 9 runs, Clark.
And it looks as if that's Lee's tactic, to bowl outside off stump. Another point about Flintoff, which it could be relevant to the rest of the day, is how injured is he? He only bowled 4 overs yesterday, and he was well down on pace. Now, if England end up having to defend a total, I don't know, another look at the comfortable no ball. It's a fair way over, as Brett Lee sometimes is. But anyway, whatever England have to defend, will they do it with a fit Flintoff or not?
Well, so far Brett Lee has bowled a few deliveries wide of off stump. I mean, what they really need now is another spell like Stuart Clark, because Stuart Clark was at the stumps. He dried the runs up, but he didn't do it by bowling negatively. In fact, he bowled very aggressively, Stuart Clark. So really, Australia don't want Brett Lee bowling to keep the runs down by bowling wide of off stump and then just occasionally at the stumps. He really needs to be at the batsman the whole time.
And surely it won't be long before the lines on his helmet get attacked. Brett Lee, a short ball, has to be a good one. It's a difficult wicket to bowl a short ball on. Ball's not really new either, 37 years old. 37 overs old, not quite as old as I mentioned, but 37 overs old, and so it needs to be good, otherwise Flintoff can get himself into the innings. No blue lines for some time, Mark.
No, and it's a career average that you have to look at the very first part of it when you make a judgment. If you think that 32 seems low for a player who's so able to take an attack apart, you've got to remember the difficult beginnings as a young man. It's 4 for 77. England lead by 115. They've got 6 second innings wickets in hand. Been a difficult morning for the tourists. Warne really has his tail up. He's getting it to rip. He's got the close catches in, the vultures waiting to devour English uncertainty.
It looks to me at the moment like batting for survival, and England have got to change that perception. That's how it'll look also to the Australian team out there. They'll be delighted with that approach.
Good. Nice and dry here.
He can't be stopped. Warne in this mood, fresh fingers. He's only been stopped 5 times, I reckon, by sides in this scenario. Hasn't got the job done 5 times in 140 something tests. He's unbelievable at carrying the expectations of his team into the 5th day and to a result. Can they stop the other end? Maybe that's the question.
Oh, yes, Shane.
That's when you're in trouble. With that sort of production from 10 overs, any batting side against most attacks is going to be in trouble.
We're watching a great bowler infiltrate the minds of the English tourists, and it's going to take a fantastic mental strength to deal with him and deal with the Australians today. We really do have an unusual situation here, having felt the game, or at least the draw might be the favourite. Australia win test matches. Of late, that table, well, it's an amazing performance. They win test matches.
And he's a big part of the last 15 years of dominance. You know, how do you play this? How do you get on top of this? So you either draw or lose. You rarely can beat this. And McGrath at the other end, at his peak at times in the last 15 years. And, you know, what can you do?
Good. Good hand, Warnie.
4 for 77. Strauss was caught by Mike Hussey at short leg, though replay suggested that wasn't the case, that he got a roughie. Ian Bell run out in a moment of dreadful indecision. It was good work from Clark and good work from Shane Warne. And then Peterson bowled round his legs by Warne.
It was the sort of run out that occurs when you start to get a bit nervous and you start to think about the situation and how it might go wrong. If you're thinking positively, that was a single. And Collingwood was looking for the run. It was his call. The ball's way behind point. Clark had to travel quite a distance. Really, Collingwood's call was correct. Just the response wasn't good enough from Bell.
What's that hit? Not the bat, says Rudy Curtin. And Brett Lee is quick to turn around and walk back to his mark. He can't afford any more indiscretions if he thinks he's got one of his opponents. Just glancing the thigh pad, is it?
Just the bottom of the thigh pad, I think. These are classics. You can make yourself believe it hit the bat or didn't hit the bat on those ones. Gilchrist and Warren weren't very positive in their appeal at all. Good take. Pressure still on.
Good call, Ian Healy.
Thank God I'm up here and not where Rudy Curtin and Steve Buckner are. The emotion Steve Buckner must feel at the moment. Does he, at this stage, know that the Strauss decision's not great? And what sort of pressure does he put himself under for the rest of this day? He's got Warren pounding in, spinning miles, and he's got to put that behind him and get on to the next one. And he's the man at Brett Lee's end at the moment, Rudy Curtin.
See, this is where it helps to be the local umpire. If you know the conditions here, you're not going to put yourself at the cathedral end for the second innings at the Adelaide Oval. Because that's generally the end where the major spinner is going to be bowling from. So if you're the local umpire, you go that end in the first innings, you know I'm not going to be there for Warren in the second innings.
Yeah, but then the wind changes on you. And he swaps in, you go, no. That's Andrew Strauss coming at Warren and not getting away with it. It's got to be said, the umpiring in this series has been of the highest quality. Brisbane and Adelaide. That one, the first blemish.
Yeah, it was, and it was well handled by Strauss, actually. Could easily have lost his rag, given he'd played well after a difficult start to the series. He's got a good temperament.
What about Matty Hayden there? Have a look at Matt Hayden at first slip with two hats on and no enthusiasm at all. He is not happy to see Strauss get given there.
Oh, it's out too. Yeah, Andrew Flintoff is caught at the wicket. Brett Lee lobbed the ball out there on a number of occasions. Flintoff was able to resist most of them, but not that one. In the end, the big fella wanted back on ball.
Well, that's what happens with tentative batting. He was very tentative at the crease, Andrew Flintoff. He wasn't looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over. A couple of balls before, he had a bit of a waft outside off stump. On that occasion, it was a half-hearted sort of drive, and he's gone. England are 5 for 77.
Geraint Jones will be England's new batsman. Andrew Flintoff's just gone, caught at the wicket by Adam Gilchrist. He had a few half volleys he couldn't put away. He reached at one and paid the price. Oh, England, this is a tough journey. 5 for 77. Paul Collingwood, who made 200 in the first innings, is on strike to Shane Warne. Jones has come in and will be at the non-strikers end. There's been quite a wait as Ponting has chatted to Warne about the field for Collingwood, but they're leaving it as it is. England have lost 4 for 8. And it's pitching outside leg stump.
That's great length, really good length that by Warne. Paul Collingwood not quite sure what to do. Sweep, move your feet to it, leave it go. How much is it going to spin? The length was right. He had Collingwood really thinking hard. And well done, Brett Lee. Even though he's been down on confidence in this series, and not confidence, but wickets, he has never let up. And he's got a wicket last over, a big one.
Down, yes, Haas.
And again, indecision from England between the wickets. Maybe Collingwood didn't know where the ball had gone. That's the only thing you could say. Clipped it into the feet or legs of the man at short leg, who's Michael Hussey. That took all the pace off the ball. Jones did know where it had gone and fancied the single, but Collingwood said no, they're safe.
Yeah, well, the body language just hasn't been good from England with the run out, uncertainty there. Jones didn't exactly stride out to the wicket like he meant business. He looked more to me like a man who was walking to the gallows.
Well, that must be pitching outside leg stump too.
Not much though. That is outstanding bowling, not the big ripping turner. Less loop, straighter at the stumps. Just pitched out leg, I'd imagine, outside leg, but not the big spinner. So just hovering, changing lines, lengths, amount of spin. Warne at his best.
Oh, shame.
This is masterful bowling. I guess other than the odd wrong one, everything else is there. And remember, this is a bloke in prime form who played Warne very, very... You could say clipped it into the feet or legs of the man at short leg, who's Michael Hussey. That took all the pace off the ball. Jones did know where it had gone and fancied the single, but Collingwood said no, they're safe.
Yeah, well, the body language just hasn't been good from England with the run out, uncertainty there. Jones didn't exactly stride out to the wicket like he meant business. He looked more to me like a man who was walking to the gallows.
Now that must be pitching outside leg stump too.
Not much though. That is outstanding bowling, not the big ripping turner. Less loop, straighter at the stumps. Just pitched out leg, I'd imagine, outside leg, but not the big spinner. So just hovering, changing lines, lengths, amount of spin. Warne at his best.
Oh, shame.
This is masterful bowling. I guess other than the odd wrong one, everything else is there. And remember, this is a bloke in prime form who played Warne very, very well in the first innings, made tremendous double hundred. And at the moment, every single ball bowled might as well be an exploding bomb.
Oh, yes, PG.
Extraordinary intensity here at the Adelaide Oval. It's 5 for 77.
Pitched outside leg.
Well, you're obviously with Alinta Energy.
Yeah, of course. Especially with their great energy deal.
Shall we test them out?
Turn it off, mate. Join over 1 million Australians. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
England lead by 115. They've got to take something from that figure, improve it and believe in themselves. Here are Richie Benaud, Michael Slater and Bill Laurie.
And what a session of Test cricket. Stuart Clark was right on the money. Warne magnificent. And finally Lee chipping in with a big wicket of Flintoff. It's wonderful cricket from the Australian. 11 overs, 2 for 7 from Shane Warne at his brilliant best. Brett Lee Lee to the England skipper, Flintoff. Just a wonderful over. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Fraction wide, a little bit of outswing. Half plays. Does half plays again. Plays. And goodbye. Magnificent bowling.
Bad batting, Bill. They were all very wide of off stump. And Flintoff, who likes to get bat on ball, was just lured in. He felt he needed to hit something. He could have let them all go easily.
Michael, when you send a stupid run out, probably your best batsman's missed a full toss and bowled around his legs, and your captain, the pressure is enormous. Leader Flintoff, line off stump, good pace, 140 Ks or thereabouts. What a wonderful morning for Ricky Ponting and his team. The game not over, but my word, the pressure's tremendous. They started at 1 for 59, straight through to Gilchrist. I've hardly played an aggressive shot in the first hour and a half.
No. Well, this session, it's 4 for 18 runs. So you say they haven't played a big shot. Well, they certainly haven't. And Flintoff wanted to play that big shot, didn't he? He tailed away. Well, Lee had been bowling consistently wide to build pressure, and that'd be an Australian plan, thinking, well, Flintoff likes bat on ball, so if we hang it out there, he'll come to us. Let him come to us. Snicko, there it is. Big Nick.
First half hour this morning, they were none for 9. There's no intent. Warren at his best. The run. Jones off the mark. This is great cricket by the Australians. This morning, one felt that the only team that could win would be Australia. Couldn't see England bowling Australia out in 3 hours, but 5 for 78 in the 41st over. Unbelievable. 3 tracker. Held its line, really. Big Nick. Straightened up, straight to the keeper. Lee actually pushing into the breeze here from the city end. Collingwood, can he do it again?
Keeps charging in, doesn't he, Brett Lee? 143.4 kilometres an hour, and he'll vary that up to maybe low one or high 140s to high 130s. So there's always a range about 10 to 15 kilometres naturally, and then there's the slow ball.
Can Paul Collingwood be a hero again? Can he bat all day? Can he score some runs? Put Australia out of the picture, but at the moment they're really struggling. There's 2 twos this morning off the bat. And what we've been saying is a great batting pitch. Magnificent bowling. Oh, half fishing, 5 for 78. Shane Warne, magnificent bowling. He's the best ever. This is his last over. Outside leg stump. Full toss. Beautifully bowled. Outside the leg stump, just a fraction. Oh, spinning away. Straight to the man at mid-wicket. It's all pressure from Warne. He just loves this situation. Silly point. Slip, bad pad. For Jones, the wicket keeper. It's well played off the back foot. Nicely played. Guarantee they're watching a few of those mobile phones in the office at the moment at work, eh?
They'll be on everywhere. Don't you worry about that. The fact that this, you know, it seemed to be fizzling to a draw. No way. Not Test cricket these days. Something's always going to happen. It's been batting paradise out there, but in terms of that, batters have also said it's been very slow. Very hard to generate pace on the ball. Therefore, the scoring rate can be knocked off very quickly if the bowling's good. But if you're out there trying to survive a test match, as England are now, it's dangerous territory because you're not troubling the scorers.
All England fans out there, if they want to get on a draw, it's $63 at the moment for a draw.
Is it really?
$1.63. I got excited there.
I thought we were going to lose you as a commentator. You were heading down.
I was going for my wallet.
Yeah. The first time you laid a bet, Bill.
Use a pen next time, Greggy. England 60 for a win. Australia $2.68. Oh boy, that frightened the bookies, didn't it? What with mobile phones and bookmakers, were having a lot of fun. 5 for 79.
Easy, would have been a smart bookie.
Talk about the pitch. This is the same pitch. It's an attitude thing. Ian Chappell was spot on early on. If you don't play any shots, next morning when the new ball's 20 overs old, you're going to be in trouble against Warne. Clark and Warne just shut him down. It's turning short. Peterson missed a full toss, sweeping, a run out, a doubtful decision against Strauss. It's all been pressure. It's almost a wide. Well bowled, forced him on the back foot. One run off the over, 5 for 79. It's all happening at the Adelaide Oval. All the pressure on England. They lead by 117 with 5 wickets in hand. Can they hang on? What's happening at lunchtime, O'Donnell?
There's going to be plenty happening at lunch, Bill, just the same as there is out in the centre of the Adelaide Oval. Jason Gillespie, he'll talk to us about his double century. Now, that was not with the ball, it was actually with the bat, and we'll take an update from Brisbane on the Aussie Swim Championships. But Tuffers, your boys, they're now your boys, I'm not with you anymore, they're not going too well. Look, it takes the big fella a little while to get warmed up, but he'll be right by lunchtime. What's coming your way on the cricket show?
Every time I send Tupnell, I think of him catching you with that hook shot here at the Adelaide Oval.
First time he's never uttered a word.
Brett Lee. Oh, close, very close, maybe just going down leg side, was it? Beautiful delivery, 144.7, that's sharp.
I think we'll find that's a pretty good decision. That jag back so sharply from outside off stump. Yeah, according to that, just outside leg stump, but it did come back a long way.
Well, it was Hawkeye just suggesting it was flicking the stump, so for me that's a very good decision.
Jones and Collingwood at the crease. Collingwood 1 of 32. The man that made 206 in the first innings. Here's the shout. From where he's bowling from, he probably thought that was very close. Just shaping down the leg side. Good decision.
It's a huge sign for Brett Lee, though, on the Australians, that reverse swing. So hard for the new batsman, and it's Jones trying to take on a Lee who's bowling consistently wide of the off stump, and that'll be a surprise delivery. Bring it back into him.
Oh, Yorker, beautifully played. No ball called. Showing the way they're going to score at the moment for no ball.
Almost no toe as well.
Australia lead 1-0 in the series. Can they make it 2? Still a long way to go in this match. 5 wickets needed. The lead's 118. Genuine no ball, that one. Well over.
Searching for that extra pace. He knew he was bowling the full one, the Yorker. Dipper, very hard to play, but in the search of extra pace, just overstepping.
Well, there's no doubt now that reverse swing has moved in. Aren't too many better bowlers of it in Australia than Brett Lee. I haven't seen him bowl the one that goes away to the right-hander with reverse swing, but this one, an absolute cracker.
How can you bat for almost 2 hours in the Adelaide Oval and only hit 2 twos, attacking fields?
I think it's their batting plan, and I don't understand it. I agree with Ian Chappell. I'm of the same philosophy that if you're out there, you play your natural game as much as you can. And to get out playing the big Freddie Flintoff shot.
Oh, it didn't bounce. Slower, 132.7.
But it's what you've said, Bill. It's the pressure that this scenario brings on the batting side. And Australia batting beautifully. I mean, bowling beautifully. Shane Warne, how do you get him away when he's turning it as far as he is? Brett Lee's not really giving too many half volleys. And if anything, they're wide of off stump. So it's hard to slash.
He got 1 for 143 in the first innings. It's the same pitch.
But he's mixing it up, and you can just see there's a couple of deliveries wide of off stump. You've got to take a risk to play that. That's what Flintoff attempted to do, and he nicked it. And then there's the Fuller one.
Buys. Two buys. The over bowled is 5 for 82. England win by 120. They really need to bat for another session and make another 80 runs. 5 for 82. Collingwood, Jones at the crease. Warne continues.
Oh, yes, Shane. Reach that gap.
Great competitor, Shane Warne. He'll be talking to Paul Collingwood, keeping the pressure on. I wonder what he's saying as Warne says, how's that? Only one. A bit of support from Gilchrist, but...
Don't worry about the ball or me, just watch your line.
Good advice, I reckon. Bit of a jousting between those two. It was Collingwood that didn't hold back when Warne was batting yesterday.
Not sure what the umpire's doing there. I don't think you should have to cop that.
What's wrong with that? Gamesmanship.
Oh, may well be, but not sure it's right. It's a great performance here by Shane Warne. He's right on the money. 17.3 overs. Ball spinning, looping. That was a wrong one coming back in. Collingwood showed in the first he's got a great concentration and temperament. It's going to be tested here today. He's 1 off 36. Unbelievable.
So he's made most of his runs in the first innings of this match.
That's for sure, Richie. He's got 207 on the board for the match and he's struggling. Well bowled. Staying over the wicket too. Bowled so many overs in the first innings into the rough. Using the pitch, good length to spin the ball. It's a good start to what's going to be a great career for Paul Collingwood. He's a fighter, there's no doubt about that. With a lot of talent. There's the wrong one. Spins back a fraction, not a lot. Oh, a maiden again, 5 for 82. They've flown 10,000 miles for this. They're biting their fingernails now. First 2 days they were laughing and jumping around as you would, enjoying themselves in Adelaide. All of a sudden the pressure right on.
Says it all though, doesn't it? 4 for 23. A run rate of under 1 run per over since the first ball this morning. And over a period of time, once you're batting so slowly and you're not looking to score, if you do get a half volley, you really aren't in any mood or mode to play aggressively.
Jones is a fighter, isn't he? That's why he's in the side. I thought he had a fairly good game with the gloves. He's been under pressure by some of the media to maybe give way to a better keeper. This is his chance. If he can bat through today, he'll be a hero.
You don't think the Aussies are just having a little chip away at him at the moment?
Well, apparently they do, according to you. I'm not sure that I'd be chipping away. I think I'd be just keeping quiet for a while, because it's like a funeral out there for England. They can't score. It's all quiet. It's nicely played. It's worked the square for a single, but what a morning for Australia. Strauss in good form last night, as was Bell, who was unfortunately run out this morning. And all of a sudden it's 5 for 83 and the lead 121.
Well, for interest, I just got Max Kruger to give me the score sheet from the Edgbaston second test match last year, because there are some similarities. It's taken a slightly different shape, but it's amazing how the series has... Australia won the first one in 05 easily. They have done here.
Good shout, maybe back pad, maybe going down leg side. Lee wasn't that enthusiastic that time.
But he is making certain that he turns round and appeals to the umpire instead of appealing to his teammates, putting his arm around them, getting down the other end in about a second and a half.
He's coming back to that Edgbaston test there, Bill. It was England who scored 407 in the first innings. Australia made 308, so 99 behind. And then Australia dismissed England in their second innings for 182 runs, which meant that Australia needed 282 for victory, and they made 279, and it took them 64.3 overs to get within 2 runs of victory. So, I mean, you talk of similarity and you talk of enough time in the game for a result. We've got enough time. England are only 121 runs ahead, and there is plenty of overs today.
Wide at that time, Lee of the crease, using the crease nicely. He's bowled well. He's backed up Clark, who bowled a superb spell. That LBW was a pitch, pitches outside, cuts back. No, inside edge. Is it the height? Looking very close in that replay. It's quite wide there. Falls over a fraction, hits the seam, jags back. Too high.
What about the shape? How much is that moving through the air?
5 for 83. Paul Collingwood not out one. 42 deliveries he's faced. Hot conditions, and Warne just before the luncheon break, bowling with the breeze coming from mid-on down to third man now. It's swung around a bit. Almost bowling with the breeze, coming over his shoulder. Sweep is very fine, almost behind Gilchrist. Oh, got past him. That's okay. Single.
Hussey, the man in there. He almost walks in sometimes. He's so keen in the state of the game. Would have been miraculous, but occasionally they stick. And the way it's all panning out for Australia, I wouldn't have been surprised if it did.
Paul Collingwood on strike. Quicker ball. Forced him onto the back foot. Well played. See the breeze there blowing in Warne's hair. It's getting quite strong now. Maybe getting around to the northwest a bit now. Why wouldn't you hit that? Full pitch, almost trying to bowl him round his legs. As was the case with Kevin Peterson. He's laughing, Paul Collingwood. He knows he's mucked that up a bit.
Well, there's no one at 45, so you could be thinking of the sweep shot, but then he's probably replaying the vision of the Peterson dismissal and doesn't want to get out the same way.
Better shot, positive shot. Could be the first boundary, it is. A big cheer from the Barmy Army, much needed by Paul Collingwood. Quickly onto the back foot, punched it through mid-wicket.
It was a flipper from Warren, the one that skids through straight on. Didn't quite pitch it where he wanted. He produced the back foot shot, which was the intention, but just a bit too short.
And it took him 36 deliveries to get his that boundary. 50 minutes without scoring. Possibly the one that Bill mentioned, why didn't he try and have a go at it? He might have been thinking of this dismissal. Because the sweep shot, you tend to bring your leg inside the line just a little bit, or Peterson did on that occasion, and the ball hit off stump. So Collingwood reluctant to make the same mistake.
Warren just before the luncheon break. Possibly his last over. One ball to go in this over. Going around the wicket to Paul Collingwood. 177 balls between boundaries. That's obviously the last night. Shane Warne comes back over the wicket now again. Changes his mind. One ball to go. Oh! 5 off the over, 5 for 88. This will be the last over before the luncheon break on the 5th and final day. Brett Lee charging in. Well played, well forward. Jones on that occasion gets a single.
And the batsmen now will be looking as hard as they can at Brett Lee's hand as he's running in. Because it's going Irish, you can pick up at times the darker side or lighter side, and that can normally the lighter side will be the shiny side, and that's the direction the ball is going to swing at the moment. That first delivery moved away from the right-hander. So Collingwood now will be focusing as much as he can on the ball just to see if he can get a sneak peek at which side that shiny side is.
In the old days when Grabban was batting, people used to walk down from the city here in Adelaide to watch him bat. I've got a feeling this afternoon they'll be pouring in to watch the finish of this match. Brett Lee charging in. Could be a result, could be a tight draw, anything could happen this afternoon. 2 sessions to go after this final over before the luncheon break.
Shiny side, the darker side. You can see the roughing on this side of the ball, so the ball will be swinging away. And in fast motion, when he's charging in, it can be hard to distinguish, but Brett Lee isn't really trying to hide it. And so there'll be 2 deliveries and over where it'll be reversed and it'll come back in quickly.
30 runs added in the session for the loss to 4 wickets. Superb bowling by Clark, the city end, Warne, Cathedral end, and now Brett Lee. It's been all Australia, they've been all over England. But they still lead by 127 with 5 wickets in hand. What an afternoon it's going to be. It's a pressure cooker, it's going to be warm outside. Warm in that English dressing room. You'll be sitting there on your seat, watching every ball from Englishman, hoping the batsman can play well. They've got to face Warne for at least 2 sessions, probably. One would probably save it for them.
Those extraordinary things, if you try to explain a session of cricket like this to people who don't know much about it, they'd say, well, it's got to be extremely boring. That is the Andrew Strauss wicket by Hussey Vaughan, and there was definitely no hot spot. It's a run out there, beautiful piece of fielding by Michael Clark. Behind his pads, round his legs, Peterson by Warne, and then Flintoff caught behind.
Yorker, well played. One ball remaining in this first session of the final day, and what a session it's been. 4 days where the bowlers have struggled for wickets. They worked very hard. Hoggard bowled a lot of overs for his 7 for 109. And this morning, Warren's been magnificent, backed up by Clark and Lee. Super cricket. That's why they call it Test cricket. Really been tested here this morning, England. Silly point comes in. Short mid-wicket, slip in a gully. So at lunch, England 5 for 89, lead by 127. Wonderful session of bowling, good captaincy by Ponting, and can Australia win, Richard?
Well, I think we're out of the area where England can win. Australia could certainly win, and then there's the chance of a very, very tight draw late in the day. 5 for 89 at the moment, 47 overs gone. Batsman out, Strauss for 34, Cook 9 yesterday, Bell 26, Collingwood is 5 not out in a long time and many balls faced. And the bowling figures, Lee 1 for 18, Warren 2 for 33 from 19 overs and 8 maidens. And Clark 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Bowled very well again. And the score is England 5 for 89.
Going into Adelaide, which I think's been nicknamed Amazing Adelaide, that's not what I'd call it. I'd call it Awful Adelaide, I reckon.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance by the whole team, that's for sure, and it was nice to be a part of.
Even though they were behind right through days 1, 2 and 3 and the best part of day 4, they always felt they were a chance of winning, and that was the biggest difference in the two sides. I reckon England thought when Australia got to about 400 in their first innings that the game was going to be a draw. And they let the game meander.
Late on the 4th day was where it started to go wrong for England, because just watching the way they were batting, you thought to yourself, they've decided this is going to be a draw. And once you decide that as a player, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. The big thing that Australia had going for them was the fact that Warren believed that this match could still be won.
You know, sometimes people can talk the talk and say, yeah, we can win, but they don't actually believe. I actually believed we could, and I think that was the difference.
We took a lot of confidence out of the first test in Brisbane by the way we played the game, by the way we won that test so convincingly.
But I remember doing the press conference after the test at Brisbane, saying we've been in this position before. We lost the first test in 2005 and we came back from that to win the series. However, the words were coming out of my mouth, but I can't honestly say I believed them.
After the Gabba, I think we all felt that England were a better side than what they'd shown us in the first test, and they were. And we also knew that the Adelaide would be a very good wicket, a good batting wicket, an opportunity for them to come and show us what they could do, and they certainly did do that. For the first day and a half, 2 days, they dominated the game. So I think they showed that they had a lot of class players in there who didn't really do a lot in the first test match.
I just love the Adelaide Test match, and probably one of my favourite Test matches on the Australian circuit. The crowd's brilliant, the ground's absolutely fantastic.
Unfortunately, we lost the toss and England batted.
If you lose the toss in Adelaide, you know you're in for a serious bit of pain for at least a day and a half.
That's a good shot.
We started off really well.
Oh, he's gone for it. He's played it beautifully. There it is. That'll be 100. That's well played. That's a superb 100 for Collingwood and for England.
We had our backs to the wall at the start of that test match.
Yes.
And we piled the runs on.
And smashed us all over the park.
Nicely struck. Wang doesn't make it. 550 up. And he declares.
We got a big score, we declared, and then Australia came out to bat.
Got him, big wicket, beautifully bowled the skipper. Right on line, he dug it in short, leg of play, went to the gully, good catch, great start England.
I remember sitting in the dressing room at the end of day 2. I think we'd lost 1 wicket in our innings, and I remember thinking, I'm absolutely exhausted here. 2 days in the field, and it was amazing to think what was going to unfold over the next sort of 3 days.
Up until Ashley Giles drops Ricky Ponting.
Oh, and a short delivery. This is out. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, no!
I think that was a turning point in that match. It could have been amazing Adelaide for us if that catch would have been taken. But on this occasion, unlike 2005, things weren't going our way.
We were in a bit of trouble through the game. We started to make a bit of runs. The tail managed to wag a bit with Michael Clark making a fantastic 100.
Well played. 3rd Test 100.
And I think we got to 500 or so, so had a 50-odd run lead going to the last day.
It was a great effort by the boys to get up close to their score, and yeah, I thought it was going to be a draw.
I remember having dinner with Shane Warne on the night of day 4, and me saying that, you know, tomorrow's going to be a long day. It's, you know, England probably just try and bat the whole day out, and the second test will be a draw. And I remember Warney saying very clearly to me that we would win the test, and I thought, how are we going to bowl England out firstly, and then have enough time left in the day to, you know, to make the runs.
I was just adamant we could win because I knew what the English mindset would be. I knew we could actually do it if we bowled well.
Warney has that habit of making something happen. So, as a guy who was lucky enough to captain him, as I was, you always thought if you had Shane Warne on your side, there was a chance something might happen your way, and that's why you're happy to give him the ball. So when England go into the day 5, 1 for 50, and their overall lead is probably something like 70 or 80, you think to yourself, well, we need to take 9 wickets, and somehow they've got to make runs and take 10. Their chances aren't good. We've got Shane Warne. If he bowls well, we're a chance of taking those 9 wickets.
Oh yes, they're holding it up, but I don't. Oh yes, he's given him. Oh, and he's got him. It's a run out. Oh, he's got him. He's bowled him. He's bowled him around the legs.
Once we got KP out first ball around his legs, I sort of went up to Michael Clark. I said, look, I told you. I said we can do this.
Warne is now on fire. He's got 2.
His effervescence rubbed off on the rest of the team.
Oh, it's out too.
I think everyone, as much as they really believed then, you know, they were committed to it and said, yep, well, let's go.
Got him!
The one thing about Australia, what they do really well is if they get on top of you, they don't let you back up. You know, once you're down, they keep kicking you. And that's what they were doing. They were just grinding us down. And we ground to a halt and then started getting out.
It was just playing into Warney's hands. It was like a big theatre to him that now he's got the England batsman right where he wants them.
Got him. Clean bowled him.
You could almost just see England sort of getting tenser and tenser with every wicket that fell.
That's off a shot. Chance is given him. He's got him. Wow, big wicket.
The problem was you need to score runs. And we were batting for time and it didn't really work. We weren't far enough in front of the game to bat for time, and he still needed runs to play Australia out of it.
We just kept finding a way to change the game, to get a wicket.
We obviously had a fair bit of momentum, and the crowd were really starting to build up as well and get right into the game.
Oh, there's a shout this time. He's got him this time.
When we got England out, I remember Warney saying, I told you we'd win this test match, and that was still with 160 odd runs to get.
I remember when we got that last wicket, just getting a shot of adrenaline or nerves or you know, anything, thinking, wow, we've actually bowled them out, we've got a chance, we can do this.
Langer goes bang.
Justin Langer set the tone. With the first ball, he smashed the ball through mid-wicket for 4 and basically sent a message to our dressing room that we're right up for this chase, and it also sent a message to England that we weren't just going to try and hang in there and survive and try and creep our way there. We were going to really take it to them and be very positive.
Oh, miss it. It hits the stumps and it goes for 4, does it?
They came out and hit us hard from the word go, and obviously we're striving for the win.
For us, we were looking at it like a one-day game. It was about consolidate at the top, build some partnerships, and then we'd cash in at the end.
We still had a chance of getting out of this test if we took some wickets.
Oh, it's got him. That's caught in the gully. And England, the first little sniff.
Australia can come out, be aggressive, score quickly.
It's through. Oh, bad ball. Bang. What a shot. Magnificent shot through mid-wicket. Pressure right on England now. In the air, should be out. Mid-wicket coming around, got to catch it for England. He does. He does. It's 2 for 33.
And Hussey came out and played well.
Oh, great shot, the weight cut. We haven't seen many of them in this match. Sweeps. And sweeps brilliantly.
And he's got it. He's hit it straight to extra cover. Well, they needed that one desperately.
Damien Martin's gone. Bang! Straight down the ground. Glorious stroke. It's got him! Goes straight down his throat. Damien Martin went for the square cut and went straight to Strauss. Short gully or third or fourth slip, who cares?
When I walked out the bat, Michael Hussey was in, and it was about me and him. We'd spent a lot of time batting together in the shorter form of the game. It was about communicating how many runs we needed, how many balls we had left, which bowlers, Michael Hussey felt more comfortable with compared to who I felt most comfortable with.
Oh, good shot. Takes the shackles, Michael Clark.
The way Michael Hussey was hitting the ball, though, my job was very easy. It was about getting off strike and letting him face because he was batting beautifully.
Sweeps. Oh, did he hit that well? Yes! Oh, how good was that? Magnificently placed off the full face of the bat. Soft hands, boundary.
The thing about cricket is that you can see the outcome sometimes way before it actually happens. And I remember wanting to pull his ears off at one point because he kept hitting these boundaries and he kept fist pumping to the dressing room. And that was hurting that every time he did that.
I certainly started to lose control of my emotions a little bit. I was, punching the air, and every run that we got, I was sort of yelling at myself and saying, keep going and come on, keep hitting the ball in the middle, and fist pumps to the boys and all that sort of stuff. And the crowd were really getting into it as well. They were counting down the runs, underneath the scoreboard there. It was absolutely packed, counting down every run, and it was just an amazing place to be, an amazing feeling to be out there in the middle.
Through cover he goes.
The closer and closer we got to their score, the more nervous I became, because you're getting that close, you want to finish the job, but you're never quite there, and you don't want to stuff it up when you get so close.
5 runs for victory. Oh, there he goes. What a shot. What a cricketer. Punches the air, so he should.
I wanted to kill him. Mr. Cricket himself.
I was desperate to be there at the end. The crowd were going nuts, I sort of remember that. I remember I just wanted Jimmy Anderson to hurry up and run in and bowl. We needed one run.
This will be one of the best victories we've seen in 30 years of television on Channel 9. 1 run to win. Seagulls are flying, saluting the Australians. There it is, wonderful victory, wonderful innings. There goes Michael Hussey. Listen to the crowd.
Hitting those winning runs it's probably the best feeling I've ever had on a cricket field. It was just pure emotion and pure ecstasy really running through your body, and then you look up to the team and you see the effect that it had on the boys. They were bouncing around and jumping around. We'd won this amazing test match when no one gave us a chance to win, and then it was also something that I'd hardly ever seen in an Australian team. They came running onto the pitch, the players, and it was just a fantastic feeling.
I'd go to say that we lost the Ashes then. I think having got beaten that test match when we played pretty much as good as that team could have done, to then get beat, I think after that test, we was always going to stare down the barrel of 5-0.
said a lot about the people we had in the team. You know, Ricky and Shane Warne and John Buchanan, basically the leaders of our team, sort of instilling the confidence in the team and the belief in the team that we could win. We could win this game, and we should be going for the win at all times. I think that was really important, and that's probably what Ashes, not just Ashes spirit, but that's what Test cricket spirit's all about.
We just did everything right, and I think when you look back into these sort of things, you start talking about it. It's a pretty amazing victory, and definitely one of the best.
So I think they're the memories that stick with you forever. And I've said for a long time that more than the individual success, the team success will always sit in the front of my mind. And I think Adelaide Test match is one of those moments.
And a very good afternoon from the Adelaide Oval. It's a glorious sight. Quite a strong breeze across the ground, but it's a warm breeze on a hot day. Absolutely clear sky, conditions good for what is developing into quite some cricket match. England have had a nightmare of a morning. In 28 overs, they lost 4 for 30, scoring it to barely more than a run and over. Paul Collingwood has hung on for dear life, just as you'd expect him to do. He made a double hundred in the first innings, but this is very different fare that he's receiving from the Australians today. Geraint Jones is unbeaten with 5. Now, first to go, of course, was yesterday evening. That was Alistair Cook. Just getting the better of him is Stuart Clark at present. Cook finding Clark a handful. Then today, Andrew Strauss given out a bat pad. Strauss certainly didn't feel that he'd hit that, and neither did Matthew Hayden at slip, for that matter. Then brilliant work by Michael Clarke and very cool work by Shane Warne. Well, they made them pay the price for the indecision. Ian Bell was run out, then Kevin Peterson out sweeping. Bowled round his legs by Warne, spinning it out of the rough stuff. And then Andrew Flintoff playing at a wide ball in an indeterminate innings and getting a little thin nick through to Adam Gilchrist. So the Australians have done really, really well to create something out of a situation that most of us felt was heading towards a draw. But once you've got Warne in your side and that kind of determination and will, you can make things happen. Warne, 19 overs, 2 for 33. Stuart Clark, 1 for 22, is very tidy. A wicket there for Brett Lee. We haven't seen McGrath. We've seen some very good cricket by the Australians. Some interesting field settings. And England finding it very difficult to break the shackles. All credit to Ricky Ponting's men. I've got Mark Taylor and Ian Healy alongside me.
Hi, everyone. Well, England didn't have a sucker punch or a killer punch this time yesterday. They walked, they meandered out on the field. They had no spark about them, and they didn't seem to know how they could push for victory. Now they're looking down the barrel of a defeat. Australia, you watch them spark up in this session. The bowlers will be good, they'll be intense. The captain will be swapping his bowlers left, right and centre, and the batsmen under the pump. A great lesson in how to win a test, or attempting to win a test. England flat, Australia bubbly.
28 overs were bowled this morning in the pre-lunch session, 4 for 30. You can hardly believe it after what we've seen here in the first 4 days, where the bat has just dominated the ball. All of a sudden, a fortunate decision goes for Shane Warne with the removal of Andrew Strauss, then a mix-up with a run-out, and then some good bowling, and Andrew Flintoff not a great shot, and all of a sudden England are under pressure. But I thought Jones and Collingwood did well. I don't often talk about a good 12 partnership, do you? But they hung in really well at 5 for 77. That was about sort of 45 minutes before lunch. They needed to really be there at lunch, and they did do that. They only added 12 runs, but they hung in there. But they're going to need to hang in there for another hour now.
We quite often talk about batsmen with too many options, and choosing the right ones can often be difficult. Well, the same can be said for this bloke. He's talking to Ricky Ponting there. There's so many things he could try, but they've got to try and pick the right plan for the right batsman, and that's what they were probably mulling over just then. Well, what do you reckon I should try to this bloke? And then for the other bloke, we tried this, and he's good enough to execute them and change quickly between them. And every skill's been on show. Those bowlers who have prospered in this test match, Clark, Hoggard and Warne now, have produced real skill, and they've had to.
Right, the second session of play on the final day in Adelaide. Geraint Jones on strike to Shane Warne. And Warne is right on the mark straight away, ripping the ball and bouncing it. He asks a question every time.
He's got good fitness, hasn't he, Shane Warne? He comes out, he's bowled what? This is his 20th over in this innings. He bowled 53 in the first. First ball after lunch, already asking questions of the batsman.
Physically strong, 15th over today, huge shoulders. Driving that hit through a goal. What bowling, what bowling. They think they got him. Oh, well. Now, I wonder if Gilchrist is suffering from going for the stumping. I wonder if Buckner thinks that the stumping was the possibility, because that did sound like an edge. I've got to say that.
It's brilliantly bowled, low and flat, and spins sharply into the gloves of Gilchrist, and he does go for the stumping before he realises it's a catch. So you could be right, Mark. Great delivery. What is it, second ball after lunch, and then Gilchrist goes up. The umpire's got to think, well, hang on, you didn't even know it was a catch.
That's right, you go a bob each way, you create doubt in everybody's mind. It's good instinctive work by Gilchrist, it's not a criticism of him, but if there was doubt in Buckner's mind, is it compounded by that move?
Well, Geraint Jones does hit himself on the leg as well, and that would have thrown another little anomaly into the equation. Lots of noises in there. Shouts for catch, stumping. But also, there was certainly a time there where Geraint Jones hits himself on the leg. Now, he may even nick the ball at the same time he hits himself on the leg, but there's a lot to consider. If you're an umpire, and if you're not sure, you've got to give it not out, and that's exactly what Steve Buckner did.
Hot spot suggests, well, there might just be a little mark there. It's by no means conclusive. Certainly Jones does hit the back of the pad there, or the right side of that front pad with his bat. That's very inconclusive.
Or it's very conclusive. That little white point on the ball, probably where it landed. There's nothing on the bat, is there? That I saw. Obviously, a bit, Mark, you think there was. I didn't see anything there.
Oh, yes, Shane.
Definitely hit the pad. Very fine. There's not going to be much heat created by that.
I mean, listen, I'm not at all sure either. All I'm saying is it's inconclusive enough for Steve Buckner to give it not out.
There is a mark before the ball goes past the bat, isn't there? So that's where it has pitched. You'll see the white right there.
Maybe Steve Buckner's got another one right. The drama continues at the Adelaide Oval. It's 5 for 90. 6 for Jones, 5 for Collingwood. They are clinging on. The partnership of 13 has taken 55 balls. Extraordinary pressure and intensity here at the Adelaide Oval. England have to stay alive. England cannot go down 2-0 now at this stage. Fought so hard to get their self-esteem and really played some good cricket in the game. Australia sense an opportunity, and the Australians just love to go for the jugular. They're good at it. They win test matches. England lead by 128. Can they cling to that as a valuable advantage? Can they turn it into 200? Safe and 4.
Nothing much went right for the English before lunch. Two very close shaves here. Brett Lee before lunch. Collingwood not sure whether to play or let go. So too Jones. In swinging and out swinging. Jamming the feet in the crease. Getting some variable bounce.
Then first ball from Brett Lee after lunch, straight through second slip. I'm not really sure why Australia have got two back for the hook. I reckon he's a wasted man at this stage. I'd like to see the man on the square leg boundary come up now. There's not a lot of bounce in this pitch. Everything's shooting low. LBW and bowl to the major mode of dismissal, and maybe a catch and slip.
I think that partly he's a protector too. The go might be to bring the long leg field around much squarer. There's an idea of the scoring rate. England finding life difficult. Lead of 132, however. Precious runs. And the crowd building a little at the Adelaide Oval. That isn't a surprise.
Yeah, it is. They're streaming in the gates at lunch break. There's a few more starting to fill up the alleyways and get any vantage point they can. Just a peek, a glimpse of what might happen here this afternoon. Well, did he hit it? We haven't really decided whether he hit it or not. Warren absolutely shattered that this didn't get given out. He smashes his pad. The Australians are up in unison.
Nothing on the Snicko as the ball goes by the bat. Nothing. The only movement from the graph there is when the bat hits the pad. That might tell the story, though Adam Gilchrist won't agree with Snicko.
For the third time this summer.
Got him! Good sharp catch. Geraint Jones has gone now. Matty Hayden has taken the catch in the gully. Brett Lee has another wicket. England have a problem, a really big problem.
That is a superb catch from Matthew Hayden. It's not the greatest shot, to be fair, but that's gone quickly to his right. He's taken it two hands and kept his balance. That is a brilliant catch. He wouldn't have had a lot of time to see that. That's the sort of catch that can win your match. Brilliant from Hayden. Jones is now gone. 6 for 94.
Not only will it be tense and concerned dressing room, but my God, imagine being the guy come out to join Paul Collingwood now. That man is Ashley Giles. His heart will almost be through his chest. Duncan Fletcher has made it plain that batting is a valuable part of the contribution made by Giles. And Jones, for that matter. Now, what can Giles do? Can he cling on as he has done before? Super catch by Matty Hayden.
Well, he will be used to it, Ashley Giles. He's seen a bit of it against Australia in recent times, and more often than not, has come through it. I think it was Trent Bridge last year. He hit the winning runs in that Test match, and at the Oval, he had a very useful 50 to hold Australia at bay. So he's used to this sort of pressure.
Another catcher in, it slipped. Slips are well spread. An orthodox first slip, then a sort of 2.5, and a fourth slip. Warren, Ponting, Hayden. Lead of 132 for England. 6 down.
Gap there in the slips between Shane Warne at first slip and Ricky Ponting at second. They're up very close also. That's what made that catch from Matthew Hayden in the gully even better. They're up pretty close.
6 for 94. Delighted wicket keeper if ever we saw one.
We talked about his frustration for the third time this summer. They feel they've had Peterson caught behind twice and given not out, and that's his third one. Geraint Jones. A very powerful man, Matthew Hayden. The ability to stay on his feet and move strongly sideways and quick. Awesome.
That is brilliant from Hayden. Lets it go past him. Swivels, stays on his feet. That is a superb catch. Watch how Matthew Hayden moves here. He's not just throwing out one hand, he's moving with the ball. Sees it to his right, lets it go past him. It's gone very quickly, and he's taken it fairly comfortably in the end. That's what makes it such a good catch.
Something we've seen Mark Ward do a lot. Let the ball come all the way to him. Great skill that, to wait for the ball rather than snatch at it. Jones saw a scoring opportunity. It's going to look an awful shot on replays, but given that England haven't been able to break the shackles, it was full and wide, and I guess he felt, I can get anything on this and fly away. But when things go against you in this game, they go against you.
Well, for those who might have been confused, we saw the ball go down, the ball before that one, down to fine leg. Just clipped the pad, which means if the batsman's not attempting a shot and clips the body of the batsman, it's to be called a dead ball. And it's play on the ball after that. I thought it might have been a top spinner. Warne is still ripping leg spinners and changing the line and also the trajectory of his leggies. Maybe a wrong-un to the new batsman. A nice high wrong-un. Maybe the flipper. No, he hasn't changed his spin.
Certainly hasn't bowled a wrong-un. Certainly not today.
Brett Lee's got them playing shots. Andy Flintoff playing a wide one. Now Geraint Jones playing at a wide one. Are they worried about the big hooping innie? And they're really watchful of that, and that's drawing their bat out into the shots, but both very disappointed.
Noises from the back of the box tell us that he has bowled one wrong into Collingwood. Anyway, it's 6 for 95. It's the lead for England, 133, as more spectators arrive at the Adelaide Oval. The Barmy Army are quiet. There's no surprise there. The dressing room are tense. Matthew Hoggard, who did so much work to take 7 Australian wickets, yet have to be at the crease to ward off the rampant Australians. Here's Brett Lee.
Just want to go back to that catch once more for Matthew Hayden. And the reason he took it so comfortably, just keep an eye on his right foot. That's what makes it such a good catch. Just watch his right foot, the foot closest to camera here. Watch what he does. He goes low to start with, then the foot turns just a little bit. Just enough there to allow the swivel. Then he goes with it. Lets it go past him, swivels on that right foot, and makes a very tough catch look very easy. Absolute perfect way of taking that sort of catch.
Now, as I always do, I looked at Adam Gilchrist in this replay. Watch his right foot as well. He's setting up his momentum to go to the right. It's wide. That first step with his right foot is the right movement. Low and strong and quick, and he was in good position if Geraint Jones had have nicked it a lot finer. So his footwork has taken leaps in the last week. He wasn't doing that as often as he would have liked in the Brisbane Test.
And Warnie okay, boys, was he?
Oh, we'll have to have another look.
There's the in-swinger. Inside edge. Saving Collingwood. Brilliant from Lee.
I think Brett Lee's reaction tells you how close this was. Zeroing in. Oh, we would have had him too. It's a little inside edge. Brett Lee knew it straight away.
Well, if there is swing out there, England should take encouragement from that fact. They have a lead of 133. If they can, there's hot spot on the inside edge of that bat. England have got to see the plus points. They lead.
Yeah, but they won't have time for their ball to get old enough. It started about the 45th over, I reckon, this reverse swing. Australia would love to clean England out and then be cleaning this test match out before 45 overs of batting. But keep trying, Mark.
Well, I reckon Stuart Clark was swinging the ball yesterday afternoon. Now, I'm not sure if it was just normal swing using the shine of the ball or reverse swing. But there was some swing yesterday afternoon when the ball was only a dozen overs old.
I think the new ball will swing. I guess what I'm saying is that the England dressing room have just got to find a way to see the upsides. Well, they have, haven't they? I mean, otherwise there's no point in competing for the rest of the afternoon.
Are you trying to convince them or you or yourself there, mate?
Both of those guys have just got to try to bat for half an hour. You know, Harmison, Hoggard, James Anderson, left-hander. He might make it difficult for the Aussies, hanging around as a lefty. And bat time. If they're not going to make the runs, they've got to bat time. And find a way to be excited about it. Having Warren, Lee, McGrath and Clark all over you.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying, and I'd say to whoever the opposition was, is that Australia are brilliant at swarming all over you, particularly because of the pressure that Warren creates. You know, you're thinking Samoa has to retain its balance. Ain't easy.
Very lucky they've done so much practice, those tail enders. At 3 minutes every net session on their batting.
Good stroke. Only worth a single. Another day in a different situation, he'd find at least 2 in that shot. It's 6 for 96. 6 for 96. Giles yet to get off the mark. Collingwood on strike to Warren, as he has been for so much of the day. 64 balls he's faced. He's hit 1 boundary and 3 singles. And a score of just 7. It's a man who made a double 100. The wickets came in a rush when they came. Amazing drama here at the Adelaide Oval. Australia quite happy for Collingwood to have a single. He's the one batsman left who could take the game away from them. So they're saying we'll bowl at the other bloke.
And then they've got to find a way to get Giles down to Brett Lee. Bowl a ball or 2 at Collingwood. Hope he gets a single and Brett Lee bowls to Giles as much as he can as well.
I think Warren fancies Giles. He's done him a few times in Test cricket.
He'll just examine everything that Giles is going to do. What plan is he bringing out today? Try the one he might be able to loop around that front pad, like he got the wicket of Peterson with. A couple outside off, see what Giles wants to do.
Oh, how good's that? There isn't a safe leave against this bloke, particularly from a line leg stump and outside. This is close. Oh.
Well, Shane Warne can't believe it missed, and I'm not sure we can up here either. It was a very similar line to the one that bowled Peterson. Just hit the wrong bit of rough. Didn't come back far enough.
What about how far the Peterson one came back compared to that one? Peterson's clipped off stump. That one's just missed leg stump. That's the variation a test match pitch throws up on day 5.
I reckon when this ball missed the pad, Ashley Giles, he thought he was gone as well.
What a ball. Hayden the catcher again. Hayden's good in those areas. Warren is a master.
Well, that's just an awesome over. Finished off with a wicket of Ashley Giles, but the one nearly bowled him around his legs, followed up by this one. The one that maybe a fraction shorter, fraction quicker, rips across him, catches the edge of the bat, and Hayden does the rest at first slip. That is just about unplayable when Warren bowls this well. Giles has gone for a duck. 7 for 97, England.
Matthew Hoggard, your country needs you again. 7 for 109 he finished with yesterday in a Herculean performance. He might just take that career average score here. Warren picking up Giles at the end of the previous over, so Lee will bowl to Collingwood. Collingwood will feel a lonely man as boundaries are protected. Every run so precious. Australia happy for Collingwood to have a single, it seems. Does he take it?
I doubt it. I doubt it now. He's got to take the lion's share of all the strike now. He's already faced 67 balls. Another good catch by Matthew Hayden. Faster, flatter. Hayden all over it. Warren, the legend. 3 for 36 off 22. You've got to be kidding. 22 overs for 36 runs. Vacuum sealed them to the crease.
Oh, that's quick too. Dramatic lead-in swing. That's reversed at speed. It's done too much, but that's Waka Yunis stuff, that is.
Well, that's why Collingwood can't take a single, really. That ball starting a bit further to the offside is going to be too good for Matthew Hoggard. It's almost too good for Paul Collingwood. That's come back a long way. A new batsman, particularly a tail ender, that's going to be extremely tough to face. Collingwood knows it. He needs to keep as much of the strike, particularly against Brett Lee, as he can, and hope that maybe Hoggard and Co can use their front pad against Shane Warne and keep him out.
Well, they're going to have the single off the third ball. I suppose Collingwood will see Warne as the greater threat, maybe, certainly for Hoggard. Hoggard will come forward to Brett Lee, that much I can tell you. At least history tells us he will.
Maybe the short ball, just to put him in 2 minds after this first one about coming forward. It's great to see Brett Lee with a real focus, and he's regained some shape. Tubbs, you mentioned earlier in this innings, in this match, he's lost a little bit of shape about all his deliveries. He's been pretty flat and pretty low, and it's good to see him gain this type of shape. It's not the conventional swinging shape, but he's got a focus and he's going for it.
Three slips in place, as well as a short mid-wicket. And Hoggard keeps it out. He must be thinking to himself, gee, you're asking me to do a lot, boys. Hot spot on the edge of Ashley Giles' bat. It's the infrared camera proving that friction and heat will give us that picture. And here's Matthew Hayden, again beautifully balanced, good footwork, nice still head, and a good valuable stop by Adam Gilchrist, because runs are just as important as time here for England.
Shane Warne's previous over. What's the different flights out of the hand? A little bit flatter, up and full. The length is full. That one went around the pad a little bit flatter. That one gets the wicket. So not only the amount of spin, he changes up, he changes his lines. So outside leg stump and outside off stump. Look at the different trajectories, different paces, and different variations off the wicket that he's trying to bamboozle you with.
Good pace, good pace. Too high, maybe. 56 overs left in this match. I wonder if they'd all like be those that have gone before. It's 7 for 98.
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
England lead by 136. They have 3 wickets in their second innings that are in hand. Here are Richie Benaud, Michael Slater and Tony Greig.
Thank you, Mark, and I can tell you that the betting right now is Australia $1.89, England $46, and the draw $2.10. That's the first time since day one that the Australians have been favourites in this match. Oh, he's thrown it up, but it's a stifled appeal from behind. Warne keeps going with his appeal, but I'm sure there is a stifled appeal from Gilchrist. He was undecided on this. There was obviously a noise. I don't think it was the bat or the glove.
Big noise, Greggy. But it was very hard to tell what it hit. The bat was there somewhere, but maybe the back leg there. Good decision yet again from the umpires. We got the Strauss decision wrong earlier in the day, but that was an excellent decision.
That's where you've got to be just a little careful as a bowler, not to overdo it when it's not out. Right, so Hoggart now is exposed for 4 balls. Yes, no doubt it was the back leg, and you can see the stifled appeal there from the keeper. Not out straight away, says Buckner. Good decision.
How you feeling, Greggy? How you feeling
Not
at the moment?
too good.
There's a bit of a... Please, finger up, please. You're going all right?
Yeah, no, I'm right. I'm all right. I'm just going to pop downstairs and put $2.10 on a draw, I think.
Time of day where the umpires, when they walk out first thing in the morning, know that they're going to be under immense pressure. They're going to be bigger appeals than any other stage of their lives.
Nice, Shane.
Right, now can Hoggart do it with the bat as well? Having done it with the ball, 7 wickets. Wouldn't it be dreadful? Having got 7 wickets, then to lose the match. The best thing he can do is to hang in there for a while.
Well, Hoggart's actually not supposed to be doing it out there with a bat in his hand. We know he goes in as night watchman, and I've seen him make some runs in tight situations. But in fact, he's done his job with the ball, and it's the batsmen up above him, the ones who should have been doing their job.
Yes, he's got 16 ducks, 5 of them against Australia in his career so far. And he's still on naught.
Well, now, Warne will be walking back to his mark here and be thinking briefly about that ball, which wasn't all that far from the stumps. Now, man at short leg and the chance of an overspinner or a wrong.
One run from the over, 7 for 99. .54 overs bowled, 7 for 99, and England lead by 137. .55 overs left in this match.
Crowd is swelling. Word is spreading fast that this game is looking very much like Australia's. Now, they've still got to score the runs, Australia. Well, they've got to get 3 wickets, and then they've got to go out and bat in similar conditions. Can England trouble the Australian batsmen? you would doubt that England could roll Australia, but this game very much heading for an exciting finish, whichever way it goes. Australia in the box seat. And Brett Lee steaming in.
They're all back there, perfectly happy to let Collingwood take the single.
Collingwood, I imagine, has worked out that it would be better for him to take Warren, but he might have to start trying to pick up the single off, well, he did off the third ball last over from Lee. And between them, they may have worked out that Lee will be the easier to face, but these things are only relative. Lee is bowling at great pace. He's bowling with tremendous reverse swing. Quite a different thing from Warren, who's running up and twirling and twisting and spinning and jumping and kicking.
Well, that one went out. That one just went out a little bit in the air.
And when he shapes it to go out, it'll only go in subtle fashion. It'll just be more holding the line, leaving the batsman slightly. It's the inducker that comes in a lot further. And that's just the way reverse swing works. But Brett Lee proving why he's the striker. He's in the side to do this sort of damage. He's had a hard time of it, but this is where he comes into his own.
He's reverse swinging it a long way. Swinging the ball towards the shiny side, which is the indication that there is some reverse swing out there. It's not often that you see it go out a lot, but he's certainly getting it to move out. And every now and again he'll rip in. There we are. You can see the shiny side there. He's on that side of the ball. And there we are, just slips away. There it goes out again. He's just setting him up here. He's going to rip in an in-swinger shortly.
With this next ball, I can guarantee it. This is his 10th over today, and he's got figures of 2 for 11. Fantastic bowling from Brett Lee. Always gives you 100%. He's always bowling at pace. He hasn't got the wickets till now, but this is what he does best. He is the strike force of the team.
There it is, and just offline. Oh, there's some serious swing going on out there. 7 for 100. Right, so Collingwood now to see if he can keep negotiating Shane Warne. Warne over the wicket to him. Leg side field right back. As they're hoping that he'll take a single on the leg side. The fieldsmen all back there because they obviously want to bowl as much to Hoggard as possible. Those are the fieldsmen that are back. All these guys out here are all way back, so they're conceding one into these areas. And he's taken it.
Probably a deliberate full toss there from Shane Warne. Do you think Richie would throw up a deliberate full toss to Collingwood?
Arthur Maley used to do it, but he was a different type bowler. I think that one might have been to try to bowl him behind his pads, but he just got up a bit far. Hoggard.
The bat as well. 3 for 38 his figures.
And hasn't he bowled some overs this test match? And it looks like it's the first of the day. The spring in the step, he's loving it. He's filthy. Look at his strides. Well, I have to do his washing. He obviously doesn't do his own.
Get ready, Hayden. Needs it slip. Oh, a little sweep. Interesting. Can't often see Ogard do that. And that gets him to 1.
Well, I'm not surprised Warren went up there. That came off the bat, probably off the middle of the bat. But Warren was up for LBW because he thought he'd beaten him with a quicker ball. Probably the flipper. Certainly would have been worth a big shout.
Right, they're in to save the 1 now. 2 balls to go. They don't want Collingwood to get a single. They want him to stay down that end. So now 1 to go. Collingwood would be looking for a 1. Always a chance of a run out in situations like this. So the fieldsmen all coming in now. Little sweep again might be the way to get a single. No, he's happy to settle for that. 7 for 102. Right, 7 for 102, and we're going to see if we can see exactly what Brett Lee's doing here. Which way he's holding the ball. Right, there we go. There you can see the shiny side and the rough side. Let's see if we can pick where he puts it into his hand. He'll be trying to make sure the batsman doesn't see. We've got eyes everywhere, so we should be able to see this. Let's see.
In swinger.
Here we are, straight away. We've got the first one right.
Be nice to have a camera, a little screen next to you as a batsman. It's a lot easier to pick it up here. Very hard when you've got a guy who runs in as far as he does when he's at the back of his mark. And there's the shiny side, was indicated again. It's on the inside, and that's the way the ball will swing into the batsman, towards the shiny side.
That's when it's reverse swinging, right? Not normally.
No, that's right.
Right, see if we can pick it again. Cameraman was a bit slow there. He's got us confused.
I'm going in swinger again. I might stop now. Too right, I've negotiated them. I'm waiting for the bop-bop. Gone. It really does become an intense focus, though, of a batsman to try and see that shiny side. And if you pick a few and then you can't see, let's say Brett Lee starts covering that hand, it's guesswork. And because it swings so late, it can be very hard to negotiate. This one's yours, Greggy.
In swinger again, unless he flicks it around. No, he doesn't flick it around. It's an in swinger again. Not quite so much, but it certainly went in a little bit. So that's 3 in swingers. What he needs to do is to start the out swinger on off stump.
Now, bear in mind this still shot we're showing you. Now, there's the shiny side, so that's the in-swinger that we've described correctly. But also bear in mind that the seam is pointing as though it's for an outswinger. It's pointing towards the slips. That's why reverse swing can be a little bit difficult.
Oh, that's well bowled. That was a little later. If you get it right up there, just goes a little, seems to go a little later.
There again, you've got the seam pointing towards the slips. So if the batsman's concentrating on the seam, he might think, well, that's going to be a possible outswinger. But no, because the seam is in a position, the ball is going to swing towards the side where the shine is.
All in swingers so far. And all negotiated by Hogard, who is off the mark. He won't be getting his 17th duck today. But he's a bit different, Brett Lee, because he gives you a good look at it. His action's a quick one, so you've really got to be focused. But he's not trying to hold it, a hand across it, and mask what's happening. Glenn McGrath does, Wazim Akram used to. Wakar Yunus, as soon as it started reversing, they would run in with their other hand over the front of the ball.
Well, that's the other one, and it's hit the outside edge, and it goes running away down towards the boundary at third man. And will go, no, it won't. Warren picks it up, and in comes the throw. Right, well, they've taken 3, and now Hoggart is going to have to face the Warren music. It's 7 for 105. 7 for 105. This is Warren just short. I don't think he touched anything, did he? No, he was just short of that. I don't think his toe touched the F of Wolf blasted it. No.
They're certainly checking the braking system on those Shane Warne wheels. Within an inch.
Stump, Shane Warne at the moment, trying to get him forward, trying to spin the ball across the face of the bat.
I'm surprised they haven't got a second gully or a second slip in there to Shane Warne. And maybe drag that man from cover and try and get Hoggart to hit through a vacant spot. Therefore opening up, it might bring about an edge.
Well, there we are, beats the edge again, and I can tell you that there is one guy out there who is desperate to get the ball in his hands. He hasn't had a bowl today. Have a guess.
It wouldn't be ooh-ah, would it?
It's Glenn McGrath. He's been loosening up for about 4 overs.
He's still loosening up.
But he can't quite catch the eye of the captain at the moment.
Good pitch.
Another hint. He's only bowled 4 overs and no wicket for 12.
Oh, it pops up on the offside. He was just closing the face a little bit there.
Very close. There's no man in that area, but there's a lot around the vicinity, very close. All of them waiting for a sneaky catch. Ricky Ponting is brilliant at silly mid-off. Anything that comes in there near him.
Got him. Clean bowled him. Well, there we are. He's tempted, and it looked to me as if that was the wrong one. He tossed it up in the air. He was trying to play a big booming drive through the offside field. And that is the end of Hoggart. Warne has got him.
Well, he's bowled a couple of his big variations this over. He attempted the flipper, it didn't work, and the wrong, and you don't see too many from Shane Warne. Brings about an inside edge, and the 8th English wicket. Hoggart for 4, and Shane Warne on fire here at Adelaide Oval. It's 8 for 105.
For 105 here. Steve Harmison is the man replacing Hoggart. Hoggart defeated by Warne's wrong-un. It was clever bowling and spinning the ball past his outside edge, and then got the wrong-un through for a play-on.
pushes it away on the offside. That was a wicket maiden. Very well bowled indeed. 8 for 105. Warren now 4 for 39 off 25. Shane Warne certainly having a big impact. This is the dismissal again. Look at this beautiful wrong one. Just outside off stump. A little puff of dust there. Inside edge. Back onto the stumps. And that's the end of that.
See the Adam Gilchrist's face light up. Australia's sniffing victory. They'll still have a job to do with the bat, and they've got to get these 2 wickets, but a good variation from Shane Warne. You really don't see him bowl too many wrong ones. I reckon that's his second, maybe third of the day. There was one he bowled to Collingwood. And having a very brief chat to him this morning, Shane Warne said that, I said, there's an 8 for in you today, Warnie. He said, well, if I can get those hamstrings loosened and the sore back going, I might be right. Well, I don't think he's feeling any ailments at the moment.
Well, the best bet in town at the moment is $1.74. Australia to win, $1.74. Right, now Brett Lee. Can he finish it all off?
It was funny to watch Brett Lee race to take his hat off, give it to the umpire, as Glenn McGrath was thinking about nudging him out of the way.
Collingwood's taken a single off the first ball of this over. Theory, he wants to try to keep Warren to himself, but leaves Harmison with a bit to do.
He played it nicely, and it was another reverse in dipper to Harmison.
Right, just let's have a look at these quickly, the various deliveries here. This is the previous over. In-swinger down the leg side. Another in-swinger. Another in-swinger. Another in-swinger. And then another in-swinger. And then the last ball the other way and down through the area down to third man. So just one out. Oh, that is in. That's a beautiful delivery. Didn't hit him on the toe. No, it was the banner, I think. Right at the base of the stumps it was going, and so he's obviously got some bat on it. I think the bowler there, Brett Lee, thought that it hit him on the toe.
The bowler could see it going through to hit the middle stump about 5 or 6 centimetres up. Now Collingwood's got to be careful about this. He's got to take a single so as he can get Warren to be bowling at him in the next over. That's the ball that was very good Yorker, and one that Lee went up for LBW. But this is the 4th ball of the over.
How well is he bowling? I mean, that accuracy at pace. Now he's judging each delivery almost perfectly, allowing for the swing, and occasionally one will go a bit more. It's the fuller length, that Yorker length, where the in-swing will swing maximum through the air. And if he bowls a little bit shorter, he'll be cutting off the amount of swing because it's hitting the pitch sooner. What will this next one be?
There was no way they were going to let him get down the other end.
That was the one where Collingwood had the opportunity. If you're in a situation like this, you've got a tail ender in with you, trying to keep the strike. The last 2 balls really need to look to hit the second last one, which was the one last bowl there. Need to try to hit that for 4. Could have been over the slip's head just for that little nudge shot, but now he's looking only for the single.
This will be a bouncer. Through to the keeper. End of the over, 8 for 107.
Someone's with Alinta Energy? Yeah, of course. Aren't you?
Yeah, especially with their great energy deals.
Either of you guys see my wicket-keeping glove?
Get a great energy deal. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
Very cumbersomely played. It's the history of the baggy green. Pop on to wideworldofsports.com.au/sports shop and have a look at that. That is something extra special. Right, Bill Laurie has moved in to take over commentary now. Ian Chappell's with him, and with him is Mark Nicholas.
Thank you, Tony Gregg, and Shane Warne for the Cathedral end. What a spell of bowling. All the variation, the leg break, top spin of the wrong and flight, change of line, change of length. 25.2 overs, 4 for 39 with 9 maidens. 4 wickets. Long spell. Steve Harmison is a silly point. Bat pad, slip. He's got 4 wickets and all good ones, Ian Chappell.
4 wickets. I think he created the problems in the English batsman's mind, even almost before he bowled a ball. Probably a couple of the deliveries he produced last night. That certainly was a muddled mind that caused the run out. And they've allowed him to bowl more overs than concede runs here today, which is never a good idea.
He really got that run out as well. He put so much pressure on the batsman. Confusion reigned. And that's a big one. Peterson bowled around his legs. Not a great shot, but superb bowling. Well caught by Hayden and Swift. It's all happening for Shane Warne and for Australia. Wonderful spell of leg spin bowling. Matthew Hoggett got the wrong one, went the big drive, was played inside, dragged it back onto his stumps.
Smart bowling from Shane Warne. He knew that the wrong one, the trajectory is naturally higher, and he thought that might encourage the drive, which it did. Hoggart didn't pick it. The inside edge crashed into the stumps.
For 107. Eight for 107 after 60 overs. Brett Lee, a wonderful spell of bowling. Bowled a perfect length today. Foolish at the stumps. Makes a single. Collingwood. Mark Nicholas, what do you think of this? His faces.
Well, they're not happy, Bill. It certainly wasn't on their menu. That's the key wicket, because Peterson is the man who could have taken the game away from the Australians with the speed of his scoring. They've got to take inspiration from Watson and Bailey at Lord's. Maybe even from Klein and Mackay here at Adelaide in 61.
Oh, safe, valuable runs too. Should get 3. Collingwood back on strike, who's once again doing a good job. He's been slow, but he's still there.
Well, Harmison, I think, has got an important job here, because he is a bit of a hitter, and he's not a bad hitter. And if they bring the field up for him, it's hard for Collingwood to hit boundaries, but I think Harmison needs to have a bit of a dash. I think, I mean, if Australia's chasing 160, 170 here, if England had Warne in their attack, you'd say it's about a 50-50 bet. But Giles is not going to create the confusion in the minds of the Australian batsmen that Warne did.
We'll take another single. These are valuable runs for England. They lead by 150. When you think of rearguards action, think of Lindsay Kine and Ken Mackay against the West Indies here on this ground. For 110 minutes they survived to save the game. Can they give their bowlers enough to bowl at England? Can they get up to 180?
Well, clearly Collingwood is reckoning that they can. That's why he's taking the runs. He realises the value of them. England now 150 ahead, as you say. They have to see that as a positive. I think the ball has to swing for them if they're to bowl Australia out. They'll need a bit of luck, things to go their way, whatever. We have got a fascinating afternoon ahead of us for sure.
Well played, with confidence. At least it's an attacking shot as well, looking to score. Big Steve Harmison.
Ian Chappell's dead right. He does like to play his strokes, but he won't have played many like this. How about this? He's almost on the brink of a duck. He is on the brink of a duck. And then he plays an old-fashioned nurdle.
I tell you what, he actually plays the pull shot quite well, Steve Harmison. So I'm not sure why he was looking to duck, because it's one of his better shots. And you don't want to be ducking here in Adelaide, because there's a fair chance you'll wear it when it doesn't bounce. He needs to stand up and pull those, because he could hit a 4 or 2.
Since lunch, the crowd has built up. It's normal here in Adelaide, so close to the city. They come down after lunch. They take the afternoon off. There's a few grandfathers dying, going to the funeral. So they did when Bradman used to bat. And as the afternoon goes on, that'll fill up and fill up. Good crowd. Oh, well, we're charging in. Last ball. Well bowled, right on the money, 8 for 113. A great battle here at the Adelaide Oval. The final day of the second test match. Can Australia grab a victory from nowhere? They're chasing 551 in the first innings. Warne continues. It's 27th over. Oh, that's short leg. They get a single. That's well run. Brett Lee has done a great job here as well. We're talking about Warne, but Lee's kept the pressure on at the city end. Great combination.
Clark started it too. He was very impressive. He made the new ball swing. Excellent figures, and by bowling straight, he didn't bowl wide of the stumps. He was always looking to take wickets, but also keeping England tied down.
Well played. Threw it up. Could have been a wrong one again. There's plenty of fight. Conlon's doing a good job here. Double century in the first innings. Hasn't scored many runs, but he's showing some guts and determination. Some real fight.
Well, he's the one player, the one top order player in the England side who's played as close as possible to his first innings. Not as aggressively, but the others, I think the nerves have got to them a bit.
Steve Harmison's not the worst bat. Never easy facing Shane Warne.
And the other thing about him is he does have a dash. If he sees one that he thinks he can hit, he'll have a dash at it. Some of them England players have looked as though they're like a rabbit caught in the headlights, but Steve Harmison has already shown that if he gets an opportunity to score, he'll be trying.
3 balls remaining in this over from Shane Warne. Well played. He adjusted there with his hands. Big man, big reach.
Yeah, he likes to hit the ball high and hard down the ground. That's his best stroke, really. He's quite a clean striker. Will Warne offer him the chance, either with the orthodox leg break or with the wrong one that did for Hoggard? If he sees the ball up in the air and full, he might well have a dart at it.
Every ball from Warne's got energy on it, whether it's a leg spinner, a top spinner, a wrong one. Strong man, big hands. The hardest art in cricket, fine leg spin. 53 overs in the first innings. He's in his 27th over now. He's 36 years of age. In fact, he's 37 years of age.
Made 40 odd with the back too.
Wrong one. Well played. 8 for 115.
Bowling change for Australia, speed check, Glenn McGrath.
leads by 153 with just 2 wickets in hand. A roar as Glenn McGrath comes into the attack. A wonderful spell from Brett Lee. 7 overs, 1 for 17 after lunch. It's a very good spell of genuine fast bowling.
Swung a lot of deliveries today, Brett Lee. He's just leaving the field, perhaps to change his shirt. Stuart Clark hasn't done Glenn McGrath any favours here in this series, because certainly if I'm picking the team, I don't think I can pick McGrath and Clark long term in the same side. I do think they're a bit too similar. But the way Clark is bowling, he's nailed down his spot, and he's made life a lot more difficult for Glenn McGrath.
Oh, gets through Gilchrist. Started on the ground. They should come back for 2. No, he doesn't. Whoa, hits the stumps just as well. Ball stayed down a fraction. Through the gloves and legs.
Collingwood fancied 2 here. He was turning and wanted it. How lucky he didn't go. He'd have barely made the frame. Oh, I can't.
We had to look for it, didn't he? He needs to strike.
Yeah, he was right to take off. I think originally he thought it was probably going to be 2 quite easily, but he was right to try and go for the 2, as he was right to try and go for the 4 earlier, but Hoggard let him down, didn't run hard enough.
Almost a wide is called. Every run so valuable.
So it actually swung a little bit. Probably looking to operate just a bit outside off stump, and it swung a lot.
Well, in a perverse sort of way, McGrath's under a bit of pressure. He's only bowled 4 overs, and he's had a long wait for Ponting to bring him into the attack.
If England could bat to tea and make a real hard run chase in the final session, but there's still a long way to go.
Good 40 minutes till tea. That'll be an achievement to get to tea, and gives England a great chance. If they can just squeeze a situation where Australia have to force the run chase, it's a different sort of game.
Oh, it's safe. It's an edge. Catch it was a try. Pick up just 2.
Right us. What you call?
Again, Collingwood was running really hard. I think he was hoping he could squeeze 3 in there and get back on strike. They have got themselves into trouble. 10 runs from 13 overs in that 3rd out, and they lost 4 wickets. It's not surprising that the runs and the wickets there.
Oh, ball. It's the outside edge.
Yeah, if you're going to just score 10 runs off 13 overs and it's your top order, it's not surprising that 4 wickets went down.
It is the extraordinary threat that Warne brings, though, that the double whammy of being such a brilliant attacking bowler, but at the same time being so hard to score off. When you have that kind of control, not only of yourself, but of the spin and the accuracy.
That's true, Mark. For the first half hour, they scored 9 runs and didn't lose a wicket. Last night, Strauss and Bell looked very comfortable playing their shots.
Yeah, they played very well yesterday evening. They were really pretty positive. 1 for 59 overnight, just Alistair Cook gone. It's conceivable that this morning they were thinking draw only. McGrath covering up the ball there, so that England can't see where the rough side is. That would helped them work out the reverse swing.
There's not a shot. Chance is getting in. He's got in. Wow, big wicket. Has to hit the stumps, has to come back and off. Harmison not offering the shot. Gives the umpire every chance to give you out.
Well, the first couple from Glenn McGrath swung away and starting fairly wide of off stump. Harmison probably hoping that there was another one that was going to swing away, but I think you'll find that it was on the way back into Harmison.
We now know why he was covering up the ball. Harmison's a tall man, and the ball is hitting the roll of the pad, and Hawkeye is suggesting it would have gone over the top of the stumps. The end of Steve Harmison for 8. England 9 for 119.
9 for 119. The lead 157. Just 1 wicket left. James Anderson at the 9 strikers, and that was the over. So Warne will be bowling to Paul Collingwood, who's done a great job as far as resisting the spin and pace. Hasn't scored many, but been let down, as Ian Chappell said, by his batting partners in the top order. Bowden getting a mix-up in a run-out, really run himself out. It was a run there. Warne to Collingwood. Beats him. Well bowled.
Well, Collingwood's really got a bit of a judgment to make here. Does he try and have a bit of a dash at Warne, pick out a spot where he might be able to hit him and cloud a boundary or two? He's got to try and get a few more runs, but then there's the thought that try and survive till tea time.
We'll try and get a single off the last ball here, I think. I don't think we expose Anderson too early.
Oh, yes, Shane.
That LBW, Hawkeye showed that it was maybe a bit high. What's your opinion at home? Pitches, does not for shot, gives the umpire every chance. How far forward was he? Umpire had no hesitation whatsoever in giving it out.
Collingwood chooses to take the run. Effectively, he'll think they're worth double. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think when it hit him, it was the sort of thing that Rudy Cookson would have seen as okay. You don't immediately think that's going way over. Hawkeye suggests that it would have done. But offering no stroke to a big in-swinger like that is a dangerous thing to do, because it gets the umpire working against you. Look how far out of his ground he is. So there is a long way for the ball to travel. Would Rudy Cookson have known that? It's a reasonably big stride.
I think also once the ball hit the pad and where it was travelling after it hit the pad might have given him a bit of a clue. It went fairly high after it hit the pad.
To James Anderson. Looking for 5 wickets in an innings, Shane Warne. It's been a wonderful long spell of leg spin bowling. It's the best ever. He's showing it again today. Left-hander in. He pitched out in the rough, or he pitched it straight. Oh dear. Well bowled. Here the energy in Warne, the grunt, the arm going across.
The longevity is the other great thing. You know, the amount of overs he's bowled, the injuries he's been through, he's enormously strong. Huge shoulders and hands and strong fingers and a brilliant bowling brain.
Hard for Gilchrist there. Well played by Anderson in the end.
Might be a bit of a ploy here. A couple that have really fizzed and curved wide. He's got him letting 2 go. Might try and bowl the next one a little similar, but not quite as wide, hoping that he might have got Anderson into the mode of just putting the bat up on the shoulder. Hope he lets one go and it spins back and hits the castle.
Oh, it's got through him. 9 for 120. wonderful atmosphere here at the Adelaide Oval. England trying to hang on and get a few more runs. 120 off just 64 overs on this ground and this pitch. We've talked about how flat it's been. It's been a reverse swing for the Australian bowlers today, and Warren has been magnificent. Great support from Lee and Clark as well. McGrath. No, that's a good call.
What's the figure? Another, Bill just set off air, another 20 is minimum for England. There's 45 overs left in the day. Unless 2 are lost between innings, that would make it 43, but it could be that T is the break between innings. But anything over 175, anything where the chase is more than 4 and over, it's a real game.
I'm sure the Australian top order will treat it as a one-day game early on. They're 1 up in the series, they go 2 up at tremendous bonus, particularly after chasing 551 in the first innings. They'll come with their, forget the early day scoring rate, they'll come with all guns blazing early on.
And you've also got the Gilchrist factor. You can bet that he'll have the pads on pretty early, if not as soon as the openers go through the gate. But he won't be far away. They might give him time to have a bit of a shower and just cool down, but he'll have them on pretty early, I reckon.
2 balls gone in this over. Gilchrist up on the stumps to Collingwood. Ooh, takes it well. Collingwood's been great. Just the fact that he's showing guts and determination and concentration. Not scoring a lot of runs, but hasn't really been in a lot of trouble. He's played Warren well.
The England coach, Duncan Fletcher, has made some comments about Chris Reed and basically said that he didn't think that he had the right temperament for batting in Test match cricket.
Oh, yes,
Basically, that's why Geraint Jones is in the side ahead of him. Well, from everything that I've seen, and I'm including 2005 Trent Bridge, the shot that Jones played at Trent Bridge was a panic shot if ever I've seen one in the second innings. What I saw here today, I don't see how you can criticise Reed's batting temperament in comparison to Geraint Jones.
Third man coming up, Hayden, about 40 metres from the bat to cut off the single. 2 balls remaining is over. Oh. 1 ball remaining. He must get a single here, surely. Can't expose Anderson to a full over from Shane Warne again. Fields coming in, a man coming up from square leg now on the fence.
He's got 2 choices, Collingwood. He might see this as an opportunity to hit a boundary, get the 4 runs.
I'll probably push this wide above stumping. It'll be too straight. 5 men on the offside. Oh, was attempted Yorker. 9 for 120. For 120. Collingwood 16. Anderson yet to score. Warne continues. Attempt to play a shot there from Anderson. That's the right idea.
It was, and he missed a bit of an opportunity there, which you can't really be critical of a number 11, but at least he saw the opportunity. He would have loved to have got a single out of it, at least get down the other end.
Ian Healy comes into the commentary position. Good afternoon, Ian.
Hi, Bill. Not only impressed with that bowling, but Adam Gilchrist having a good day with the gloves, taking a lot of spitting deliveries out of the rough, past edges. He's taken a catch that he thought was a catch, given not out. Got the lid on when a left-hander comes in. When Warne is landing totally in that rough, he dons the helmet.
Oh, nice body.
Got that ball curving nicely, landing in the churned up turf there. Occasionally one really spits and bounces. That one just coming through at a normal height.
3 balls remaining this over from Shane Warne. Oh, he's trying to hit it against the spin. Short enough. Not enough width.
Picking the length quite well, James Anderson. Been back and looking for the cut shot on the 2 short ones.
One ball remaining in the over. Leads 158. 75.5, threw it up. Anderson was equal to the occasion, got forward. Catch! Well played, James Anderson. 9 for 120.
Look at the different overs that have been bowled. 168, 165. Look at the damage that's been done with 66. 9 for 120. McGrath continues 158 runs behind. Collingwood says no, just. 42 overs remaining in this match, especially if they lose this wicket in the next half an hour. Then they don't lose 2 overs for the changeover. And the changeover's done in the tea break. So 42 overs. Gilchrist has come up to the stumps lots of times to stop that happening. Get Collingwood back in his crease. He's back up there again. Mark Taylor's in the commentary box with me, and Tony Greig.
Thanks, Ian Healy, and what an opportunity that would have been. That was the McGrath slower ball, the fork ball, I think he calls it. Splits the fingers. Came out at about 120 Ks, and it ballooned up on the onside for no result. Lovely slower ball. Totally did Collingwood. There's no one there to catch it.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. Very well disguised. And the orthodox mid-wicket would have said thanks very much.
Oh, yes, Glenn.
Nearly got that one back as well. Another one from McGrath. Had to wait a long time for a bowl today to Glenn McGrath.
Split rock. Sometimes he can split those fingers late in the run-up. A little bit of off-cut on that one as well. Now he is starting to cover up that ball. What's it to be? In-swing, out-swing, split rock again. Maybe none of it.
Oh, a couple of noises. Half a shout or a stifled shout. That was the quicker one, the inducker. Not easy for the batting side when the ball starts to go reverse like this. And keep the back lift short and almost play a bit like French cricket with this comeback.
Yeah, I've got to say that Troy Cooley is starting to have an effect on this side already. This reverse swing starting to happen, seriously.
I was doing this for the camera, surely, McGrath. He's putting it really obviously in split fingers, then he's covering it up. Sometimes he'll close those fingers back. This time he doesn't. He goes through with the ballooning off-spinner type delivery out of split fingers. Sometimes he'll run in with the split fingers and make it obvious to the batsman, and then close them up. This one looks like it is an outswinger.
Safely negotiated. On the maiden note, Anderson will be on strike, 9 for 120. 9 for 120. England's lead now 158. As Ian Healy said, there's still lots of overs, 41 overs left in the day's play. That's with the spin. Gets himself off the mark.
Well, that was pretty well played. Every run here is vital from England's point of view. They should just be, that's all that they've got to think about. Time is not really an issue.
It's all guts now. Some very good stroke play at times to survive. A lot of patience. And try and put the situation out of your mind. 159, 40, what did you say, Tubbs? 41 overs. It's a wearing wicket, and if you're bowling 41 overs in a test match, it's different to a one-day match. You can bowl a little wider and then put your field back wherever you like.
So it looks around about 4 and over at the moment, thereabout. And history of English cricket would suggest that there may come a time when they have more back. Still do that in test matches, can't you?
You can bowl reasonably wide. I'm pretty sure the umpires will be on to negative bowling tactics, and you can bowl bounces that go over the head. You can bowl more bounces in a test than you can in a one-day game. So while they can approach it like a one-day innings, there's still some tactics the bowling side can employ that you can't in a one-day.
Yes, that if you remember, really putting everyone back on the boundary going back years, that's when that law was changed. Had every single fieldsman back in a tight match. There was no one quite able to concede one, but obviously you wouldn't do that 4 and over. That's easy. You've got to. It's just a question of how many you keep in the catching positions.
Oh! That's not in any coaching manual, that defensive shot, but it's effective. Well, the other thing from England's point of view, if they can bat another 15, 20 minutes, another 5 or 6 overs, make it 35 overs, Australia have got to get 170. Then it's up to getting towards 5 and over. And that'll get harder all the time. Every over and every run is vital to England at this stage.
And then the Aussies start to go for it and lose 3 or 4 quick wickets.
That's where England are lacking. They haven't got a warn, have they, to really nail some pressure if that does happen. 9 for 121.
That should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
England's lead, 159. Our calculations, 50 or 40 overs left in the day's play. He will be taken straight away if the wicket falls now. It's actually due in about 20 minutes' time, the tea break. The players will stay out there now until 10 past 4 local time, which is some 48 minutes from now, until this final wicket is taken, or England are still 9 down. This is McGrath's first chance at James Anderson. He's going round the wicket straight away.
Just noticed that Warne and McGrath had a little chat there. Yeah, just listen to this, see if you can pick anything up here.
Come on, mate. Come on, Pidgey. Come on, McGrath. One for the ham and pineapple, McGrath. Pidgey. Pidgey. McGrath's cutter. McGrath's cutter. Pigeon. Ham and pineapple.
Well, they've obviously got a ham and pineapple pizza waiting for them in the dressing room for when they get off.
Shot to that ball. Now they're taking a run. This will be interesting. It's going to be dead ball. Yeah, it's called dead ball, but gee, the line looked good to me. It was the in-swing to the left-hander. My initial reaction was that was going on to hit the stumps.
Could it be the same as the other one, over the top? Let's have a look. Just let's see where it hits him. It was going to be close, I tell you, one way or the other. Did it do enough? I suppose that's the question.
McGrath is indicating it probably didn't. wanted it to do a bit more to make it absolutely certain that Kurtzen would give it out. Good decision.
Now one the other way. Yeah, good decision. I must admit, my initial reaction was it did do enough, but replay suggested to me that didn't. Good decision to Rudy Kurtzen. McGrath was certainly trying to bring it back, wasn't he, towards the stumps. Just didn't come back enough. May have been probably half a metre short of where he wanted to bowl it.
Very good decision. I've just got a sneaky feeling, you know, that we're going to see the same thing here as we saw in England. 1-all.
At what stage of the season? In Adelaide or maybe in Perth?
Try today.
Yeah, well, let them try. Let them try. But we are making 159 runs sound pretty easy to make. Australia have got some work to do. He better not eat his pizza too early, because if you say, Tony Greig, they lose 2 or 3 quick ones, and maybe a couple of LBs, those scary LBs that stay down and trap a batsman in front of the stumps, Warney better have his pads close by.
Maybe this time. May have got outside the line on this occasion and was playing a shot. And 2-leg bias. That one may have been going on to hit the stumps, but I think he was certainly playing a shot or trying to hit the ball. May have got him outside the line of off stump.
Well, I don't know. My initial feeling there was that that one might have been going on the leg side. Don't forget he's round the wicket here. Let's see. Again, saying over the top. No, it wasn't. Outside the line. Perhaps you were right.
Gee, he's got it moving, McGrath. He's swinging it away. He's bringing it back. Jimmy Anderson has missed that ball by about 20 centimetres.
It's a maiden in the end. A disappointing McGrath, 9 for 123. Lead is now 161 for England. 39 overs left in the game. Just going back to your point, Tony Greig, about 1-all after this test. Well, one thing, once again, if the longer England can bat for, they may start putting a few little gremlins in Australia's head about what batting order they're going to use. They need to score at 5.5 runs per over.
Yeah, you guys have been a little sort of critical of the way England batted early on. They were a bit negative, and you know, it may well be right. I want to know from you, at what stage do the Australians decide they're not going to try and win this match and settle for this 1-0 lead they've got in this Ashes series? Is it just possible that they won't try and win this match?
Well, I suppose if England can bat for another 9 overs, say, get it down to 30 overs left in the day's play, probably chasing 170 odd. They're going to need 6 and over. They're going to need to run a ball. You can still come out and get those. They might try Gilchrist and Hayden to open the batting and use Langer down the order should things not go right.
So anything under 6 and over, you reckon they'll go?
I certainly reckon it's worth a dip for 6 and over to win a test match. You're not likely to get bowled out in 30 overs. So you could have a go for 20 and then hold out for 10 if you lose 5 or 6 wickets.
Because last year they chased 182, only lost 3 wickets. And I think the wicket might have been worse. So is that fresh in their minds? I'd say 5 down, they'd probably reassess things, so they probably can afford to lose 5 wickets, which might take 20 overs, 20, you know, there's not much time. You know, 30 overs, they're batting for 32 and they've lost 5 wickets. I'll bet they're about 20 overs, which leaves 10 or so to survive.
This will be frustrating Australia at the moment. There's no doubt about that. Every ball, every over that goes past makes it tougher for Australia. Collingwood's done a good job. It's 112 balls for 16 runs. Poor Collingwood.
That's got to be the hardest 16 he's ever made.
And the maiden is bowled by Warne, 9 for 123. 70 overs bowled by Australia. 9 for 123 England. Trying to hang on here in his second test match. Warne's been magnificent.
Well, I'm just very interested here in some of these comments that were made by my colleagues. We've got Mark Taylor saying 5 or 6 down. If they're 6 down before they start to close it up, just let's say, that's Warne at the crease. That'll be interesting.
Well, not necessarily. It depends on the batting order you use. As I said, if they go with Gilchrist to open the batting with Hayden, they may use Langer later on to save the test match. To be out there just in a the short back lift and keeping the ball out. It's very full that time. He's been trying to get one a lot fuller, has McGrath. That one's probably missing leg. Rudy Kurtzen is doing an excellent job. Can't be easy for him at this stage either. McGrath hitting the pads a lot. That's going too far. Another good decision.
Yes, well, 6 down, whichever way you look at it, number 8 is batting. There's been some damage done, so whichever way you look at it, there's a bit of cricket left in this match.
How good's Warne? He's bowled non-stop since the start of play. No one, rarely do bowlers do that. 26 overs on the trot and hasn't given away runs. 4 for 23. You're joking.
No wonder he's thinking about that pizza. If he missed out on breakfast this morning, he'd be starving.
He did well there, James Anderson. Got the bat on that one. McGrath got the radar right. So did James Anderson. The Army found their voice. Been very quiet today, haven't they? From about midday onwards.
They were noisy on day 1 and 2 because the victory was imminent. Now they're fighting for a draw. What an up and down match they've had to put up with. They're pretty consistent, eh? And noise making is good.
Right, here is an opportunity for an LBW. Right arm over the wicket now. He won't get outside the line. All he's got to do is start it just outside off stump, swinging back. And nice and straight. Let's see what he does.
We'll use the 3 slips, angle it across, swing it away.
Too far again. The idea was right, not quite the execution.
Yes, that's what he's trying to do. He's putting his pad across middle of stumps. Look at this, there it goes. And now he's got to play around his leg. It's pitched outside leg stump. He's got to start it. He's got to pitch in that blue line. He's got to pitch within that and then hit him on the pad and be going onto the stumps.
Even though he's under a bit of pressure, Rudy Kurtzen at the moment, with McGrath hovering around the pads, I'd take his end any day compared to the job Steve Buckner's had to do with Warne. Non-stop pressure.
And McGrath get it right. Can he zero in on those stumps? Oh, he goes the other way. The outswinger. 9 for 123. 37 overs left in this match. England at lead by 161. What's that, Tony? How good's your mass? At 4.4 or something like that runs per over?
Yeah, 4.5. Nudging up to 5. 4.35 to be precise.
Oh, is there bat in that? Warne thinks there is. Paul Collingwood doesn't think so, and most importantly, either does Steve Buckner.
There's been some pretty desperate appealing out there today, and I think that's there's a point where you lose credibility for your appealing. We've seen it happen a lot around the world. Probably was another noise there. It was probably elbow, I'd say, if anything.
plead from Shane Warne.
Wasn't out. Pitched outside leg stump. Good decision.
Boy, are you out of your chair then? You are pumped. You're just as big as Collingwood.
I was out of my chair because I thought that Warne might have got to Buckner, but he hasn't.
One ball with. Get it in there, Warney. One ball with. Great decision.
Great decision.
That could be, I suppose, the one disadvantage of spinning the ball so far. He has to land the ball outside leg when he's turning it that far for it to hit the stumps. So hard when the wicket does get this dry and starts to turn to bowl a straight ball when there's someone like Shane Warne. That skitter's not as useful because this sort of pitch it holds up. So great ball at the Gabba or some of those quicker wickets, but here skitter's not quite as useful.
Where did that balmy army reckon they're going to win this match?
They better be quick, Australia here. They better be quick. They get this wicket. There's plenty of pressure on.
Good shot. Fields moved in. Collingwood's moved the ball away. Settles for 2.
It is getting tight. You need this wicket really quick. 163 from about, say, 35 overs. Sneaks up from 4 to 4.5 at the moment, up to 5, and less time for the English bowlers to have to do it. To keep it tight for 30 overs rather than 40.
Field pushed back, trying to save 1. 2 balls left. And an edge, and oh, it's dropped. Sure, there's an edge there. Gilchrist's glove, and then Hayden's arm.
Was he... was it off his arm or?
Warne, you're a genius. He changes his line straight away. Gets it outside off. Still gets the shot played by Collingwood. Hits Gilchrist's gloves. Hits Hayden's arm. Goes down.
And now 4. Warne loses a bit of concentration. Collingwood makes him pay. 6 from the over. 9 for 129. Collingwood moves to 22. James Anderson still on 1. The lead's 167. Here's the catch again. Good edge. I reckon Hayden's got that. If Gilchrist doesn't throw the glove out. You'll see the disappointment from Gilchrist. Hayden was moving to his left and then had to go back to the right. Oh no. Out it goes.
They've got to try now to not make that count, not get hurt by that missed dismissal. But how good was that bowling? He'd gone leg stump, just outside leg stump, then bang, outside off stump. Collingwood played the shot. He hadn't been playing shots for ages. And Warne drew him into one, and he nicked it. Gilchrist has had a great day. That's why he reacted so badly after that. He's gone, no, I've had a good day and I've done that.
Must be so difficult because there was enough edge on that, but I'm sure Matthew Hayden would have got 2 hands on that. But Gilchrist's instinct is to go for the ball. He's watching it all the way. He sees the edge, the deflection's there. He's got to go. But I'm sure if he lets it go, I think Hayden catches it.
This is just a little earlier in the over. The one there, they thought that it came off the bat. Huge appeal there from everyone around the stumps.
Hard times for the wicketkeeper when the ball is staying low and reversing so far. McGrath's got it going in and away, as did Brett Lee. You've got to come up so the ball carries to you, and then you've got to be quick. No time for footwork here. Outside the left-hander's leg stump, Gilchrist just had to go. One hand got there.
Here's that one that Shane Warne thought he might have had Collingwood off the bat. Thigh there. Well, Collingwood was not interested at all, neither was the umpire. Ricky Ponty thought there may be something there. What's been impressive here, though, is Glenn McGrath's pace. That one was only 121 because it was a slower ball. But the last few ones he's really gone to look for the LBW have been about 135. He's found a bit of pace here in the second innings.
Heel injury? What heel injury? This game, the situation has allowed him to bowl and forget about all the pressures he's had at the start of this match.
Yes, I think a bit of adrenaline takes away the pain, doesn't it?
On 132. He's watching the ball well, though, James Anderson. He's now batted for 39 minutes. 39 valuable minutes for England. He's making it harder for Australia all the time.
Is the man of the match batting or is he fielding? There's a nice little question for you.
Well, he's out in the middle. How's that for sitting on the fence, Tony? Back round the wicket now. 2/3 his test match innings he's been not out, as James Anderson. So he's certainly not the worst number 11 going around. Average of 16. Oh, there's a shout this time. He's got him this time. Round the wicket has worked. The in-swinger hits Anderson on the pads. Rudy Kurtz's got the finger up. That's what Australia needed. England have been bowled out here. And Australia will chase 168 for victory. They'll have about 36 overs in which to get them.
They cut him short, James Anderson. His average is 47 balls at the crease. This is his 28th. Towards the shiny side, in to the front pad of Anderson. Only falls over slightly, but it ducks in that quick that he can't get the bat around that front pad. Australia have got the wicket at a time where they desperately needed it.
Well, I've got to tell you that that looked to me as if it was sneaking down the leg side. However, they've made some good decisions. A lot of pressure on the umpires out there. A lot of appealing going on. And so, the end of this innings, Shane Warne getting a pat on the back. He's bowled absolutely brilliantly.
Well, what an incredible day of Test match cricket we have had. Plenty more to come. That will be tea. Australia will chase once again 168 for victory in 36 overs. 4.6 runs per over. And we'll take a short break and come back with Mark Nichols.
That's a good shot.
I'm convinced it's going to be a drawn Test match.
Make it 550 up, and he declares.
No one gave us a chance of winning the Test match. It was going to be a boring draw. Before the warm-up, John Buchanan and Ricky Ponting pulled the whole team together for a team meeting in the dressing rooms. And that didn't happen very often. They spoke very directly to the team and said, right, we can win this game, but everyone in this room has to believe we can win this game. And I almost chuckled. I thought, yeah, sure, mate. And he said, right, we've got to figure out what's the best way about going to win this game. We've got two options. We can either go all-out attack, instead of attacking fields, just go for wickets, every single ball, try and knock them over as quickly as we possibly can, and then chase down whatever runs they get. Or we can go the other option. We can just try and strangle them. Maybe set defensive fields a little bit, but just don't give them any runs whatsoever. And as a team, that's the way we decided to go. And you could see it in Ricky's eyes and John Buchanan's eyes, that the belief started to grow. And you could look around the room and the boys started to think, okay, maybe we can. We've got a plan of how we're going to win this game. And I started to believe as well. Shane Warne bowled for 2 sessions, non-stop from one end. He was just phenomenal. And then that enabled Ricky just to rotate the quicks around from the other end. And they did a great job. We got the ball to reverse swing a bit. We got a lucky wicket early. I think Strauss was probably unlucky to be out off warning. And then we got a run out. And you could just feel the tension of England, who were just looking just to survive, really. And that played perfectly into our plan. and you could feel the pressure building. We got another wicket, we got another one, and suddenly the crowd started to get involved as well, and we started getting more belief, and England started to get more tense. So the way that whole day played out was just amazing, and it says a lot about the attitude of our leaders in Ricky and John and Shane Warne to make everyone believe, have a very clear plan, and then the attitude we took out on the ground to believe we could actually win that game.
It's Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer come out to an extraordinary roar here at the Adelaide Oval. Everybody has the hairs up on their back of their neck.
I was really nervous, you know, because we'd got ourselves, when we started our second innings, we'd got ourselves into a position where we could possibly win this test match out of nowhere, you know, like no one gave us a chance of winning the test match. It was going to be a boring draw. So I remember feeling incredibly nervous, thinking, wow, we've got a chance. So I was praying that, you know, Haydos and JL would get us off to a flyer. Ricky had been an amazing touch, that they'd get us home and I could just sit back and relax and just watch the run chase.
Bang! What a shot. Magnificent shot through mid-wicket. Pressure right on England now.
There's always a twist in every tale.
In the air, should be out. Mid-wicket coming around, got to catch it for England. He does. He does.
Once you sort of get out there and get involved in the game and sort of playing, it sort of takes your mind off all those nerves and the stress and pressure. And I really enjoyed being out there and listening to the crowd grow and counting down the score as we were getting closer and things like that.
It's embarrassing for England, really.
But then I remember getting hit with another massive surge of nerves when we needed about 5 runs to win, because that was the realisation to me that we're actually going to win this game. And I was desperate then to be out there in the middle, you know, to be part of this famous victory. So with 5 to go, I'm thinking, please, I really want to be out here. And thankfully got a 4 away and thinking, come on, one more run. And then, yeah, it's still to this day probably the best feeling I've ever had on a cricket field.
Mark Nicholas says 168 runs to win. What a win it will be when you're chasing 551 in the first innings. And there's Hayden, needs runs, Langer out early in this test match. How well will England bowl, Tony Good? That's the key, isn't it?
Well, we know that Hoggart's bowling pretty well, and he was out there having a bit of a loosener. It'll be interesting to see if he can roll over Langer or Hayden early on. If they're left-handers, I mean, he says he doesn't like bowling to them, but if you're going to swing the ball in to a left-hander, you've always got a chance of an LBW. So I think a lot depends on whether England can get a wicket early on here. Now, a bit of pressure, that's for sure. And from an Aussie batting point of view, you know, how do they go after this? Do they play their normal games? Do they go for it? Well, these two, the way I've seen them play just lately, they seem to go for everything that's pitched up.
Yeah, and it won't be any different, Greggy. He's not going to be easy to get away, I'm sure, if he produces that sort of form. 7 for 109. Andy Flintoff's got decisions to make everywhere. Already he's taking time over one. This day could drag out forever if he's going to take this long. Surely they knew Langer and Hayden were coming out to bat, and maybe Gilchrist, and what we were going to do for them. What are we going to do to Langer, Gilchrist? Get it set, but they're out in the field. They still don't know.
Give him a break. He's under pressure. He's trying to save a test match or maybe win it if he gets 3 or 4 early wickets.
Quite right, Bill. Quite right.
Wasted 2 minutes already, and he's still waving his arms. Come on, get definite, get really clear with your plans, get your bowlers fired up, and let's get on with it.
And on the pitch at mid-off, Hoggard charging in. Langer goes bang. Well fielded a cover. Could have been 4.
Well, that's the way he plays. Anything into that slot there is going to whistle away through the offside. So I think that gives us an idea of what Langer intends doing. Having said that, I don't think that he knows any other way to play these days. If it's up outside off stump, he'll go for it.
Ricky Ponting used a heavy roller, so the ball will come on while the ball's new. I wouldn't be too discouraged if it was Hoggard with that shot, though. All of a sudden, particularly if he can swing one back in between the gate, between bat and pad, charging in. Langer goes bang. It's a one-day game. That's 4. Well played.
Right across the line as well. I mean, that does signal the intention of the Australians. He has really given that some pummel over the top of Wideman on.
One-day game. I think it's a 20-20. Look at this. It does come onto the bat beautifully. Just stand and deliver. Find the gap and go.
going to be very difficult to bowl Australia at 36 overs, but they can certainly get these runs. And Langer, unselfishly hitting across the line, went bang. It's just a fraction too short from Hogarth. Wow, what a start. Don was a man at deep point, just the single, but it's a good start. They only need 4.6 runs per over.
Well, he just put that man back too. He was up for the ball before. The big slog mow from Langer scared Flint off. He put that man back and saved 4.
And Matthew Hayden, he needs a big score, really. He's such a good striker of the ball. You want to kick the ball up to him, they'll push it across his body, outside the line or off something. Will he chase it? Will he get an edge? He's only slipping a gully in, a man at point on the fence. Listen to the crowd. It's built up to about 15 or 16,000, maybe more. Final day. And about 130,000 people come to this test match at the Adelaide Oval. Matthew Hayden taking guard. A slip, gully, cover, mid-off. Short catcher on the pitch. That's the skipper. Hogarth. Oh, miss hit. It hits the stumps and it goes for 4, does it? Wow. Lunged at it. Big chases on. Big home. He's coming hard. Oh, good effort. Well done. Third umpire will probably have a look at that.
Well, I think he did it right, didn't he? A little dangerous, going on top of the ball right up against the rope like that, but oh boy, is this a signal.
They need wickets. I thought it hit the stumps too. Hit the footmarks. Well done, Steve Harmison. They need wickets here because Australia are not worried about the pitch. They know there's no warn in the English attack to tie them down. They're going to hit through the line, down the ground, and give the bowlers a real headache.
Hogarth shouldn't be too bothered here. I know there's 8 runs, but when they're throwing the bat when you've got a new ball, and Class Act coming off 7 wickets, just got to pitch it right. Maybe he's bowled a fraction too straight.
The other thing is we're about to find out how Flintoff is as well, because there was some suggestion that he might be going off for a scan. If it got any worse, we'll have to, apparently going to wait and see how he scrubbed up today.
Well played. It's very good. They look for 2. No, just a single. Giles in quickly. This is the start they needed. And to put England on the back foot in just the first over. 5 deliveries, 9 runs.
Andy Flintoff's changed the field 3 times, and this could be the 4th. Well, it'll go back to the normal field he had for Hayden. So that's not a real fielding change. He put himself off the pitch where he's standing right now, right next to the pitch where he is for Hayden. He took himself out of there for Langer into a second mid-wicket. Oh, a whirlwind.
If he bowls straight, he'll hit him over mid-wicket, Hayden. That's his strength in one-day cricket. If he bowls straight, he'll go over mid-wicket. He doesn't quite. He gets inside edge. Cannot get over. Great start. Flintoff is going to come around the wicket. Now he'll have to get a spot on. There's a man out deep fine leg, deep square leg. Big gaps on the onside. His tack has to be. In fact, the man now coming out of slip to short mid-wicket. 36 overs to be bowled. 1 gone, but 10 runs on the board. What a start. Langer 6, Hayden 4. Can the skipper get 2 wickets and over? That's what England need. Australia on the back foot. Oh, they take a single, big Harvey on the back foot. That could be overthrows. No, well backed up. Got to be on your toes, don't you? Got to be charging in. It's a one-day situation.
Yes, you're dead right. Harmison deciding straight away to bowl. Just not quite sure where to stand here at mid-off for these 2, are they? Because they are big hitters down the ground. Certainly Hayden is. He loves to go in the air down the ground. Right, so now We've got Langer just having a little look around. They've got 2 men back on the leg side. They've got a sweeper on the offside. They're the fieldsmen on the boundary.
Well bowled and well played. Action straight, I guess, but nicely worked by Langer. They got that good start they needed. 4.66 was the required run rate. Just get that feeling that the adrenaline is pumping through Langer and Matthew Hayden. They put the heavy roller on, the ball come onto the bat. They haven't got a warn in their attack.
There's no doubt that now is the time to go. While this ball is nice and hard, it's going to come onto the bat a lot better than when it gets a little softer. You get a good start. Hard work is done.
Oh, fielder could be out. Oh, that would have been out. Dear, they had to hit the timber. They have to do something right. Langer backing up a long way. Anderson, was it? Picked it up, shied. In fact, it was Peterson. Picked it up, missed. Here he is. And he comes, shy. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Backhand flick. It didn't go into his hands cleanly. He had to fumble with it for a little bit and then decided, I've got to go backhand, and missed by a mile. Couldn't believe his luck when he saw Langer so far out of his crease, I bet. Half chances can turn a lot here.
Well, they're running ragged, aren't they? Gosh, you just cannot afford to miss an opportunity like that, can you?
Yes, and it was Harmison actually that said to Peterson, I can't save the single here. I want you to come across in and see if you can cut it off. And that's exactly what he did. But you're right, he didn't quite take it cleanly. And even then, it wasn't that far away. That's what they needed, England. They needed a wicket.
The end of this over, we're talking to Mark Taylor and Shane Warne. What a day he's had, Heels.
He's a genius. He's the best bowler that we've seen, I'd imagine, in the history of the game. They dominated him in the first innings, and he's just turned it around straight away within the space of one innings. He had everything on show. Peterson around the legs. Not only around the legs, but hit off stump. And then he bamboozled everyone. Everything was on show. The show bag was full as ever.
It's none for 13.
13 runs from 2 overs, and have you told the openers you only need 4.6 runs per over?
No, look, the boys know what to do. We're quietly confident there. There's a pretty good mood in the change room.
You've given them a great chance today, though. It must be satisfying for you that, you know, here you are at 37 years old, you can still bowl like that, 27 overs unchanged.
Yeah, just to back up the 53 in the first. Lucky I'm an elite athlete and look after myself so much. Oh, look, it was good to get through. I think the Quicks did a great job too. They bowled some long spells. Brett Lee bowled a long spell. Stewie Clark this morning set the tone as well. They just gave them no runs. And I think this morning their attitude looked like just to survive. And I think that sort of got us upbeat and sort of allowed us to sort of get a bit all over them.
Did you really believe this morning, though, that you could win?
I think we sort of all thought, well, if we get 2 or 3 in a row, we might just put them under pressure. And I think we wanted to get a few of them out and actually bowl them out, whether it took us all day to do that. But just to let them know that, hang on, we're still about in, we still believe we can get you out.
At what stage, though, did you really think, hey, we're a chance of winning this game? Was it the Peterson wicket?
I think the run out as well. You know, those run outs, just it's like a needless thing to lose a wicket. And suddenly that gave us a bit of momentum. Peterson out straight away. That got us, I think we had a lot of momentum then. And that allowed us to really sort of turn the screws, and just every ball was a hand grenade from either the Quick or myself, I suppose.
How's the body feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm knackered.
And the finger?
Yeah, look, it's all a bit sore, but I think when the adrenaline that's going and just the momentum and what's at stake, to go 2-0 up in the series is a huge effort from our guys. So, look, we all busted we tried really hard. I was about to swear twice then. We just tried really hard, and we got ourselves in a situation where hopefully we can win the game.
Hoggard continuing. Not trying to be negative in any way, though. Disappointed you didn't get that 5th wicket, because, geez, you bowled well today.
Oh, yeah, but at the end of the day, I was getting pretty tired, so I think I just wanted that last wicket, anyone to get it at that stage. But it would have been nice to get 5. But at the end of the day, look, I was really happy for Glenn McGrath too. I thought he waited a long time for a bowl, got his chance and did the job like a true champion.
And what about the tactics for Australia? 36 overs, 4.6 runs per over. Is it try and get as many with this new ball?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be block them. I think it depends on what fields they say. I think they're going to be pretty defensive and try and protect the boundaries, which will open up a lot of ones, hopefully push some 2s and hit the bad ball when it comes along. But it's to be nice and aggressive.
Oh, it's got him. That's caught in the gully. Well, Justin Langer is the man out right off the middle of the bat. Aggressive nature of Justin Langer. Unfortunately, on that occasion, he steered it straight to gully and a pretty good catch taken. I reckon Justin Langer will find that it's come right out of the middle of the bat. It's got a bit of width. He's hit, this is forward. It's got 4 all over it. Apart from a brilliant catch. And England, a first little sniff. That's obviously not part of the game plan, Morty.
No, definitely not. You know, Justin and Matthew are a real good partnership. They can set the tone early. But, you know, the guy we've got coming in, Ricky Ponting's in pretty good touch. Best player in the world. His stage right now. These two will hopefully go all the way.
OK, mate, thanks for your time. Just quickly, do you want to have a bat today or not?
Do I want a bat? No way. I was sitting down toasted sandwiches and a Coke.
Mate, thanks for your time. Well bowled today. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Mark Toller, and particularly Shane Warne. 694 test wickets, but if England can get Ricky Ponting now, hello. It was a big wicket. They needed that. They were scoring signals. They were scoring the odd boundary, and all of a sudden Ricky Ponting comes out. Hoggard again. He's a hard worker, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is, and look at that average. Ponting, 60, made a big score in the first innings. There's the shot again, flayed away on the offside, and taken nicely there by Bell, out for 7. Now, that's exactly what England needed. They just need to keep taking a few wickets here, and, you know, who knows what happens. Might find England Australia in a situation where, at some stage, if wickets keep falling, they will start to think about whether or not they should keep going.
Horny better not have closed his cricket bag. Just keep it open, keep your gear out ready to go in case. Langer looking to blaze one. 2.2 overs, 1 for 14. This is frantic stuff.
And they'll keep going. There's no doubt about that. Very hard to bowl a side out. Look at this hot spot right off the top edge of the bat and the middle. Straight to gully. Wasn't quite in the middle, but close enough. And well caught by Bell. He's a good catcher, Ian Bell. And Ricky Ponting just the one slip in, a short cover, backward point. Hoggard charging in. Right on the money, well bowled. Keeper up at the stumps to keep Ponting back in his crease. Just the one slip, deep gully, short cover, and good on him. Matthew Hoggard's been great in this game. 7 for 109 in the first innings. He's got 1 for 11 in the second over. There's the skipper. Get another wicket for me, please. Well bowled.
Yes, this is the time to get Ponting, isn't it? Nice and early. This is when he tends to be a little bit vulnerable.
You got a bit of cover back in your face with that wicket.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. much better. What a start it was. 10 off the first over. It gets away from you. Have a look at the field there. Got the man at backward point. Bit of a gap there. That area covered, and they've got a sweeper back on the boundary as well. The ball's gone out of shape badly. You can see it from here. What's the umpire doing? He's getting that little testing mechanism out. If this doesn't go through both rings, they get another one. Let's have a look. It's not going through that one. Will it go through this one? Yes. So if it goes through one of the 2 rings, perhaps that's what it is.
He's 6 for 7. Got to be heavy. It was a good try, actually. 2.4 overs of a new ball. If you get it replaced, probably replace it with a brand new one. Start again.
Langer's gone for 7. Hayden on 7. Ponting yet to score. Hoggard charging in.
In on it, Kev.
He's off the mark with a single. Fetching straight there, Hoggard.
Yeah, they've got a suffocating offside field, and the off stump for Ricky Ponting is sort of like middle and leg to other people. So he's got to get it 6 inches outside off stump if you're going to use that field which is placed in front of him.
What will Matthew Hayden do with one ball to go? He's got a lot of singles, and mid-off and mid-on are very deep. Surely cover's got to come in and mid-wicket to cut off that single down the ground. He's a very good straight hitter, although he gives some width and look for the nick. Push it wide. Over bowled, 3 gone. 1 for 16. 152 to win, 33 overs to be bowled, minimum. Around the wicket to Matthew Hayden. Strong offside field. It's through. Anderson to chase it. I'll get it loose. It may go all the way. It's gaining momentum. It's going. It's going. It's got there. Handy.
A beautiful shot. This is where Hayden's so strong. Straight down the ground. He just loves playing that straight drive.
What about this thick bat he's got? That's an inside edge. Inside edge. Gone for 4. Massive thick edges without being too heavy. That's the latest technology.
Just wonder why he's bowling around the wicket to Matthew Hayden. He likes to hit the ball straight down the ground. Hoggard worried him when he pushed the ball across his body.
Yes, and when you've got the field back as well, mid-off, mid-on, quite deep. He's going to push for ones and then blast every now and again. Hope for a 4. I agree with you. I think that early on especially, try and go across him.
Could be one of the better times for Matthew Hayden to bat. He's in a little bit of a touchy form, but he can't worry about himself. In this situation, it's just the team and going 2-0 up in the Ashes. Now it's Ricky Ponting. He's got a man in cover. He's got a backward point. Cover. Mid-off. And a sweeper out there. Just one slip and he's in next to the wicketkeeper. Tight offside field, but still plenty of gaps.
Mid-off and mid-on far too deep. Ponting's a good athlete. Oh, well bowled. Coming over the wicket to the right-hander.
Some of Ian Healy's ancestors there. Good fiery redheads.
I'm Irish, mate. I'm Irish. Healy from County Kerry. Not Mel Gibson's mob. Bravehearts.
Bit of a problem there for Ricky Ponting. Probably jammed it on the thumb. They hurt. They really tickle. Slip, point, cover, mid-off, and man on the point fence for Ricky Ponting.
Yes.
Through, just the single.
Yes, Flintoff is now bowling his second over. Let's just have a look at his first one. Give you some idea of where it was, just from round the wicket, homing in, pitching outside that off stump.
He's not going to swing it away. He's better off over the wicket. He's coming straight onto the meat of the bat. Staying around the wicket to Matthew Hayden. That's better. Fraction wider. A bit more bounce. You have Hayden chase you rather than hitting straight down the ground.
You try to stifle them for, what, 15 minutes maybe? Maybe that's their best way of getting them out. Stifle them, get them coming to the ball. It's been a little too easy, even though it's been class stroke play, to drive down the ground. that means to me that it's been a touch too straight and a touch too full. They've floated it up there just a little too often. 5.73 is the current run rate. 1 for 22.
The over bowled. Four overs bowled, 1 for 22. The run rate's 5.5. They need 4.66 when they started. Now Hogard, the keeper's up. There's a slip in. And one man out in the deep at backward square leg.
Hit it, Jim!
Well fielded. And Justin Ranger fell when he tried to blaze Hogard square of the wicket, and Bell took a sharp catch.
Yes, this is the flayed drive outside off stump straight to Bell. Caught it as clean as a whistle. It went quite fast to him, but he was always going to catch that. There we go. No trouble.
Ponding came in, number 3. I wonder who might be number 4. With Damien Martin, Mike Hussey, Michael Clark, Adam Gilchrist. Langer having a coffee.
Yes, Cole.
Anyone unusual padded up? Let's have a look up there, I wonder. Where's Adam Gilchrist? There's Gilly in the middle at the back with Stuart Clark, who's nice and relaxed. The manager, Steve Bernard, is on his left, our right. Michael Clark just got the cap on. They're not showing us anything, actually. Can't even see Damien Martin.
Well driven. Does it get past Harmison? No, it doesn't. Just the single.
Yes, Harmison's done some quite good work at mid-off. He doesn't mind throwing himself around in that position. Here's another example of it. Getting his arm right down on the ground as well. Cumbersome sort of dive, but effective.
Well, I said this is an interesting time for Matthew Hayden to be batting with his mind off his own technique, just on the team and the cause that they're after. He was in scintillating form last summer and knocked over a total South Africa left them. 2 for 288 in 60 overs. Ponting 143. Hayden 90. They'll be making sure these fielders are on their toes. Just over half a second.
Well, bad ball. And he's put it away beautifully. He just cannot afford to bowl. He's bowling too straight to Ricky Ponting. He moves across, go off stump and work that beautifully.
Yes, with out a fine leg, Ponting knows exactly where the field is. Here you can see that's why he just played it nice and fine. Beautifully timed. Lovely balance there as he moved his front foot forward and then made sure he made contact as he just leant over. Knew it was 4 straight away.
It either had to be more outside off or further down leg. Get it wider outside leg and look for the leg side stumping.
1 for 28. 140 more runs to win for Australia, go to 2-0 lead in the series. Ashley Giles warming up. He'll probably bowl into the rough to the right-handers.
What about a little rebound off the leg stump and down to fine leg for 3? It's the type of start to this innings England have had. 1 for 28 off just 31 balls. Flintoff picks this up, hoys it back. Just needs to clip that stump, go past the keeper. You got 3, maybe 4.
Bang! What a shot. Magnificent shot through mid-wicket. The pressure right on England now.
That is a wonderful shot. How can this guy not be playing one-day international cricket for Australia? You see a shot like this. This is just unbelievable. Just watch this. Flintoff, down the wicket he goes, and oh boy.
He's got to come over the wicket. Just going to understand why he's bowling around the wicket to him. Push it wide across his body. That's a great shot. Strong man. In fact, now Flintoff going over the wicket to Matthew Hayden.
Peterson doing his best to rev him up as well.
I think this is the first one he's really found the middle of his bat, Matthew Hayden. He's just crossed his feet over, walked straight towards Flintoff, knew where the gap was, and that's the one he wanted.
Run rate 5.81. Great start.
He's so strong. Really powerful, tall, strong.
No ball called.
Got away with that ball too, Andy Flintoff. Didn't make the adjustment very well at all, coming around the wicket to over. He put a half volley on the leg stump of Hayden, who wasn't quite up with it, but he was in this instance.
In the air, should be out. Mid-wicket coming around, got to catch it for England. He does. He does. It's 2 for 33. Collingwood, good old Collingwood forever. Well caught.
What a player. He does it with the bat, and this was up there for a long time. He tried to get rid of his cap as well, and it seemed to get stuck on his head. And he hovered under the ball, stayed there, and then took a very, very important wicket. Just watch this now. Let's just see exactly how long it's up there for. Up she goes. He's hovering around. There's a bit of wind. Look, he tries to get his hand off. It won't go. It's got stuck. There he goes. And oh boy, well taken. Beautifully taken.
In the end, it was all tension. Hayden's gone. It was well bowled, different angle. It's 2 for 33. New batsman Michael Hussey, new commentary team, Richie Benaud, Michael Slater, and Mark Nicholas with a smile on his face.
Well, I'm admiring the catch. I thought that was a special catch against this bright, bright sky. Running backwards with it falling over your shoulder. Potting on strike now to Flintoff. There's a bit in that. That might have hit a little loose area on the pitch. It's excited the England boys.
Oh, look at England. They're really up now. They can sniff something happening here. Well, there's been 2 wickets, and this was the last one. Up in the air. The other thing Collingwood had to contend with was the breeze. When we were out there about half an hour ago, I was quite surprised at how strong that breeze was. So it would have been swirling around, maybe being blown away from him.
Collingwood won't ever take too many better catches than that, and he is an outstanding fielder in any position.
This is fruity. It's 2 for 33. There is that Collingwood catch in extreme slow-mo. You can get an idea of how extreme with the birds, but oh, it's a magnificent effort given the kind of pressure he was under, the sort of threat that Hayden brings. Collingwood forever, said Bill Lurry. 2 for 33, 135 to win the game for Australia in 29 overs, or a minimum of 29 overs, perhaps we should say. Now, there's a long discussion taking place here, and it really has. I should think this is minutes worth as Ashley Giles comes into the attack. Michael Hussey has come to the crease instead of Damien Martin. That's
I imagine, just to keep a left-right combination out in the middle.
There's interesting moves all round from both sides. The fact that Hussey has gone out there with Ponting, they put on a splendid partnership in the first innings, and now Giles, because Hussey has gone out there and is a left-hander, will have the rough outside, he's off stump. Giles has been brought on. Now this, I want to tell you, is some catch. How would you feel when that cap that you were trying to toss off your head, it wouldn't go off, and then suddenly, just before the ball got to you, or you got to the ball, the cap did go off?
It was caught on that little bit of the sunglasses that wraps over the ear. That's what was keeping it latched on there. But thankfully for him, it did fall off before the ball was all the way down. Hayden, for a moment, thought he'd got away with it.
Here's Giles now to Hussey. England are operating with 2 men back on the leg side, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Then there's a mid-on who's halfway with a short mid-wicket and a short leg. That's the leg side field. 3 guys saving a single on the offside in orthodox positions, and then a slip.
And that's precisely the way Hussey will deal with that. I thought the first one that Giles bowled might have been an accident, and it just slipped out. But he's actually bowling left arm over the wicket into the rough and spinning the ball away to the left-hander's leg side. Now, I'm going to need to do a bit of thinking about that to work out exactly why that's happening. Very, very unusual thing to do. I've seen Giles before bowl left arm over the wicket into the rough to right-handers, so they can't score, but I thought Hussey might take him to the cleaners.
Ponting on strike now.
Oh, Charles! Nicely left.
Go back to 1998, the Boxing Day Test match in the Ashes series, where Australia at that stage had trouble chasing in the 4th innings these little targets. It was 175 runs on the final day that Australia required. And at one stage, Australia were, well, 3 for 103, 4 for 130, 5 for 140, and at that point you'd still think we would get home. Healy made a duck, Fleming made a duck, Nicholson made 9, and McGill a duck. Australia losing by 12 runs, so it's pretty hard sometimes in the run chase. The pressure's always on.
That's clever cricket from Ricky Ponting. If Giles gets too straight to Ponting, he's able to do that. He's got such good hands, he can just open the blade. And he earns himself 2 after 3 consecutive dot balls. It's 2 for 36. 132 now for Australia to win it. 8 wickets for England to take to pull off a miracle. And a total of... how many overs? 29, is it? Well, for some reason, I don't know what the reason was, but Bell didn't throw straight away. Really quick work might have had Hussey struggling, but Bell just hung on to the ball for a minute.
Might have been a slight fumble.
Hussey is always very busy and he'll be looking for those quick singles. But yeah, I wonder, Richie, I think you're right. I don't think he got it in his hand properly to release the throw, because he would have naturally gone straight into it throwing action from there.
One of the things that Michael Clarke does so well is get rid of the ball quickly.
Hussey was comfortable. It brings Ponting on to strike Flintoff. No balls are hurting. England have given themselves interest with the 2 early wickets of Langer and Hayden. Original target of 168, now down to 130.
That run in between the wickets with Michael Hussey, he came down the offside and then was moving in towards his stumps when the ball was getting near him. But he wasn't running anywhere near the good length marks.
It's just slowed a little bit for Australia. Their run rate required from this point is up around 4.5 or slightly more. And Ponting is just waiting for the right delivery in his zone. He's going to try and not make the same error as Matthew Hayden, who probably just got a little bit too excited, tried to take on something that wasn't really there to hit.
Ponting may well have worked out that the rate isn't really the issue. The only big problem Australia could face is if they lost wickets. They're going along at present at 5.2 and over. They need something marginally above 4. There's 28 overs after this with 129 to win. So, given the way people chase runs these days, I don't think he'll be frightened by 4.5 and over. But he'll be frightened by another wicket or 2. Changes the tone of a dressing room. It might be why Hussey's come in too. He's such a cool head, vastly experienced at this kind of thing.
Splendid runner between the wickets as well. And the fact that Ponting would have looked at him in that long partnership they had in the first innings and thought, I quite like the look of this guy. He's fairly valuable to me. And that may be the reason.
It's good placement from Ponting. And pretty good timing. It isn't a quick outfield. It'll just be pulled up inside the rope by James Anderson. But it's 3 more to the Australian captain, who's in rare touch.
He's just waiting for the right delivery at the moment, Ponting. He's just trying to settle the ship, and there's the helmet in front of Adam Gilchrist. So whether it is an instruction from Ponting, if I get out, send a right-hander in, and that'd be Martin. If Hussey gets out, the left-hander must go in, and that'd be Gilchrist. So he's ready to go. The one-day specialist, the one-day opener.
2 for 43. They've got to be Monty Panesar sympathisers.
Boy, wouldn't they like him out there now? Get a little bit of turn. This is where old Monty might have come into his own, to be honest.
Oh, don't take us down that road, Spats. Giles then to Ponting. That's clever batting. Really, Giles has to be full. Ponting is a master of that. The angling of the ball. He's not just about boundaries. He's about placement and touch too.
Yeah, there's nothing accidental about this. He's waited on it beautifully and then just angled the bat. Kept it away from the slip and picked up 2 more. Lovely cricket.
England have now taken the slip away and put a man saving 1 behind point there. No attackers in place.
Well, I think that'd have been better, to leave the slip in there and push him a couple of yards wider. so that he is, in a sense, fielding at a sort of a gully position, just to deter Ponting from that little angle bat nudge.
Get it, Fred!
Yeah, and that first shot off Ponting, just nudging it through the offside, has changed Giles's line. And these last couple have been very much landing outside leg stump into that rough area. But an easy single at the moment. Very controlled from Ricky Ponting. Ponting, so watchful. It did bounce on him, and you could just see him ride it a little bit to adjust, but a comfortable two. That's all he has to do. He's now got Mike Hussey facing, and he's got more scoring opportunity, given that the ball will be spinning in, even though it will be spinning out of the rough.
Straight on, yeah, buddy. Splash.
And don't be surprised if we see this sort of shot from Hussey. He doesn't want to go too square. There are two men out.
Is that a chance? No, it won't reach the man back at deep square, Alistair Cook, or rather deep mid-wicket. Squeals of catch it from England. It's the way that Adam Gilchrist fell in the first innings, looking to play that stroke off Ashley Giles. Strauss.
Well, I'd have been happier if I saw him rushing in and giving it the dive. Take the chance of going for four.
Oh, well, that's masterful batting. They've got the measure of Giles here. It's 2 for 48.
Someone's with a Linter Energy? Yeah, of course. Aren't you?
Yeah, especially with their great energy deals.
Either of you guys see my wicket keeping?
Get a great energy deal. Switch to Alinta Energy, supporting your home team.
There's the equation, 120 to win the game for the Australians. 8 wickets for England to take. There are 27 overs remaining. Rate of under 4 and over. It really isn't or shouldn't be a run rate issue for Australia. 4.44 could be recurring, I should think, Max, is it?
To be precise.
Flintoff. What Flintoff really needs is Harmison. You just can't help thinking that the fact that Harmison hasn't bowled is an extraordinary measure of not only his confidence, but the confidence that the team have in him right now. Because ideally, a charge in from Harmison here, and something explosive, would give England hope and encouragement and all sorts of things.
Well, it's starting to, you know, I'm trying to think how England can justify him being in the side. If he's a first change bowler, there's no way he's a first change bowler. He's a strike bowler, and if he's bowling first change, I'm not sure he should be there.
A call for LBW from Flintoff, not answered by Rudy Kurtzen. Drifting down the leg side, we'd have to reckon. At least by the shot, we'd have to reckon, because Ponting was looking to hit it certainly, well, mid-wicket, if not squarer.
Ooh, I think it's the right decision. It's got a big angle on it, and you know that when you face Flintoff, he does come slightly wide. And if it's with that angle, you can flick to the onside. That's what Ponting was attempting, but it was mighty close.
There's man back on the cover fence.
Nice Ash.
Ponting has 18, Hussey unbeaten with 4. Seems all right. Didn't bowl as much as we expected him to yesterday. An injury to Flintoff, of everything, is the last thing that England need for this tour.
Harmison doing a few loosening up exercise, calisthenics are they called?
It's Flintoff employing that same tactic we saw at the Gabba and the tactic he uses against Gilchrist, coming around, changing the angle up to the left-hander, more spearing into the top of off-stump. It was the trouble Hussey at the Gabba. He got out when he was facing Hoggard. He was a little tentative in the first innings when he got out for 91, having done and batted so well.
50 arrives for Australia, and in good time too. We're just coming to the end of the 10th over. Nice calm response to the early problem from Ricky Ponting and Mike Hussey. It's been a result ground of late. In fact, who could forget the game 3 years ago against India? Come back to that game in just a moment. It's at 2 for 51. 117 to win it for the Australians. England declaring at 6 down for 551. To my knowledge anyway, there hasn't been a higher first innings declared total with the team going on to lose a test match than that. Australia had that huge first innings score against India 3 years ago and lost an extraordinary game of cricket then. It is a result ground. Michael Slater's just been reminding Richie Benaud of something that Mr. Benaud said early in the piece.
Oh, I know he said it out in the middle with you, I think, at one stage, Mark, but in the first hour of this game's commentary, he said that Les Burdett always produces a picture at Adelaide that the game or a likely result will happen in the last hour of the 5th day. And now Les Burdett has caught plenty throughout the course of this test match. Richie, looks like you're exactly right.
Well, I mightn't be right, but Les might be.
And Ashley Giles cannot get his length right. One of the many things that Warne did so well was find the length. And at the moment, Giles is mainly a bit too short. Oh, he's taking a pounding in there as Alistair Cook. A pounding.
Oh, it's not nice. Not nice in there. He got a big hit in the first innings too. It was on the helmet.
Oh, get in there!
In top-class cricket, you don't see all that many inexperienced people, captains and that fielding there. They generally put someone else there.
You're right, Richie. It's normally the junior member of the side. Pay your penance. I pretty well started my career there and was still there some 74 test matches later. Didn't know what to take from it.
Well, I guess the thing is that unless you're exceptionally good at it, be bad at it.
That is quite true. I heard Ian Chappell and Tony Gregg talking about Peter Walker, the Glamorgan and England player who played in the 60s. And I think was probably the finest short leg I ever saw, but he perfected a method where he would protect his face with his forearms. No helmets in those days. And he was an outstanding fielder in that spot.
They'd sent him outside the line. It might well have gone on to hit the stumps. But if he's playing a stroke, it can't be given out or shouldn't be given out. That's a much better line and length from Ashley Giles. Could even be a touch wider than that, but it's hit him almost a set of stumps outside the line of off stump.
It's going to be really hard for Giles to get an LBW unless Hussey's playing right back on his stumps.
That's clever. Very clever work. Very hard to set a field for that stroke. Again, based on the length of the ball. It's 2 for 57. 111 now for Australia. England badly need the injection of a wicket. They had some momentum when Collingwood took a supreme catch to get rid of Matthew Hayden. But since then, calm and intelligent play has eased Australia back into control. No surprise that it should be Ricky Ponting leading it. And Michael Hussey not far behind him. Steve Harmison is coming into the attack for the first time. He's replacing Andrew Flintoff. Still a breeze here at the Adelaide Oval, but not the strong wind that was here earlier today. Going from left to right across the screen as you look at it.
Mike Hussey, the last ball of the previous over, the reverse sweep. It's not a shot that a lot of Australian batsmen play, particularly if they don't travel to the UK. That shot was used, developed, and practiced a lot while he has spent, well, he's had many summers over in England playing county cricket.
That should encourage Harmison. Probably a bit of uneven pace or bounce in the pitch, making Hussey lose control of the stroke.
Well, he's only about half rat power at the moment. Speed's around about 130, 133. That was the same pace McGrath was bowling at.
Well, he's not coming in with quite the spring he had in the first innings. You sort of feel that he ought to come in and try to bowl fast here and just find something unusual. Line and length isn't his thing at the moment, so rather try to create something with speed. England do have a slip in place. That's the one orthodox attacking fielder. There's a sweeper back both leg side and offside. Australia's rate is good. They're going along above 5 and over. They need around about 4.4 and over to win.
Well, Harmison's got up now. He started 131, 133. Then the third ball was 137, and now he's up just above 140.
Come on, Steve Harmison, find something for yourself and for the series.
Might create a dramatic form change if he gets a couple here and regathers that momentum for his side, because there was momentum. Mark Nicholas mentioned Australia 1 for 14 at the loss of the Langer wicket, 2 for 33 after the skied ball from Hayden. But now this partnership is worth 25, and it's with ease. I think it's a smart move to get Hussey out there.
Two for 58. Golden figure right at the bottom of the screen, 110 to win it. Bill Laurie is coming into my seat. England need a wicket, he says, and with him Mark Taylor and Ian Healy.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening to all our viewers right around the world. It's a great win for Australia if they make it. They've got 8 wickets in hand. The run rate is 4.83. They required about 4.66 when this innings started, and the captain's going back to the best bowler. Hoggard, can he get it spot on to Hussey? 8 wickets for the match so far, and good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Bill. And a very good evening to everyone at home. What a superb day of cricket we've seen so far. Still plenty to come. Still 110 runs needed, and just never know. I think if England get Ponting, they'll think they're a chance, or at least saving the game and maybe even winning it. Really do need to get Ponting. I'm not certainly against this change, because I felt with Ashley Giles bowling that they weren't trying to get him out. We're just trying to make him, or stop him from scoring runs, which is not really the way to go.
Perfect evening, not a cloud in the sky. Northerly breeze coming down the ground. Good crowd in. The final day, the final couple of hours. Oh, great shot, the weight cut. We haven't seen many of them in this match. Fraction, width, and it's going, they're running hard. They'll come back for 4, will it? Happy with 3.
It's been over half an hour since we've seen a boundary, and that was hit by Matthew Hayden just before he got out. So outfield's not all that quick. It's been left a little bit longer due to the hot temperatures over here. It's a lovely shot though from Mike Hussey, just using the pace.
Ricky Ponting was looking for 4. Hussey didn't run the third one hard enough.
He's a smart cricketer, Mike Hussey. I think it's a really good move. They've lifted him in the order of number 4. Good one-day cricketer, good test cricketer, full stop. But it's the sort of situation where he'll be at his best. He can work the ball around, pick up little singles here and there. Generally turn 2s into 3s and 3s into 4s.
Ask the question. Well forward.
Just outside the line, Ricky Ponting. Well outside his crease too. Geraint Jones is up there to try and stop that big step in. Now, don't change positions. Keep an eye on these guys. They will not move in their positions. We haven't seen Damien Martin out there. Matthew Hayden's come back into the room. Stuart Clark stayed right where he's been for some time. No Damien Martin at this stage. Michael Clark was down the front, around where Brett Lee is at the moment. There's been a change or two. No.
2 straight, beautifully played. I think you've got a bowl 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump. You cannot be that straight. He's such a good onside player. He takes it from middle and off easily. That time it was forward a square. He's whipped one down to fine leg for 4 already. Glorious batting, 2 straight.
That's the other problem we've got with the keeper standing up. So it tends to make the bowler bowl a bit straight. I think when the keeper stands back, bowls a bit wide, looking for an edge. At the moment, he's looking for the stumps. And as I say, I suppose it brings an LBW, but it does give Ponting a chance to work him on the leg side.
Oh, glorious. Superb over for Australia. 2 magnificent late cuts. One from Hussey now, one from Ricky Ponting. Goes all the way. He gave him the width, but it was too short.
He didn't give him too much width either. It's the line we're talking about. Another set of stumps outside the existing stumps. And Ponting sometimes can lunge onto the front foot at that, but this time stays back, hangs back on it, and takes it from the gloves of Jones and runs it for 4.
Superb stroke play. Under pressure. The run rate is 5.28.
Target is now down to almost 100. 101 to win for Australia now. And that would have been their first little milestone. Get the runs needed under 100. They need 2 more, and they've achieved that, and they've still got 23.2 overs left.
There's talk day 2 or thereabouts that catch would cost England the match, but certainly been their batting today. All the Australian bowlers were magnificent. Clark started it off. Warren gave him support.
What about the declaration, Bill? 6 for 551. I'd love to go back there, I reckon. Have those 4 wickets back again.
Pulled it away, just a single. 2 for 68. Steve Harmison. 2 straight, he works it for single. And they need something special here from England supporter. It's a good partnership of 35 off 45.
And there it is, Bill. 2 for 69. Australia now need 99 more. Always try and get it down from 3 figures to 2 and then work in tens from there. That's how a lot of sides chase down totals. Next total is 80-something and then 70-something and just work down in tens.
Bang. Just a single.
Looking to play that shot a little bit, Mike Hussey now. He's sort of lays back on his back foot and plays across the line. Even if it's a touch full, he can still get up and under it. So he's getting much more comfortable in that shot. And he hit a big 6 off Harmison, which he said he liked. Harmison needs to get it a little wider of off, angle it across the off stump, get a little bit of bounce, just like Andy Flintoff did to dismiss Hayden. Put a bit more pressure on that shot.
At a glance, just a single. England were 1 for 59 overnight. They're really coasting. This morning, they were choked by Clark, Warne, Lee, and finally McGrath.
Yep, 28 overs in the first session, 30 runs and 4 wickets. That was the first of them. Strauss a little unlucky, a couple of noises, but we don't think it was bat. And then the run out. This gives you an idea of how nervous the English players were. Definitely a run there.
Yes.
Back live. Hussey will look for 2 here. He'll get it easily.
And the pressure was right on England. Warne was bowling superbly. It wasn't conceding a run. And then the big wicket, full toss when you're on the 2. Misses it, sweeping, bowled, hit off stump. Big wicket of Peterson, back live. Straight through the keeper. And the pressure, England, one end was Collingwood, he couldn't score, but he was holding down, and then at the other end, wickets were falling like 10 pins. Big Nick, that's the captain gone. Lee was the bowler, bowled a very good spell of fast bowling, and then Jones beautifully caught by Hayden in the gully. It was all happening then. And Warne, well caught by Hayden. That's Giles, he's gone as well.
You're right, Bill, it was great pressure from both ends. Mainly Warne from one end. Also the quicks did a great job for Australia today.
Nice placement again. Just a single. The over bob will have a look at other wickets after the break. We'll be changing the bowling. Giles coming back into the attack, but Australian bowlers and fielding was A grade today. Warne is magnificent. The wrong and inside edge. There goes Hoggard. LBW, a bit unlucky, I thought. Gray was the bowler. Harmison.
They probably had a couple of unlucky ones, didn't they, Bill? But that's what happens when you don't play any shots. All of a sudden, there's lots of appeals, there's men around the bat, and things go against you. 54 overs today England faced, and they scored 70 runs and lost 9 wickets from the start of play. And that just creates pressure on everyone, including the umpires, and generally, you get the odd decision go your way.
Take nothing away from the Australian bowlers, they were magnificent. Warne bowled unchanged today, finished with 4 for 49. I thought Lee was spot on the money, 2 for 35. A good early spell from Clark as well, and McGrath finished off the tail, 2 for 15 off 10. Basically, Giles has to be on the money here. Every delivery to Hussey, pitch in the rough, making drive through cover maybe, getting caught at backward point, but don't be too straight.
The problem that actually Giles has got is he's got no one who looks like he's there for a catch. He's got to try and get someone out in this situation. He's got a keeper. That's the only person around the bat. Everyone else is saving one or saving a boundary.
That's the spot, and I get buys.
Well, that gives you an idea. There is some turnout there. Ashley Giles has got to get it out there. And also he's got to get some fieldsmen in place. If this hits a glove, it'll do something.
need a wicket. Slow this partnership down. New batsman at the crease. Hussey, fine cricketer, isn't he? He can attack, he can defend, he's a brilliant field.
He's enthusiastic, he's great value to be around, and he can work the ball in this situation. He can mix attack and defence, he can play singles, that's why he's such an important part of the one-day team.
Reverse sweep again. This is embarrassing for England, really. He couldn't get off the square, and those reverse sweeps, that's two. That's the second one.
Against the spin out of the rough. Reverse sweep. Even if he mishits it, as Mark Taylor says, there's not a lot around the bat to get him out. It's got to go straight up in the air and go to the keeper. But mind you, he's playing it beautifully. Doesn't even look like mishitting it. They need answers, otherwise they're going to let it slip.
Maybe Joel should come around the wicket, different angle, and open him up, and then hopefully pitch it and spin it back between the gate between bat and pad.
Single two, hit and run. He plays that reverse sweep in a very conventional way too, Mike Hussey. Doesn't change his hands around. He still has the left hand at the bottom of the bat. You see some batsmen actually make a complete change with the grip. They move the top hand becomes the bottom hand and vice versa. There, he just keeps his hands exactly as he takes stance and just moves the bat. Plays it very well.
Elements in the game say that it should be illegal to change your grip. The bowler must tell you which side of the wicket they're bowling on. Batsman should be either a right-hander or a left-hander.
Bold, Ashley!
5 from the 15th over, 2 for 79.
A little milestone passed by Australia. It's 89 now to win. Just a little reminder for everyone who's looking forward to watching the news and the current affair later this evening. You'll be staying with us for the end of the cricket. Still plenty of cricket to be played. 89 runs. We saw this morning how hard they can be if you get a wicket or two. It's going to be up to James Anderson, obviously, to try and get that wicket.
He's going to become a hero. 2 wickets in the 1 over. Get 2 new batsmen at the crease. Or this one will do for start. He's got a job to do here. This pitch might suit him if he can get it on the McGrath length. Just on off stump to the right-hander and push it across the left-hander. Michael Hussey on strike. That's not the place to bowl. That's a good save.
Anderson's struggling to find a pitch that is going to suit him. He just hasn't had any rhythm or control or skill level on display at all this series, and first ball in a tight, tense moment, Australia needing 89 to win. He's put it on the pads of the left-hander. He better get it right. Why don't we try now?
Oh, that's 4. What a good shot. That was intentional, I reckon. I reckon he waved it over the face.
Oh, it's the left-hander supporters club, is it? That is a genuine edge, and Anderson got it right. Just didn't have any fielders.
That is an intentional shot, Billy. Is Mr. Cricket. I'm going with heels on this one. I reckon that's bounced and he's got a big edge on this. Yeah, that's a catch. There's no one there, though. 4 runs.
He got him. Let's have another look. What more can you do? He's got his head still, opened the face of the bat. 4 runs.
It's big that Mark Taylor's left the Union.
It's nicely played. Well fielded. Oh, an overthrow. Well taken by the keeper. They needed a catch there, didn't they, England? Halfway there, Australia. What a win it'll be.
When you don't bowl accurately enough to really specific plans and maintain them, the captain can't put fielders in a spot. If Jimmy Anderson could have demonstrated a confidence to his captain that he could pull that off, and he could have had a slip in there or a floating slip or something, but Flintoff just doesn't know what his bowlers are going to produce and when.
Fairness to the bowlers, it's the batsman's fault. hardly scored a run today. England scored only around about 2 boundaries, if my memory is correct. Three boundaries today. Attacking fields were set. Warren bowled unchanged from one end. Oops, almost carried.
Next target for Australia is 100. Halfway there now. Next target will be 100. 2 for 100 they'd love to be. That's what Ponting and Hussey will be telling each other out there. Let's be here when we pass 100.
Starting to make it a little tighter, a little harder to get singles. They're protecting the inner circle pretty well at the moment. Flintoff, 2 on the leg side and 3 on the offside.
At the start of day 5, there was 1,123 runs scored, 17 wickets fell. We'll talk about that after the break. It's 2 for 84. Good crowd in for the final hours of the second test match at the Adelaide Oval. This 9 News and Current Affair will follow the cricket. As I was saying, 1,123 runs scored for 17 wickets and averages 66 before today. And all of a sudden, runs were very hard to come by for England.
It's a 5-letter word. 5-letter word. Warren, 4 for 49. You can send shivers down the spines of any opponent on day 5. And he had great support acts today. Stuart Clark bowled his first 8 overs for 9 runs. So England went nowhere right from the word go.
Yeah, it's Warren. It's also your approach, though. Like last night, Shane Warne bowled, I'm not exactly sure how many overs, might have been 6 or 7. And they took him for about 20 runs. Bell and Strauss played him quite well without looking in any real trouble last night, scoring about 4 runs per over. Today they came out and played no shots. And all of a sudden that gave Warren confidence.
Sweeps. And sweeps brilliantly. Split the 2 fieldsmen. How good is that?
The sweepathon. Reverse and conventional. Almost a slog sweep, but he slaps it past the square leg umpire.
For 88 and 16th over. This time he's out to cover. They look for 2. It's a fraction wide. Wonderful cricket by Michael Huss. Taking the pressure off Ricky Ponting as well.
I think you'll see in the replay here that he just opens the face of the bat. Not easy to do that against the spin, particularly when the ball's out of the rough. Just opened the face. Didn't try to smash it through covers. Just opened the face and played it behind point.
Well, England are not the best one-day side in the world. They're second bottom on the table. And this is not their best one-day side. It looks like it, doesn't it? They run ragged here.
I love that calling by Mike Hussey. And the confidence in his own stroke play to work it into the gap and know exactly how hard to hit it to get back for 2.
Oh dear. I'm sure there was bat there.
Solid cover drive, but just takes enough pace on it, off it, and just keeps it to the side of the sweeper so that he has to travel. The other thing is Mike Hussey's guard. We'll keep an eye on it. Richie Benno's just pointed out he's batting on off stump, so he's negating the spin of Giles, and that's where we think maybe Giles is bowling a bit straight, but it might be Hussey that's moved over to a guard of off stump.
Well fielded. Can't get a run there, surely. Oh, they may get another one. Happy with the single. Wow, it's all happening. It's 2 for 92. Two for 92. Changing the commentary team. It's Richie Beno, Michael Slater and Tony Gregg.
Yes, and the National 9 News and the Current Affair will follow the cricket this evening. A wonderful game of cricket going on here. A little bit more wonderful from Australia's point of view at the moment because they've got their noses way in front. They need 76 to win. Balls remaining 114. So those of you who've been following one-day cricket will know exactly what they're up against here, because that's the sort of scenario, the picture we paint for you when we are commentating in the one-day game.
It should be a doddle, shouldn't it, Greggy? When Australia were 2 for 33 and Hayden had just been dismissed, it was all momentum England. If they'd kept soldiering on in that vein, then Australia might have been 4 wickets out, 5 wickets out. That's what Flintoff was hoping for, but not now. This partnership worth 59. Ponting and Hussey doing it yet again for their country.
Great shot. That is a magnificent cover drive. Not much of a gap in that area. On the up, just wide of the left hand of mid-off. Beautifully played.
Well, this is why he's the best player in the world in both forms of the game. He's in one-day mode now, but it's still so controlled. He's not looking to go aerial. It's right along the turf with the greatest of ease. That is a perfect cover drive.
James Anderson has a big problem in the matches we've seen so far in Brisbane down here, in that his length is not constant. First ball of this over, half volley, and, well, not quite a half volley, but beautifully dealt with by Ponting. And straight off the middle of the bat. That bat didn't twist at all. And then the next ball was not a half tracker, but it was well short of a good length. Owen he's missed it. It was in the air for a little while, didn't quite carry. Harmison has got to go after it all the way down to the boundary. And they'll run 4.
That's the 100 up for the Aussies. 2 for 100. This is only the 18th over. They've had to motor it, or at the outset it was over 4.5 runs and over. The current run rate is 5.66, and they are well on track to go 2-0 up in this 3 Ashes Test series, and it will create such a difficult task for England to get back into the game.
They're being cheered on by spectators coming down from the city of Adelaide now, as they do towards the end of a day's play. And there's just starting to be roar after roar each time the Australian batsmen play a good stroke or hit a boundary. 101 up out of 168 needed.
Yes, you can see quite a few of them there have just ripped off the tie, come straight out of the office into the ground. Save at the moment. Knows the call. 2 for 101. .67 to get, 109 balls to come. England are about to use their 6th bowler. Hoggart, Flintoff, Giles, Harmison, Anderson. They've been used so far, and so now we're going to see a little bit of Peterson.
Well, we didn't see very much of him this morning. Warren bowled him with magnificent delivery. Wonderful piece of cricket. He bowled him bowling over the wicket, behind his pads, and he hit off stump about halfway up. Not too many bowlers the world has seen have been able to do that.
Well, here he goes with his off spinners.
Ponting was shaping up just to tickle that round the corner. Little sweep shot and then bailed out. It's a last-ditched attempt by England to get a breakthrough, try and get a roll on. How good has Hussey been, though, since he's come to the crease? I mean, his role in the one-day game is to come in at 5 or 6, and be the finisher in the latter part of the innings. And that is exactly the role he's played today. It was a smart move by Ponting to elevate him, and his strike rate. He's nearly working at a runner ball. He's a busy player, and this combination of Ponting and Hussey in that middle order is a superb one.
It took Michael Hussey a long time to get into the Australian side. When the 2005 Ashes were to be played, he'd already done very well in the limited overs fixtures between England and Australia. And there was quite a strong call for him to be retained in the squad for the test matches. But the selector said no, they've made their choices, and he would have to go and do whatever else he liked. Well, he's not looked back since that happened. Very fine cricketer.
Well, Peterson should enjoy bowling to the left-hander, despite the fact that it is Hussey and he's playing really well. 31 of 34 deliveries. The off-spinner spins away from the left-hander. He's got a slip in position. There's a man on the drive at short extra cover. Really smothering the spin there, and very fast, calling no as well.
Well, Australia have got themselves so far ahead of the run rate now, they can afford just to block the good balls and not try and force things too much.
And there's the short one, and that's another shot he plays very well, but notice how he played it straight into the ground. At the end of the over, it's 2 down for 103. Well, there we are, a very good crowd again, and that makes it over 136,000 people now that have come in to watch this test match. The best crowds in Adelaide for 47 years. That's very, well, it gives you some idea of how much the folks have enjoyed these Ashes battles. I suppose they'll go back to England, where it all started to happen. England managed to get the Ashes back after Australia had won the first test match, and of course we've got this incredible Australian team now. Don't like losing very much, and very determined to get them back.
It's Giles replacing Anderson at the City end. He's been spun around by his captain Flintoff, so what can he produce? There's been nothing out of the ordinary. Hussey on strike.
Full toss. Lucky to get away with that.
Well, Giles has only got 5 men on the onside to Hussey now. He had 6 at one stage, and he was bowling at leg stump. And I have to confess that it was a tactic that posed me quite a few problems in understanding.
Yes, it seems to me. I mean, they've kept with him for this test match, but it does seem to me that he's just struggling a little bit. The pressure's on him to bowl well here, and I'm not too sure that I think you're right. I don't think he's got his fields right, and just seems to be just a little bit tense. So that full toss was an example. The short ball last over, another one. Oh boy, and these guys are playing so well too. That is a magnificent shot again from Ponting down the wicket and hitting the ball on the offside, despite the fact that it's spinning in that direction.
Well, I think if you're at home and you're watching and you want to learn something about batting, just watch the use of the feet. The way he was able to open himself up, create the gap, or create that hitting zone over extra cover. Brilliant.
Catch him.
Ian Healy is down on the boundary soaking up the atmosphere. What's it like down there?
Oh, Greggy, Adelaide's come to a standstill. Look at the members that have turned up at the Adelaide Oval. They know this is historical. This is a test match that's been turned on its head. It's unbelievable. The chapel stands are full. The corporate areas even. On a Monday afternoon. Is it Monday? No, it's Tuesday afternoon. They're here already. They're here still. They have flocked in here because they know this Ashes, not only is 124 years of history happened in the Ashes, this is big. The way the Australians have turned this match, no one expected it, and they're loving it.
There's Ian Healy down there on the boundary, just soaking up a bit of the atmosphere.
Yeah, how excited was he? He really was feeling the atmosphere, and it's been 5 days of intriguing cricket. It's going to turn into a result here on the 5th, but there were a lot of people saying it's going to drift out to a draw, and 47 years it's taken to see crowd attendance like this at the picturesque Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, Test cricket is alive and well, that's for sure. Giles again. I see. Oh, reverse sweep. Doing that quite often. 6 off the over, 2 for 109. Right, so 59 to get. 96 balls to be bowled. Down the wicket he goes again, just playing it away on the onside. They're doing it easy at the moment, the Australians. They really are.
Terrific running from these pair. Ricky Ponting just chipping it into the onside, realising there is a man in the deep. There was a man at mid-wicket, so he was just chipping it, and now he moves on to 47. Can you believe it? He's nearly got another half-century in Test match cricket. His form continues, and he came into this series admitting that he wasn't hitting the ball well. The moment he got to the Gabba, the ball just started coming out of the middle of that blade.
Ian Healy was talking about the history of the Ashes and the historical aspect of this game. There used to be timeless test played, and that was the reason there were no draws in those days. You just keep on playing, and or very few draws. Might have been something washed out occasionally, but generally there was a victory. And it's not very often you see a match like this one here at the Adelaide Oval where the side batting first has made 6 for 551 and the other team has come back at them and won the game.
A little mix-up. Recovered.
And bear in mind that these tests in modern times are played over 30 hours. You can make up time, but basically quite different from the timeless test days, and here it looks as though we're going to have a little piece of history.
More runs, but there's a sweeper back there, and they'll come back for the second. Yes, they will. Yes, it's a good point you make, Richie. What a year it's been for this Australian team. I mean, if they win this, it'll be 8 out of 8 in 2006. At the moment, it's 7 out of 7. Ponting has made 7 centuries in 2006, averaging over 100, and he's captained the side in all those matches. It's 2 for 114.
Should have gone to Specsavers. Book an eye test online with the test experts.
Australia 2 for 114. They need 54 more runs to win this match and go 2-0 up in the series. And the news will follow the cricket. So those of you wondering about the National 9 news, it will follow the cricket.
It'll be worth watching every one of these 54 runs. Ricky Ponting will want to be there at the end, so will Hussey, but Ponting in particular. The reason I say that is he hurt, like all the team, but as captain, it was finger pointing after they lost that little famous little urn about 15 months ago.
Yes, Ponting was very frustrated wasn't he, when he got out in the first innings, despite the fact that he made that big 100.
He sure was, because he felt at that stage, and in that interview he gave Mark Taylor through play just after he got out, he said that we still think we can win this match. If we can get somewhere close to the 551 England have scored, and we can put pressure on running into the 5th day. And it always comes down to the Warne factor. And we're seeing Ashley Giles run in, and this is where a spinner should really be making it hard for the batsman, but he's not. But Shane Warne will win your test matches. Certainly didn't do it alone today. Brett Lee, Stuart Clark, and then at the end, Glenn McGrath. They all combined beautifully.
Well, the Warne factor is something that's very important in Test match cricket. And when Ponting said that in that interview after he'd been dismissed, he was quite clear in his own mind, and he'd have transmitted that to the team as well. We're not out of this. We're not out of it at all. Now, Warne has gone away from his first innings, none for plenty, and thought about what happened and come up with a new plan. And it was a very interesting plan, quite different from what he did in the first innings. Viewers will remember that for a large part of the time in the first innings when England batted, Warne bowled around the wicket to Peterson. Today, he didn't bowl around the wicket to anyone. Changed his plans completely and bowled over the wicket.
And he's got him. He's hit it straight to extra cover. Well, they needed that one desperately. That might just make a little bit of a difference. Strauss is in there on the drive. Ponting has been chipping away. He's been putting the ball in the air. And that time, unfortunately, he's found the fieldsman. Strauss has taken the catch. And Giles has got himself a wicket.
The bat just turned in his hand as he made impact with the ball, and that's why the catch was presented. He'd been playing that shot so well. Fantastic innings comes to an end. It's 49 to the skipper, and Australia are 3 for 116.
So Australia now 3 down for 116. Damien Martin is the new batsman. He's out there with Hussey. Another couple of wickets here by England will make things quite interesting.
England ran into a huddle, and you could hear through the effects mic, come on, come on. Australia should be able to settle again, but it gives them a little bit of hope, Richie.
As far as they're concerned, they're still in it. Having got the skipper with that delivery. Bit of flight there from Giles.
Oh, he swept that beautifully. Thinking about the second. No, says Hussey. And that's the end of the over. 3 down for 117. Well, there's a little rundown of exactly what's happened. 51 runs needed to win the match. 7 wickets in hand. And to take over commentary now, Bill Laurie, Ian Healy and Ian Sharp.
Thank you, Tony Greig. 51 required to win a change at the Cathedral end. Last throw of the dice, one fields. Flintoff coming back into the attack. Another wicket here, particularly if they can get Hussey. Put the pressure on the new batsman to the crease. Damien Martin on strike. Just one slip in. Short cover. Backward point. Cover. Just one man on the onside inside the circle.
Well, they got some problems, England, with this attack. Just things not working for them at all. Flintoff probably would have been hoping that his batsman would play really well and he didn't have to bowl in the second innings so that he could rest that ankle. But far from getting a rest, he's been pitched in the middle of a serious battle.
Damien Martin's gone bang straight down the ground. Glorious stroke right off the meat of the bat. There go the Seagulls. There goes Damien Martin. 5.
Third ball at the crease. Everyone's found it very difficult to loft down the ground, but maybe Marto's found a way. Flintoff back into the attack. And the ball disappears.
Somebody's transported a different pitch in here when Australia are batted. You wouldn't think it's the same pitch.
Running out of his crease, Damien Martin. This is a slip in. It's got him! Got straight down his throat. Damien Martin went for the square cut and went straight to Strauss. Short gully or third or fourth slip, who cares? It's a great catch. It's 4 for 121.
Damien Martin taking a few liberties there with Flintoff. And he's hit it straight to the man at third slip, Andrew Strauss. So maybe there's a little bit of life left in the England team yet. It's 4 for 121.
47 off 82 deliveries required, 6 wickets in hand. And went off, made the change. Come back and pick up the wicket of Damien Martin. He's had 5 off 4 deliveries as Michael Clarke takes guard. There's a slip and a gully in now. Very square for Michael Clarke. Ringer feels me. I think it's a much better field. Ringer 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. Flintoff.
I think he's also got to get Hoggard on this end. Hoggard bowled pretty well from this end, the river end in the first innings.
Well bowled, well fielded. All of a sudden a bit of spin and a step of the Englishman. Another wicket now. Wow.
Well, the last one was great bowling by Flintoff. Floated up his first ball. This time bangs it in right over the top of middle stump. Martin runs at him and backs away. Very difficult to play that shot on the move when you're so fresh at the crease, and he's out for 5 from 4 deliveries. Good bowling, a good adjustment from the ball before. Martin, after hitting such a spectacular 4, maybe needn't have gone so hard.
All of a sudden, the ball's ticking away, odd dot ball.
It's tough to play a test match in different circumstances, I suppose. I think the Australians have gone a little bit too hard. They've started very early and very successfully and wanted to keep going. Matthew Hayden was scoring at about 6 and over, and he wanted more. He wanted to get it wiped off and got himself out. Damien Martin the same. He'd hit a 4 from Andy Flintoff, the first ball of his over. The second ball he wanted more. Do they have to go that hard? Maybe not.
Well, that's well bowled, nice and straight. The other end, Michael Hussey, 36 off 42.
He's got to get something at the other end. I know Giles got a wicket, but he hasn't looked like doing too much at all. I think he's got to hope that Hoggard can reproduce that magic from the first innings, get the ball, the older ball swinging a bit, and that could make a difference.
Oh, well bowled, squared him up. Big chance for an LB. 4 runs in the wicket, a beauty. 4 for 121. 4 for 121. Target's 168. Michael Clarke yet to score. Hussey on 36. It's going to be Giles to continue, the left-hander who's played him beautifully. The reverse sweep he's used. He's pulled him through mid-wicket. Very defensive field. There's 4 men trying to save a single. No catch at slip.
Well, if Giles can't bowl to a more attacking field than this, in this situation, he shouldn't be bowling. You've got to go with Hoggard. If you're going to bowl Giles, it's got to be with some guys around the bat and put some real pressure on the batting lineup. If he can't do that, ball goes to Hoggard.
Well, there's a man coming in. That's the man Ian Chappell wants. at the Torrens end, the city end here at the South Australian Cricket Association ground. No slip, but there's a silly point. Oh, here comes slip from 45 up into slips.
Might as well bring them all up, maybe apart from the men on the sweep, and force Michael Clark to go through the ring of fieldsmen. There's gaps everywhere. It's not a slippies, it's short cover. Silly point, backward point, short cover. Flintoff talking to his bowler now. It's going to go to about a mid-wicket position. He needs to spin one out of that rough. Hopefully get a bat pad, because that's the only really attacking fieldsman he's got.
Come on, buddy. Ball. Good, Jolly, good.
If he can keep his length right up there, he doesn't need a backward point. They're not confident in his consistency, so that they don't quite know where the field should be.
Good, Johnny.
It's a single. It's silly point. Bounds away. 168 the target. 6 wickets in hand. Next batsman in, Adam Gilchrist.
Just can't get his length right at all, Ashley Giles, on this pitch. It's been far too easy. The fact that Michael Hussey has played the reverse sweep a couple of times tells you all you need to know.
How easy is he making it look? Hussey, 38 off 44 now.
Good stuff, Ash. Come on,
And Chappell's right, you go to your main strikers, don't you? Hogarth's been the man of the match for England with the ball. We saw Clark, Lee bowl very well from the city end. 1 or 2 stayed down, 1 or 2 moved off the seam. They swung the ball.
Yeah, ready.
Giles swings his arm in disappointment there, but once again it's the length. The last 2 deliveries, the Australian batsmen have played them comfortably off the back foot. There he is kicking the ground again. It's the length that's causing Giles to get annoyed.
Leaps, misses the stumps. Over bowl, 4 for 125.
We think we've got something significant happening here at the Saka tonight. The Chandler swimming pool in Brisbane. Liesl Jones, 100 metres breaststroke. Can she crack that red line, which precedes her up the pool quite regularly?
Can Australia go 2-0 up in the series? 43 off 71. It looks easy, but it's the 5th day of a test match. There should be something in it for the bowlers here. They get line and length consistently, make the batsman play. There's only the 1 slip in. He's about a 3rd slip. That's Strauss. It's a backward point. Point cover mid off on the offside. Well bowled.
Can't time it. Michael Clark, Damien Martin came in, timed it unbelievably and finds himself in the sheds. Have a look at that. Just a little bit of width, just a bit full by Flintoff. First ball back into the attack. Second ball, thank you. What a punch. I don't reckon they're going off.
43 off 70. Clark on strike. Well bowled. Good line, good length. That's where he should be.
As Flintoff showing up the other bowlers, making life difficult for the Australian batsmen. Good movement off the seam. Very good movement off the seam. Probably starting in the air and then just continuing to go off the pitch. But he looks like taking a wicket, and he's keeping the runs pretty tight. Whereas some of the other bowlers have conceded runs way too quickly.
Well fielded by Strauss. Very well fielded. Whitey slip position. Good pair of hands, Andrew Strauss.
Good bowling again. Bowling to his field. The field's set well because Flintoff knows what he wants to do. Clark again edgy. 2 from 11. For those fans of a current affair, don't concern yourselves. It will return at 6:30 tomorrow night. We can't have it all, I guess. We've got this, Ashes Clash, news and swimming.
English captain bowling his heart out here in this last little spell, really giving it everything, hitting the pitch hard, getting the ball to reverse swing, come into the right-hander Clark. Great 100 in the first innings, under pressure, 2 off 12. Peterson comes in and says, well bowled, captain.
Not the captain they need to encourage, they need to get someone at the other end bowling well with Flintoff. Then they might get something serious happening.
Oh, good shot. Takes the shackles off the Clark. They're fast between the wickets. They pick up 3. Over bowled. 4 for 128. Oh, in fact, can you believe that? Can you believe that? Unbelievable.
Seven off it. 5 dots to start, then a 3, turned into a 7. Gifting it away.
Well, it was a stupid throw. There was absolutely not necessary for Peterson to fire that. But then I think the keeper tries to stop it with his pads rather than the gloves. And good night, nurse. But the bloke you've got to blame is Peterson. It was a stupid throw and an unnecessary throw.
Got 5 dot balls and he gives away a 7. 4 for 132. Dear oh dear. You pick up a big wicket and you do that after a very good over. Clark was quite nervous. He gets 7.
Well, that's the thing. You get all G'd up and you're running around banging everyone on the back and saying well done. It just pays to stay calm and think about your job, not get all G'd up.
Bounce back, bounce back. 1 wicket, 1 mistake they're preying on.
Come on, Ash boy, come on, pal.
They got the mistake, only it was England that made it.
It's too easy. Far too easy. Too many singles off Ashley Giles.
The great ability of Test match cricket to stop a nation. This one's probably stopped 2. Those people in England watching this, clinging for a draw. Can they find a draw? Probably a win is their only option. A win or a loss now. Can they do it? Australians, if it's Adelaide's any indication, they're watching it too.
Crowd roaring with every single here at the Adelaide Oval. Great crowd for the whole Test match, and they've come down from their offices as well. I think there's more than 20,000 now. The members is packed, the hill's packed. This will be a great victory when you're chasing 551 in the first innings and win on the final day. It'll be a sterling effort by the Australians due to the magnificent bowling today of all the Australian bowlers. Just joined us. England lost 9 for 60 today on the 5th day.
Yes, they've certainly given Australia an assist in this Test match, England.
Get on it. Good,
The Australian bowlers today, Warne, Clark, Lee and McGrath, were absolutely magnificent. A great run out by Michael Clark as well. Unbelievable today. One or two dubious decisions, but that always happens when you're not playing shots and the bowlers are appealing every ball almost. Bat pads, LBWs. There's the 4 wickets.
Took him a while to get the first one too. 11:43 this morning. It's 43 minutes into play. And then the next 40 minutes was pretty big. They went to lunch very happy.
But only 7 runs in that first 43 minutes. That's where England made a huge mistake.
Oh, that could have been the bottom edge onto the stumps. It's 4 for 135. Coming home from work. Unbelievable finish to the second test match at the Adelaide Oval. England were 1 for 59 overnight. Australia was at 168 to win. They're 4 for 135 with 33 runs required for what it will be if they get it a great victory. Michael Clark.
Yes, it's going to take something, well, some tremendous leadership from Flintoff and a terrific effort from the players, the English players, to drag themselves back. If they lose this one, to get up and get ready for Perth, they're going to have to find a way to do it. But Andrew Flintoff has shown that he's got some leadership skills, had them well and truly ready to play in this game, but they just fell at the final hurdle.
Well bowled. Bit of life and bounce. 137 Ks. Just a little bit down leg side, but could have easily got a glove.
I thought he had for a minute. Thought I heard a little flick. Gets it out of the way. The pressure on Jones. Every ball means something. He's been here before. They've all been here before. They won the second test in England by 2. And it was a similar dismissal of Michael Kaspovich as that. This series and the last one never stop amazing. This series and the last one never stop amazing.
No.
He's doing a terrific job, Flintoff, but he's just not getting the support at the other end. Things are happening too easily for Australia at the other end. He's certainly leading the way as a bowler, and he's making life really tough for the Australian batsmen.
We've got Harmison putting his hand up and saying, "Give me the ball, captain." Big slower ball bowled Michael Clark in 2005.
Well taken. Very well taken.
Yes, it just shows you how important Shane Warne was to Australia's effort, because you had Stuart Clark bowling probably in the same sort of manner as Flintoff is bowling very well, bowling accurately, but it was Warne at the other end who was doing so much for Australia, and England just haven't been able to replicate that here.
What about bowling all bounces? Just all bounces. If they're going to score the run, score them off the hook shot. Defensive, yes.
No run. They have to get a wicket. That's what they'll do. 2 or 3 quickly. Clark's 11, but he got a 7 bonus. He hasn't really played any great shots as yet. Just the 1 on drive, 4 overthrows. The other end, Hussey's been magnificent on 39 or 47. Strike rate of 82. What a cricketer. Wonderful atmosphere here in Adelaide. This will be the biggest fifth-day crowd we've ever seen, any of us in this box. It's a magnificent roll-up. Oh, he gets it away. They look for 2, they're both fast. Over bowl, 4 for 137. (31 off 54 deliveries for Australia to win the second test. And Flintoff persisting with Ashley Giles.
As did England. They didn't go Monty Panesar. Ashley Giles hasn't spun it, hasn't ripped it enough and consistently enough to scare the Australian batsmen, left-handers or right-handers. He's not turning out of the rough and scaring them into not playing shots.
Sweeps. Oh, did he hit that well? Crashes from the fence between backward square leg and mid-wicket. Superb straight play.
There have been times today where Hussey has treated Giles bowling with contempt. He's already reverse swept a couple of times, and traditional sweeps, he's hit three of those that have absolutely crashed into the boundary, bisecting two fielders out there. Really in control against Giles.
Again, well fielded, no run.
Great work, Andy.
Strauss, well fielded.
Too full. He's got to find a length that's going to put Hussey in two minds between the sweep and a straight bat shot. Get it wider, maybe. See if you can spin something in.
27 off 52. Two straight. Bang again, just a single, maybe two.
Yes, it's Giles' length that has been causing him problems. Early on it was too short, now too full to Hussey. The one or two that he's got into those footmarks have spun and jumped and caused Hussey some problems. But if you're not bowling well enough to keep fieldsmen around the bat, then the odd one that spins and bounces is not of great concern.
Another single, lofted over cover. Giles under enormous pressure. Ian Chappell's right. He just hasn't got the length right. He's bowled too straight to Hussey. He's got rough outside the off stump. And he's pitching around about just off stump. He needs to get wide and throw it up. Let him drive against the spin through the offside. We haven't seen a cover drive from this end to Hussey. 6 men on the onside now.
Well, they brought an extra fieldsman over on the onside. It was the fieldsman who just stopped that one in front of square leg. But in doing that, Giles then aimed at about middle stump. He's really got to be outside off stump, trying to get Hussey to drive through the covers.
Sixth in the over, 4 for 143.
For over 20 years, CommBank has been supporting women in cricket so that thousands more girls can. CommBank, proud supporter of women in cricket.
25 off 48, and it's tough for England now. 6 wickets in hand as Mark Nicholas joins us in the commentary box. Good evening, Mark.
That 7 was a bad moment, Bill, wasn't it?
Hasn't been a great day for Peterson, has it?
No, it hasn't, which is a valuable point. A key member of the team. Bad day for Peterson, bad day for Harmison. People that Flintoff would have reckoned not just to turn to, but to win in matches.
Oh, well bowled. Oh, the captain's bending his back. Good pace, excellent line. Needs support at the other end. Apply some pressure, get another wicket.
This really has been a tremendous effort from Flintoff. A little bit of dust puffing up there as that ball landed. Hoggard patting him on the back. I think he's really got a call on Hoggard now at the river end and hope that he can recapture some of that first innings magic. The Giles experiment is not working.
Yeah, they've got to a point where it might be worth trying to reverse swing the ball around about the 30th over. This is the 29th. It'll be fairly roughed up too on this abrasive surface. 5th afternoon, that might be the best option now. Hoggard with some reverse swing.
I reckon there's 25,000 in now, pouring in of late. I'll be able to say if Australia wins this, I was at the Adelaide Oval chasing 551 in the first innings when England declared was 6 out, and they won in the last half hour.
And they'll have seen a magnificent performance. I mean, the way that Australia have impressed themselves on this match, believing they could win it even this morning. And you've got to say the cricket they've played has been just first class.
25 to go. Well bowled, and there's nobody there. Gets it away for single. My word, he's troubling Clark with that short delivery. Not prepared to play the full shot, but there's a man out.
Yes, that Warne factor kicked in probably even before play started. I think it set something off in the England dressing room, in their minds, and a lot of the credit for what's happened here today has got to go to Shane Warne. As I said earlier on, I think chasing 168, if England had had Warne in their side, they would have been about a 50-50 bet to win, and probably even a touch better than that. But England just haven't been able to recreate what Warne did for Australia.
Michael Hussey on strike on 44 or 57. Now change. I think that's fair enough to another slip coming in. He's going to bowl across his body, open up the onside field. That's okay. You need wickets.
Yes!
Oh, how good was that? Magnificently placed off the full face of the bat. Soft hands, boundary.
Well, the Australians have had the nerve to try things with the bat, and that's what England didn't have this morning. A positive approach that come out with intent. Michael Hussey, always a positive player, but when you look back to that first ball, Justin Langer sent out a message with the way he whacked it over mid-wicket off the first ball. There was intent there the whole way through from Australia.
I love the little punch Hussey gave there. It proved that it was deliberate.
On 48. Oh, he gets maybe runs, but wait for the call. This would be his 50 if it's runs. And pick up 3. Wait for the call, maybe leg buys. Runs, magnificent half century. Having a golden year. What a fine cricketer. He's happy.
Well, the ground stands to him, and there'll be Australians and English people alike. He's a special player. It's been a long wait. I can't think of a better organised or a better technical batsman in the world, but he's also got this side of innovation that makes him an attractive player to watch.
Strike rate of 94. 17 to win. What a turnaround on the final day. Over bowled 4 for 151. $17 to win. Hussey on 51. Clark on 15, and a change at the city end. Far too late, one feels. Steve Harmison coming into the attack.
The strike rates of the Australian batsmen make interesting reading. Hayden had 18 from 17 balls, Ponting 49 from 65, Hussey 51 from 54, and Clark 15 from 28 of the main contributors. And when you set those alongside the fact that England batted 54 overs for 70 runs today in total, 70 runs in total, a few things come to mind. Firstly, the awesome control of Warne and the support he got, first from Clark, then from Lee, and at the end from McGrath. And secondly, the way that Australia have been able to take this by the scruff of the neck, play their strokes freely. Really has been an exceptional performance.
Where'd that go? Down to the ground it went. Back of the bat maybe. Harmison, 127.5.
Well, the England captain trying to get one last ditch effort out of Harmison. Really needs a big effort from him now. Just a little, probably an underneath edge. Dragged it onto his body.
Wide call.
Hussey has become a bit of a go-to man for Ricky Ponting. He did it, I think, 2 times in the Champions Trophy when Australia lost some wickets early, and he brought Hussey in at number 5 instead of his normal number 7 position. He's done it again here today. When a little bit of trouble loomed early, Hussey called in at number 4.
Yes. 15 to win for Australia in the second test at the Adelaide Oval. What a turnaround. Final day. It's all drama.
And what must he be thinking? What must he be thinking? But 20 minutes ago, Ian Chappell said how difficult it would be for England to pick themselves up again for Perth. Dead right there. Just 15 to win it for Australia. Time no longer the issue.
That's the line. Every ball should be there. We saw it from Lee at his pace. We saw it from Clark, and we saw it from all the Australian bowlers. McGrath, Warne, on the money. It wasn't one loose ball. I think Warne bowled 2 full tosses and a whole spell of leg spin bowling the whole start. Yet England have been all over the ship apart from Flintoff. He's bowled his heart out. Nicely played, through for 1, coming back for 2. Well done. Listen to the crowd.
They've really taken the opportunity to turn the screws today, Australia. Right from the start of this innings, they've virtually hit the ball at Englishmen and run. Every opportunity they get to take the extra run when the ball's hit into the outfield, they're grabbing it.
13 to win. Good line. Talk about the Australian bowlers. Shane Warne today, 27 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 29. Unbelievable figures for a leg spinner in particular. One, maybe 2 more. 4 for 157. We'll go down to Ian Healy on the fence. Good day, Heels.
Yeah, go, Bill. I couldn't help myself. I had to come down here again just to check it out. I have never heard an ovation that Mike Hussey got to bring up his 50. The crowd are loving it. Every run now that Michael Clark and Mike Hussey are making is so well appreciated. For those of you who woke up this morning not that optimistic, you'll find out now that Australia got 9 wickets for 70 runs in 54 overs on a wicket which was a batting paradise. They've turned this test match right around, and that's why they've flocked to the Adelaide Oval. I'm sure they're around their TV sets as well, all around the nation and in other countries as well. This is so significant. And are the Ashes coming back to Australia with this 2-0 victory?
Hang on, Heels. It's 3 to go. It's a good start. Really does put the pressure on England. Perth and Melbourne in particular. With Perth, I guess they've got to win it, keep themselves in the series, or at least a draw. Now it's James Anderson, but this is one of the great victories. Get 9 wickets and chase down 168 in the final day. Yes. Hussey again, great touch, a single.
You just can't keep him quiet, Michael Hussey. 52 from 56. He's been able to, in fact, make that 53 from 57. But when he's not able to hit a boundary, he just picks up the single, the 2. His placement is so good.
31 scoring shots for Michael Hussey. He's probably been overshadowed by Ricky Ponting this year, but what a year he's had. In all forms of the game. Remember that catch at the Gabba, for instance. Brilliant fieldsman.
And adaptability, prepared to bat anywhere and never makes a fuss about it. What a foil he is for Ponting too. What a runner between the wickets he is.
Waits a call, no run. 10 to win, 6 wickets in hand. We've seen some special matches at the Adelaide Oval, none better than this. Everybody was saying how dreary, how dreary. It's been a real hard slog for the first 3 days, and all of a sudden Australia have turned it around. Start of today's play, 1,123 runs were scored for 17 wickets, an average of 66.05.
Well, we've seen 13 wickets fall today alone, Bill. 17 wickets over the previous 4 days. Astounding.
I don't think we forget, though, Shane Warne is the best ever. And overnight, I think he was in the minds of the English batsmen. He got great support from Clark early on. He got amongst the wickets. He forced a run out. He was magnificent. To win for Australia, to go 2-0 in the series.
It's quite incredible when you think that a guy takes 1 for 160 in the first innings, and yet we're still mentioning him as being one of the candidates for man of the match. He won't get it, but at least we're mentioning his name, and the guy took 1 for 160 in the first innings.
Anderson charging in. That's well bowled.
When you say he won't get it, Ricky Ponting will get it, will he? Because I'm not sure that he shouldn't get it.
No, he's certainly got to get a mention in dispatches, and you might even go a bit further than that. But I don't think he can quite get it. But the fact that he's even mentioned is amazing.
What about Hogarth? The poor guy's got 8 wickets. What about Collingwood?
Collingwood, I was going to say. Collingwood got a double 100 and are not out the second innings.
One off the over, 4 for 158. 10 runs to win. The ground's full. England's captain bowled his heart out this afternoon. Armisen going around the wicket now to Michael Hussey. Talk about value for money today. Straight to cover. If you bought a match ticket, you got your money's worth.
Well, you'd have been put off by the headlines in the paper this morning. Ball war, it was called. When you think of the quality of some of the individual performances, some of the intensity of the cricket, and now the drama that it's built to, I think one can easily forget what Test cricket is about. We've seen a lot of the best things about Test cricket in this match.
There he goes, 2 straight, just a single. The last 9 years, Australia have been winning 75% of the Test matches they've played in. That's a fantastic record. They win this one, it'll be 8 on the trot for 2006. Michael Clark having a good match. He's on 19, 124 in the first innings.
Yes, their rate of winning in Australia is quite amazing. Since Mark Taylor's side won in the Caribbean in 95-6, which really elevated Australia to the #1 spot. Since then, they've won something like about the same percentage, 75% in Australia. I think there's only been 6 losses. It's probably up to about 68 games now, 68 Test matches, and I think 3 of those losses have been dead rubbers. That's quite an incredible performance to win at that rate. It just shows you how hard Australia are to beat at home.
And you find a player like Michael Hussey, around about 31 years of age, become a superstar overnight in all forms of the game. It took him 11 years of hard work in the Pura Cup competition. Was shuffled up and down in the West Australian batting order, opened up, battled in the middle order, batted lower than that sometimes. Now he's a hero on 54 not out. Clark's on 20. 8 runs to win. What's going through that man's mind? England captain. Got through him, well bowled.
Why did I declare? Maybe he's thinking.
You laughed at me, didn't you, when I said 900 or something?
No, I didn't laugh at you. I just disagreed with you.
How did it happen? That's what's going through his mind. How has this happened?
Because Australia are a great side with the best bowler of all time that we've seen, certainly. They field well. The captain's in magnificent form. Great support from Hussey. Not timed. Dot ball. Australia are a great side with the best bowler of all time that we've seen, certainly. They field well. The captain's in magnificent form. Great support from Hussey. Not timed. Dot ball. 4 for 160. Eight runs to win. 6 wickets in hand. Oh, is it dropped? I think it was. I think it was inside edge. Wait for the call. Unfortunately for James Anderson and the keeper Jones, drop chance.
Well, he's had a few near misses in this innings, James Anderson, just when he needs things to go right for him. Late on it. Geraint Jones. See the look of anguish on Anderson's face. Earlier on, he had a nick from Hussey that went where there were no slips. That looked as though it might have just missed the bat and hit the back, well, the hip of Michael Clarke, but he got a run for it.
7 runs for victory. Another slip comes in, square leg comes up. Hussey on strike. Tremendous atmosphere at the Adelaide Oval. Hush now. Through cover he goes. The chasers chasing hard. They get 2, will they? Giles the fieldsman. 2 more to Hussey.
Of all the Hussey strokes, that is the real gem. I mean, he plays them all well, but he cover drives beautifully. The news will follow shortly, and then it's Liesl Jones looking for that world record. Australian Swimming Championships after the news, which follows the cricket. What an evening's viewing.
5 runs for victory. This mightn't be a world record, but it's a beauty for Australia. What a victory. Picked up 9 wickets today, chased down 168. Thousands of the Barmy Army have come to Adelaide. Had plenty of sun, it hasn't been too hot, and all of a sudden on the last day, England crumble under the pressure of Warne, McGrath, Clarke and Lee. Oh, there he goes. What a shot. What a cricketer. Punches the air, so he should. Super cricket.
Well, that was almost a repeat of the first ball. Justin Langer banged one over mid-wicket just to set the table for Australia. And Hussey virtually finishing the game with a similar shot.
This will be one of the best victories we've seen in 30 years of television on Channel 9. 1 run to win. Seagulls are flying, saluting the Australians. There it is, wonderful victory, wonderful innings. There goes Michael Hussey. Listen to the crowd. What a moment for the Australian team. That man there, Paul Collingwood, what a match for him, but disappointment in the end. Australia just too good on the final day. Out-bowled them, out-batted them. A wonderful all-round team performance.
Yes, it's a match that shows you why you've got to play the full 5 days out, and you've got to play them with total concentration in the game of cricket. England played very, very well for 4 days. They just let up a little bit of concentration, and Australia nabbed them right in there as soon as England opened the door.
Yes, Warne's pressure, great support from all the other bowlers. It was just a magnificent effort by all the Australians today. could have got 15 to 1 Australia to win this morning. And there he is, Michael Clark, supporting Michael Hussey. 61 not out of 66. We go down to Ian Healy.
Yeah, there's pandemonium down here. And the boys have come over. Huss, when you came in, mate, there was plenty for you to do.
Oh, yeah, I was pretty nervous, to be honest. But the guys played well. Two good partnerships. Ricky played really well. And Pup at the end was so cool. I was starting to get nervous at the end as well, and Pup calmed me down.
That's lucky. Defence early was a bit twitchy, but you got it all together.
Yeah, look, I had Huss at the other end, so I didn't have to do too much. My role was to try and stay with him. And look, Punt about it outstanding again, and obviously Huss, you know, great knock today.
And Huss, it couldn't have been as easy as you made it look, mate. How good a form are you in?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Every day's a new day, and I bloody enjoyed it. I tell you, it was great fun, mate. Good to me to see you.
Go and enjoy the boys, mate. Well, don't worry about the pandemonium. Have a look at the boys go. They are out of the blocks, out of that dressing room like you wouldn't believe. There's violence. There's actual violence down here. Gilchrist, worn in tears just about. Clark, such a pump entertainer today. This match has been big for him. 100 and still not out at the end. Ponting cannot believe it. Once again, this Ashes clash twists and turns like a massive python. And today it was the Aussies that were the monster. There he is, Warne, you beauty. That is an unbelievable performance by him. He's eked 80 overs out of that body, taken 4 for 49 from half of that today. No one expected a victory here. No one expected this emotion. I don't reckon even these fellas did by the look of this response. Brett Lee walks off. He has to get out of there. Hayden and Warne, they're probably stiff and sore from those hugs. And now they go off to the crowd. Well done, Alfie. Good on you, mate. Nugget, good on you, mate. This is unbelievable down here. A significant, historical Ashes moment. 124 years, and it doesn't get any bigger.
And one of the many reasons for the pleasure in those celebrations is the fact they saw England celebrate at the Oval not all that long ago. It's a memory that's fresh in the mind of the Australian players. Now they can have their moment. They are well on the way to recovering the thing they want so badly. Now they go to the crowds. Phenomenal crowds in here at the Adelaide Oval today. Bill Lawry said earlier it was the biggest crowd he could remember in his time watching Test matches on the 5th day at the Adelaide Oval. A fantastic sight now as the Australians say thank you to the people that have come out in their tens of thousands to support them throughout this match. You couldn't help but appreciate the performance, led, it has to be said, by Ponting's marvellous batting. And in second position with Michael Hussey is Shane Warne's extraordinary bowling that created the doubt in the minds of the English players and set up a quite memorable win. These are scenes that nobody will forget. It's been a Test match that nobody will forget. It's certainly the journey that Ricky Ponting wanted to take, and all credit to him for being the person who most influences it. Just out of shot, a couple of the Australian players managed to get hold of a stump as a souvenir. Brett Lee has 3. I think he might give a few to the mates there. Very, very special scenes at a very special cricketing place. A phenomenal Australian performance as they imposed themselves upon England from the first ball of the morning. England batted 54 overs, could only make 70 runs in that time, but lost 9 wickets. 168 in 36 overs was the Australian target. They achieved the runs, and they did it in 32 overs and 5 balls. A partnership of 47 between Michael Hussey and Michael Clark finished it off. Let's go back downstairs.
I've grabbed the man of the match, Ricky Ponting. Ricky, how significant in your Test career is that win?
Oh, not only mine. I think everyone's in that dressing room, sitting in there. I mean, what we've done today, and well, probably for the last 3 days of this game, has been pretty remarkable. And a few of the boys have thrown a few different games around in the change rooms then, but they all go out the window as far as I'm concerned. That's the best Test win I've ever been a part of.
Does this Ashes series and the last one continue to surprise you even?
Oh yeah, I mean the last series was a great one, we know that, but the way we played in the first Test and here, you know, is we played remarkable cricket really, and full credit to all the boys, all our support staff as well. We've worked our backsides off, and all the results are starting to come our way.
What was the plan, mate? Very simple, just supreme accuracy this morning and never look back?
Yeah, we didn't want to give them any momentum in the game at all this morning, so that's the way we started with the fields, the way we did it, and the bowlers that we used at the start, to try and keep it really dry and make sure the scoreboard was going nowhere, and if we got a couple of wickets, then they'd feel all the pressure, and it's exactly the way it turned out. You know, Warney with 30-odd overs for 40 runs today was just outstanding.
And still plenty for you to do with the bat. You get twitchy at all there?
Not really. I mean, I don't think the run rate was always pretty good, and we were always a long way ahead of the balls, and the wicket was still pretty good. So it was just a matter of Huss and I getting a bit of a partnership together, and we knew if we needed, you know, even 60 or 70 off the last 10 overs, and with Gilly and Michael Clark and those sort of guys to come, we thought we were a good chance of winning.
Ashes coming back to Australia, mate?
A long way to go yet, but we've had a good start, mate.
Yeah, good on you, punter. Congratulations on your match, personally, man of the match, and the team, of course. And we've got Warney as well, have we? Warney, congratulations, mate. That's an outstanding performance. You're the difference.
No, I don't know about that. I thought it was a fantastic effort from all the guys this morning. It wasn't easy, and I suppose this morning there was a very far-fetched idea that we could win the game. And I suppose the way we bowled, I just thought it was fantastic from everyone. Everyone played their part today, and it's just one of those things that it was about time something went our way.
And even chased down the total, no problems at all.
Yeah, everyone, I suppose you look at it, 30-odd overs or 36 overs, whatever it was, to get 168. It might look easy, but England were going to fight. They got a very good attack. The fifth-day conditions, we saw it spinning a long way, reversing. So, real credit to our batters too. They played sensational.
You've played 142 tests. Is this number one, maybe?
Oh, definitely. I think the 92 Test match in Sri Lanka was probably the greatest team win I've been involved in. But I think this pips it. I think 500 plays 500. Last day we need to take 10 wickets and chase it down. It's just a sensational effort from a great team.
What about you, mate? You're in your whites. You nearly had to bat. How were you feeling?
No, I didn't want to bat. I was eating toasted sandwiches and Cokes. But look, this atmosphere is something you're really going to miss when it's you're not around. But it's just a great feeling to win this Test match like we have. To go 2-0 up was a great effort from all the guys. They all did their part when they needed to, and the feeling from the crowd, the intensity was out here, and you're really going to miss it when it's gone.
Mate, you're a freak, absolute freak. 4 for 49, right when the country needed it. Congratulations.
Thanks,
ladies and gentlemen, Shane Warne.
The greatest of all time has influenced this match and led to Australia's victory. An extraordinary performance. They've won it by 6 wickets with that stroke by Michael Hussey, who is a wonderful, wonderful cricketer himself. Ricky Ponting deserves enormous credit for the victory. The Australians are 2-0 up in the Ashes. We await Perth on Thursday, December the 14th, with enormous anticipation. Until then, goodbye.